Chapter 331, Entering the Dark Forest. Chapter 331, Entering the Dark Forest. Translator, Zayamoj. Warlock monarchs of the Cangzhi Plane were terrific existences that could contend with mighty divine power rank gods. Even in the 8 Warlock Dynasties, Warlock monarchs were peak powerhouses. After the collapse of the 8 Warlock Dynasties, for a very long time Warlock monarchs were the strongest powerhouses of the Cangzhi Plane. Each Warlock monarch possessed mountain-toppling, heaven-collapsing, plane-obliterating might. After the collapse of the 8 Warlock Dynasties, the Warlock civilization of the Cangzhi Plane declined a lot. It had been already over 10,000 years since a new Warlock monarch rose. At present, the strongest known powerhouse of the Cangzhi Plane was just an infinity warlock. The relic sight of a terrifying being like a Warlock monarch, even if it was just a random treasure, would be of tremendous benefit to a small-time warlock like Yang Feng. Of course, the relic site of a Warlock monarch was also extremely dangerous. It was a place where even gods may fall. Warlock monarch rank powerhouses could completely suppress their horrifying life force. But that was just something they could do while alive. However, once they were on the verge of death, they could no longer suppress their power, and their terrifying life force would combine with the surrounding environment and form all kinds of horrible, bizarre phenomena. The various horrific, bizarre phenomena formed due to the dispersal of life force of a Warlock monarch rank expert before their death could even kill gods. They were terrifying to the extreme. After musing for a bit, Yang Feng dispelled the idea of treasure hunting in the dark forest. He was self-aware. The dark forest was a place where even god-rank powerhouses could fall, and god-rank powerhouses could squash him to death with just a pinky. At most, he could only move about in the periphery of the dark forest. If he were to enter deeper into the dark forest, he would undoubtedly die. Pressed against him, Esramia sighed faintly. Ian, as Glicedar had said, the dark forest is a dangerous forbidden place that even gods fear. You should just kill me. This way, I can be reborn in the divine country of the mighty god. Yang Feng smiled coldly and said, Heh. Rebirth in a god's divine country? When your soul is brought into the divine country, your memories and emotions will mostly disappear, or even completely disappear, then new memories and emotions will be given to you by the god. With such a rebirth, will it still be the real you? Once the soul of an expert like Esramia returned to its god's divine country, if there was no special reason, it would usually shed a majority of its memories and then be imbued with new memories and emotions loyal to its god, and become an evolvable prop in the hands of its god. It was not impossible to be reborn in a god's divine country with your emotions and memories intact. However, it took a great amount of divine power or the use of a treasure imbued with special laws to accomplish this. Therefore, unless there was a special reason, gods would not do such a thing. Startled, Esramia exclaimed, How do you know of this secret? This secret was only known to a small number of powerhouses, and Esramia learned of it by accident. She didn't know how Yang Feng knew this secret that could shake the foundation of the existence of gods. Yang Feng just smiled. This secret was a secret to the people of the Feisua Plane, but to the demonic fighting sect and other major sects of the Cangzhi Plane, it was merely common sense. There was a huge gap between the two planes in terms of information. Let's go. Yang Feng hesitated for a moment, then clenched his teeth and stepped into the dark forest with Esramia and Glicedar on his back. When he stepped into the entrance of the dark forest, the space surged with strange ripples, and a twisted black face appeared from the void and revealed a weird smile. The figures of Yang Feng's party disappeared. The road covered with rotten leaves leading into the dark forest had no signs of people, as if no one had entered inside. Shortly after Yang Feng's party stepped into the dark forest, 5,000 dark elven warriors with hourglass-shaped waists, riding dark leopards, stopped in front of the entrance to the dark forest. A beautiful dark elven warrior came to a dazzlingly beautiful dark elven powerhouse and asked respectfully, What should we do now, Lady Polly? Polly looked deeply into the abyss of the dark forest. Then her gaze fell on the path full of dead leaves exuding a rotten smell with no footprints, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with fear. She said solemnly, We'll wait outside for them to come out. Another beautiful dark elven warrior frowned and said, Lady Polly, Commander Charity ordered us to chase after Ian. We should follow him inside. Polly's pretty eyes flashed with cold killing intent, yet she said cheerfully, "That makes sense. Since this is the case, Diana, take your team and immediately go inside to track Ian." "This is an order." Diana's pretty face changed and her beautiful eyes flickered with fear. "Lady Polly, the dark forest was a terribly dangerous place, in the deepest part of which even god-rank powerhouses would fall. As someone with level 3 warlock rank strength, Diana's chances at survival in the dark forest were slim." Polly smiled gloomily, killing intent glimmering in her eyes. She uttered, enunciating each syllable. "Diana, this is an order. Do you want to disobey?" Diana was a thorn Charity planted in Polly's side, which she had long since wanted to find a chance to eradicate. Now that she got such a good opportunity, Polly would not let it slip by. Polly's people inconspicuously surrounded Diana, cold killing intent flickering in their pretty eyes. Diana gritted her teeth and responded helplessly, "Yes, Lady Polly, I'll go inside." Polly said coldly, "Don't dally, go in at once." "Yes, Lady Polly." Urged by Polly, Diana quickly assembled her forces and went into the dark forest. The dark elven warriors saw weird ripples set off in space and Diana and her forces disappear into the ripples. As if swallowed by something, they could no longer be seen. When the dark elven warriors saw this scene, a coldness surged in their hearts. No one else suggested entering the dark forest. Hannah rushed over from the rear with 5,000 dark elven warriors. When she saw Polly, she asked, "Polly, why haven't you taken people inside?" Polly smiled sweetly and said, "I've sent people in to track Ian and them. Hannah, since you're here, I'll let you chase after Ian and claim the credit." This chapter is updated by freebnovel.com. Hannah took a deep look at the dark forest, and her pretty eyes shimmered with fear. She instinctively felt the great terror lurking inside the dark forest. Hannah suddenly smiled, saying, "In that case, I'll stay here and help you, Polly." Polly smiled back, "Good." Close to 10,000 dark elven fighters immediately surrounded the entrance of the dark forest, which no one dared to enter. "What the hell are you two doing? Didn't I order you to chase after Ian and them? Why are you staying here?" Commanding the dark elven main forces, Charity rushed over from the rear. When she found Hannah and Polly, she sternly berated them. Polly immediately reported without missing any details. "Commander, I've sent people into the dark forest to track Ian and them. Once they bring us back some concrete information, I'll send people to support them." Charity frowned and spoke coldly. "The mighty goddess Lolth has decreed that those three are to be captured alive at all cost. I command you two to go into the dark forest and continue the pursuit of Ian." Hannah's eyes shimmered with cold light, and she sneered, "Yes, Commander. However, the dark forest is very dangerous, and the two of us don't have enough manpower. Thus, Commander, please enter the dark forest with us." Polly also sneered, "That's right. With just us, our strength is too weak. Commander, please enter the dark forest with us." A look of anger in her beautiful eyes, Charity said coldly, "You go first, I'll follow after you." Polly's eyes shimmered with a cold light, and she uttered overbearingly, "That won't do. Even if it is you, Commander, you will have a miserable end if you disobey the divine decree, right? Let's go in together." "Commander, don't argue. We will go together." Following a cold yet enticing voice, the exceedingly fascinating and enchanting Dolores slowly walked over, a fragrance wafting from her. "Greetings, great matriarch." When they saw Dolores, the pretty faces of Charity and the other two changed. They bowed and said respectfully. Dolores was a frightening, advanced demigod-rank powerhouse. In the era of gods standing high among the stars, she was one of the strongest powerhouses in the secular world of the Cangzhi Plane. After Pope Glicedar was declared a traitor, she grasped virtually all the power among dark elves. Dolores uttered chilly, "Have all your subordinates enter and you come with me. Ian and them must be captured. No matter what, Esramia cannot leave the underground world alive. Otherwise, you will be made into evil spirit dolls." When they heard that, the bodies of Charity and the other two turned rigid, and their beautiful eyes filled with fear. Evil spirit dolls were freaks made from living dark elves using various wicked secret methods. The method of making evil spirit dolls was cruel, bloody, and horrible to the extreme. It was one of the most vicious punishments of dark elves. Chapter 332, Babyface Evil Tree. Chapter 332, Babyface Evil Tree. Translator, Xuanhuan. Charity's eyes flashed with resolve, and she said with decisiveness that could slice nails and cut iron, "Yes, great matriarch. We will do our utmost and won't let Esramia leave the underground world alive." Charity would rather die than to be made into an evil spirit doll. When she died, she could still get reborn in Goddess Loltha's divine country. But once she was made into an evil spirit doll, life would be worse than death. Life would be an endless pain and torment. Hannah and Polly said with decisiveness that could slice nails and cut iron as well, "Great matriarch, we will do whatever it takes and won't let Esramia leave the underground world alive." Commanded by Charity and the other two, the Dark Leopard Corps entered the dark forest. Like some kind of horrible monster, the dark forest devoured the Dark Leopard Corps. When all the warriors of the Dark Leopard Corps disappeared into the dark forest, a strange face suddenly appeared midair, revealing a malevolent smile. "A bunch of fools. This is where they used to stay. It isn't time yet. Even gods don't dare to come here. What a bunch of uncultured barbarians." A young man with yellow skin and dark hair combed into a single ponytail dressed in oriental swordsman attire slowly walked out of the void, looked deeply at the dark forest, and revealed a smile of contempt. Then, he showed a pensive look. "Nevertheless, dark elves are indeed all beautiful as well as much stronger than our people. Since I have come to this plane, I must get a good taste of the legendary dark elves. Someone is coming." The eyes of the young man dressed in oriental swordsman attire constricted. He was enveloped by ripples and disappeared. Running all the way from the horizon, a bear-like tall and burly man treading atop two black clouds plunged into the dark forest. Not long after, a blond man dressed gorgeously flew over from afar and entered the dark forest. Coming from different directions, one powerhouse after another went into the dark forest. When he stepped into the dark forest, Yang Feng felt like a thick fog covered him, and he frowned. He felt that the connection between him and the weave got severed. The weave was created by the goddess of the weave by relying on planar laws, and it was said to cover the entire plane. Even within the elven Holy Land, the Moonlight Tree, the power of the weave could be accessed. Unexpectedly, the dense fog in the dark forest cut off the connection between Yang Feng and the weave, which proved that the power level contained within the dark forest was even higher than that of the goddess of the weave. Fortunately, I'm not a wizard of the Feisua plane. Otherwise, I would not be able to use magic at all. But even so, the power of many spells cast here will be weakened greatly. Yang Feng silently chanted an incantation and conjured the level 0 spell Mage Hand. Shortly after the transparent Mage Hand was formed, it collapsed and disappeared. This phenomenon made Yang Feng frown. Nature and elemental spells were mystical and formidable phenomena, with the caster's spirit force as the power source and spell models, as the core that mysteriously connected to the planar laws and mobilized the vigor of heaven and earth. It was due to the power of heaven and earth that the power of spells cast by wizards and warlocks had such great might, enabling them to easily kill martial artists of the same rank. However, in places where the planar laws and the vigor of heaven and earth were abnormal, the strength of wizards would be greatly weakened. Warlocks, on the other hand, went through continuous evolution and strengthened their fleshly bodies. Their capacity to quickly adapt to any environment was one of the most powerful aspects of human warlocks. I am Yang Feng. I came to the Feisua plane from the Cangzhi Plane to hunt demigods. Suddenly, faces of babies growing on a large tree issued very strange laughter. What the hell? Shaken greatly, Yang Feng trembled, and dread and killing intent filled his heart. The fact that he came from the Cangzhi Plane was one of his greatest secrets. Once it was known that he came from the Cangzhi Plane, everything he had built on the Feisua plane would be destroyed. Glicedar betrayed her faith and lost her power. At the same time, Goddess Lolth could no longer see and hear anything the former saw and heard. Esramia, on the other hand, was a believer in an elven god. Her god just had to cast their gaze on her and will it to be able to know everything about the former. Only if he killed Esramia before her god cast their sight on her and then destroyed the memories of her soul, could Yang Feng have a chance at survival. I am Yang Feng and I came from Earth. My biggest secret is the technology one succeeded from the Shizu. Laughing merrily, the faces of babies on the large tree revealed Yang Feng's deepest secrets that he was most afraid for others to discover. Stop talking, you monsters! Yang Feng's eyes turned bloodshot and flashed with a fierce glint. He issued a scary roar, ready to rush over and smash the faces of babies growing on the large tree. The host is being eroded by negative spirit force. Beginning shock therapy, a sharp pain suddenly echoed in his sea of knowledge. Yang Feng hugged his head from the insane pain erupting in his head and gasped for air. The most up-to-date novels are published on freowebnovel.com. Cannot detect sound fluctuations from the surroundings. The host was only hallucinating. The host was under the influence of an illusion that was comparable to a level 5 spell. Because the spirit spell was too strange, the black dragon bloodline inside the host's body could not completely offset the effects of the illusion. A series of messages flashed past Yang Feng's eyes. Startled, Yang Feng broke out into cold sweat on his back. So it was an illusion. How strange. For my black dragon bloodline to have no reaction. This illusion is really horrifying. Ancient black dragons were immune to most spirit spells. Yang Feng possessed black dragon bloodline, and as such was immune against most spirit spells. For him to be eroded by a spirit spell, the might of the spell was appalling. When he took a careful look at the big tree with faces of babies growing on it, Yang Feng discovered countless bones piling up atop rotten leaves scattered around the tree, painting a bizarre and terrifying picture. There were rattans with sharp spikes around the tree. If an ordinary person came close to the bizarre tree, they would get instantly impaled by the rattans. Yang Feng's expression became unsightly at once, and he recognized the strange tree at a glance. This is a level 5 extraordinary plant baby-face evil tree. The spirit spell released by this tree might even unwittingly confuse a god. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I really couldn't help it. I want to live. Jenna. Tied to Yang Feng's back, Glicedar issued choked sobs. Tears flowed down her cheeks. Her body shuddered non-stop, and she screamed sadly. Tied to Yang Feng's back, Esramia trembled and struggled with a pained and fearful expression on her face. If she hadn't suffered serious injuries, where she could not muster any strength, she would have seriously injured Yang Feng by now. As his mind revolved, Yang Feng conjured the innate level, force spell Dragon Breath, parted his lips, and shot a terrifying dragon breath towards the bizarre baby-face evil tree. The terrible dragon breath fell on the baby-face evil tree, and billowing flames enveloped the tree. The baby-face evil tree let out miserable, baby-like cries, and countless rattans buried underground churned madly and stabbed towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng waved a long sword in his hand, and sword rays flashed and slashed at the rattans. When the rattans were sliced off, they ejected copious amounts of blood-like tree sap onto the earth from the sliced-off parts. Almost at the same time, mournful screams from baby-face evil trees came from the black fog. Following a certain tempo, the screams of baby-face evil trees formed a weird sound wave attack that blasted towards Yang Feng as well as the two women on his back. Yang Feng felt a pressure in his chest and a fishy taste in his throat, and he belched a mouthful of blood, face pale. Blood carrying a slightly fishy smell trickled down Yang Feng's back. Apparently, Esramia and Dolores sustained serious injuries. Yang Feng gritted his teeth and raised his hand, and a magic tent suddenly appeared in front of him. He got into the magic tent at once. Once inside the magic tent, the ear-piercing screams of babies greatly diminished in volume. Yang Feng went to a corner of the magic tent and added magic stones to the tent. Only with enough magic stones would the magic tent be able to withstand the formless spirit attacks and the eerie screams of baby-face evil trees. The baby-face evil tree hit by the dragon breath screamed and struggled in pain before being completely engulfed by the fire of the dragon breath and turned into ashes. The spirit attack of the baby-face evil tree was formless and impossible to guard against, and even god-rank powerhouses may be caught by it if careless. However, the baby-face evil tree was most afraid of fire, and a dragon breath could burn it to ashes. Chapter 333, Dolores Strikes. Chapter 333, Dolores Strikes. Translator, Xuanhuan. Many extraordinary life forms had weaknesses. Some extraordinary life forms were strong but stupid, and others feared fire, sunlight, or water. Once you discovered their weakness, you could easily defeat them. The reason why human warlocks of the Cangzhi Plane conquered countless planes was that they absorbed bodies of knowledge from other planes and formed unique cultivation systems of warlocks. No matter how poor the environment was, they would not lose their fighting strength. In some special planes, where the vigor of heaven and earth was in disorder, wizards and other life forms specializing in magic would be greatly weakened. Warlocks, on the other hand, still possessed powerful physiques comparable to extraordinary life forms. Inside the fog, the vigor of heaven and earth was blocked by a mysterious force, so it was virtually impossible to conjure spells. If it was an elemental warlock, they would find it difficult to cast spells in here, and could only fight by virtue of their strong physical constitution. As for a bloodline warlock like Yang Feng, he could stimulate the power of his bloodline and cast various innate spells. After the baby-face evil tree was burned to cinders, Yang Feng heaved a light sigh of relief and went back to the center of the magic tent. Yang Feng looked at Glicedar and quickly asked, "It's very dangerous in the dark forest. We'll stay here until you're fully recovered, and then try to get out. How long will it take for you to recover your demigod rank cultivation base?" Glicedar. It was the periphery of the dark forest, yet they already came across a frightening existence like the baby-face evil tree. God knows what horrifying existences lie deeper in the dark forest. Yang Feng was not so arrogant as to think that he could do better than gods. Glicedar's pretty eyes grew dim and she sighed gloomily. "That's impossibly. My breakthrough to demigod rank power stemmed from Goddess Lolth. Now that Goddess Lolth has deprived me of this power, unless another god accepts me and grants me enough divine power, I can only fight as a legend rank archer even after I recover. The stronger the clergymen, the closer they were to their god, and the more severely they would be eroded by divine power." Glicedar was very fortunate not to die after losing the favor of Goddess Lolth. As for her demigod rank cultivation base, it was extremely difficult to restore. "Then we'll try to get out of here after you regained your legend rank fighting strength." Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with exhaustion. He took out several vials of potions, consumed some as well as helped the two women to ingest some, and then closed his eyes to rest and recover his physical strength and spirit force. After she drank the potions, Glicedar closed her eyes and urged her power to restore her limbs. Esramia watched Yang Feng in a daze. The light of the bizarre curse rune between her eyebrows was somewhat dimmer. Clearly, the fog also had a strong suppressive effect on her curse. Time went by and 2 days passed. Motionless as if stones, Yang Feng's group of 3 holed up in the small magic tent. On the 3rd day, Yang Feng suddenly opened his eyes, adjusted the dragon leather belt, and pulled Esramia and Glicedar behind him. The magic tent became transparent, enabling the people inside to see outside. Esramia and Glicedar were exceptionally intelligent. When they saw Yang Feng, who looked like he was facing a great enemy, they remained motionless, vaguely guessing the truth of the matter. "Esramia, so you were hiding here. It took me a lot of effort to find you." A coquettish voice laced with temptation and sensuality sounded, and the exceedingly fascinating and enchanting dark elven great matriarch Dolores walked over, laughing brightly. Following Dolores were the 3 beautiful dark elves Charity, Hannah, and Polly. Untainted by even a speck of dust, Dolores looked like she was taking a leisurely stroll in a courtyard instead of adventuring in the dangerous dark forest. Charity and the other 2, on the other hand, looked bruised and battered all over. The tens of thousands dark elven warriors of the Dark Leopard Corps were nowhere to be seen. Hiding inside the magic tent, Yang Feng saw the enigmatic smile donning Dolores' face, and her gaze fixed on the magic tent enchanted with advanced stealth. Yang Feng blurred into motion and rushed out of the magic tent. As his thought revolved, he looked at Dolores with a neutral expression. Dolores showed a bewitching smile, and her eyes filled with ridicule and delight. Esramia, the most beautiful and noble woman of the surface world, you look so miserable now. I heard that you were targeted by the curse kiss of Lolth. That's so pitiful. Anyone targeted by the spell kiss of Lolth, even the most chaste goddess, will degenerate into the dirtiest sow. In the fight in the Moonlight Square, despite joining hands to attack Esramia, the two demigod-rank powerhouses Dolores and Glicedar were not her match. The fight left Dolores jealous of Esramia. Thinking about how her greatest enemy and opponent was about to degenerate to the lowest rung, she felt indescribable joy and delight. Esramia's beautiful face turned pale. She gloomily clenched her white teeth, and her seductive body trembled. Looking like a cat toying with a mouse, Dolores smiled charmingly and uttered viciously, "Esramia, rest assured, I won't hurt you. After the curse kiss of Lolth erupts completely, I will help you find 100 men. Of course, demonic beasts will do as well. After they satisfy you, I'll send the images back to the elves. Their expressions will be quite amusing." Most up-to-date novels are published on fguyuyobinovel.com. Face pale, Esramia gloomily clenched her white teeth, saying, "Dolores as enemies, it's okay to kill me, but why do you have to be so vicious?" Disappointment flashed in the abyss of Dolores' beautiful eyes, and her exceedingly fascinating and enchanting face revealed an expression of ridicule. "It's because I am a dark elf, vicious, cunning, and cruel. Aren't those the natural characteristics of dark elves? Only the most vicious, cunning, and cruel people will win the favor of the mighty goddess." Competition among dark elves was exceedingly cruel. In order to be able to hold power, they would commit virtually any crimes. Conspiracy, betrayal, murder, these were an integral part of every upper-class dark elf. In order to climb to the position of great matriarch, Dolores had stepped over heaps of bones. Dolores' beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation. As if a lover whispering into the ears of their beloved, she said with a sweet smile, "Ian, hand them over. If you compult, I will not only guarantee your safety, but also let you have fun with them. One is the most outstanding woman of the elves, the great elven monarch. The other is the former pope of the dark elven church. You can play with these two as much as you can. Even if you ruin them, it won't be a big deal. If you offer them to me, then apart from me, you can have any dark elven women you fancy here to have fun. How about Charity? She is a famous beauty among dark elves, and is still a virgin, which is very rare." Dolores grabbed Charity standing next to her and pointed at her. The latter's bewitching, snake-like body turned soft and waved, and her captivating face flushed red, revealing an enchanting expression. She looked extremely seductive. Charity's eyes glimmered with shame, but she couldn't muster the strength to resist Dolores. Yang Feng uttered slowly, "Your proposal is very tempting." A dim glint flashed past Esramia's eyes, and she sighed faintly inside. Glycedar's eyes swiveled, her thoughts inscrutable. Dolores glanced at Yang Feng, and a look of contempt flickered deep in her beautiful eyes. "In the end, men are just that." Yang Feng gave an unruly smile. Shining with penetrating light, his eyes moved about the key parts of Dolores' body. "However, I prefer to be the one to take the initiative. It'll be more exciting if I catch the prey myself. I think that it will be very amusing when I catch you as my pet." A smile crept onto Esramia's cherry lips. The eyes of Dolores, who'd been smiling all along, shimmered with a cold glint, and she sighed faintly. "Ian, I thought you were a smart person, but it seems that you're just a fool. In that case, go to hell." While Dolores talked, Yang Feng suddenly shot towards the baby-face evil tree grove. "There's no use." Dolores smiled sweetly and pointed with her lily-white finger. Strange magic fluctuations diffused from the tip of her finger before collapsing. "I forgot that it's impossible to cast spells in this environment. Nevertheless, Ian, the gap between us in terms of strength is like a chasm. No matter how hard you struggle, you'll only be crushed to death like an ant. Dolores showed an exceedingly bewitching and enchanting smile. Taking swift steps forward, she crossed the distance of several hundred meters, appeared behind Yang Feng, and calmly sent her lily-white palms slapping towards his head. Faces of babies strangely appeared on the surrounding large trees, and bizarre laughter suddenly rang in the grove. Dolores' beautiful eyes glimmered with confusion. Her body stiffened, and she came to a halt. Chapter 334 Wilderness of Bones. Chapter 334 Wilderness of Bones. Translator, Xuanhuan. The host is being eroded by negative spirit force. Beginning shock therapy. Just as Yang Feng was about to be lost in the spirit illusion of the baby-face evil trees, a sharp pain rose inside his sea of knowledge. He gritted his teeth and frantically rushed into the distance. In the past few days, it wasn't that Yang Feng didn't do anything. He released a large number of mechanical insects to look for a path that led out of the baby-face evil tree grove. While treading that path, although you would still be subjected to spirit attacks of the baby-face evil trees, but you would not be subjected to physical attacks. In this grove, the baby-face evil trees numbered in the hundreds. Yang Feng lacked the strength to belch over 100 dragon breaths. Bizarre laughter rang in the baby-face evil tree grove. Every time he heard the laughter, Yang Feng would feel a stinging pain in his sea of knowledge. Amid this vortex of pain, Yang Feng clenched his teeth and madly rushed along the path. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, baby-like screams rang in the baby-face evil tree grove, and countless frightening sound waves slammed towards the rear. Yang Feng looked towards the rear and mused. Has it started yet? God knows who the winner and who the loser of this fight will be. Update D from Frubnov.com. Dolores was an advanced demigod rank powerhouse. If it was in the outside world, she could draw support from the vigor of heaven and earth and conjure formidable spells. She could easily use fire spells and destroy the entire baby-face evil tree grove. But in the dark forest, she had to rely on herself for every bit of power she used. Even if it was a demigod rank powerhouse, but if they didn't have a powerful treasure, it would be difficult for them to destroy the entire baby-face evil tree grove with their strength alone. As soon as Yang Feng passed through the baby-face evil tree grove, a strong stench of corpses assaulted his nose, and a wilderness of bones extending without end appeared before him. Bizarre phenomenon undead creature bone crows formed from bones linked together circled in the air above heaps of bones. Bone crows were undead creatures comparable to level 1 extraordinary life forms. They were bizarre phenomenon undead creatures formed from life energy and death aura scattered by warlocks and bones. A single bone crow was not scary. However, the number of bone crows in the wilderness of bones was immense, and they seemed to blot out the sky. When Yang Feng's party stepped into the wilderness of bones, as if they smelled their prey, the densely packed bone crows flapped their wings and flew towards Yang Feng, looking like black clouds. Yang Feng's face changed dramatically, and he pressed the dimensional badge on his chest. After going through a transformation, a 10-meter-tall obsidian golem suddenly appeared in front of him. With Esramia and Glicedar on his back, he jumped into a cavity on the chest of the obsidian golem. The obsidian golem glimmered with magic runes, and the spells Advanced Aura Defilade and Mimicry were activated. The auras of Yang Feng and the other two were covered up completely, and the outer appearance of the obsidian golem changed to that of a giant skeleton. Loosing their targets, the clouds of bone crows circled above the obsidian golem transformed into a giant skeleton. Many bone crows landed on the obsidian golem transformed into a giant skeleton, looking like they were resting. Looking outside through the body of the obsidian golem, the three people could see that countless bone crows occupied the surrounding area. The densely packed bone crows could scare a person with trypophobia half to death. When Esramia saw the countless bones crows, she couldn't help but feel her scalp turn numb. At her peak, she would have to retreat if she met this terrifying bone crow flock. If she fought with all her might, even as strong as she was, she would eventually deplete her strength and die. All of a sudden, there was a violent tremor in the wilderness of bones, and a tens of meters long bone crow with dragon bones forming the body and the skull of a giant as the head flew out of the heaps of bones. Every bone in its body was as sparkling as white jade. The giant bone crow exuded terrific starry sky warlock rank might, and the fluctuations of power it emitted were even several times stronger than Esramia at her peak. When the three hiding inside the obsidian golem saw the frightening bone crow, their complexions changed dramatically, and they kept silent. If Esramia had went to the wilderness of bones at her prime, she may not be the opponent of the starry sky warlock rank bone crow. As he watched the starry sky warlock rank crow, Yang Feng had a look of graveness in his eyes. What a scary fellow! How strong was the master of the dark forest! Just a trace of his life force had reached the periphery, yet it gave birth to such a freak. Cree! The starry sky warlock rank bone crow suddenly opened its giant mouth. The holes that were its eyes flashed with gloomy soul flames, and it issued a bizarre, shrill screech. Cree! 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 Dot! Suddenly the bone crows cried. The cries of countless bone crows reverberated in the wilderness of bones, which combined with the cry of the starry sky warlock rank bone crow and formed strange soul sound waves that echoed in the area. When Yang Feng heard the strange cries, his heart suddenly throbbed strangely and his body trembled, completely out of his control, and the soul seed in his sea of knowledge shook slightly. The host's soul is shaking. According to the analysis, the host's soul seed will shatter after 10 minutes. Then the host's soul will leave the body, and the host will die, switching off transmission of sound immediately. Inside the obsidian golem, a vacuum was speedily formed and the soul sound waves were cut off. Only after the strange sounds disappeared did Yang Feng feel that he was in control of his body. Feeling his face wet, Yang Feng used his hand to wipe it. The palm of his hand was covered in blood. Looking at the blood on his hand, Yang Feng frowned, a look of fear in his eyes. So dangerous! A little bit more and I would have died. Moreover, the death would have been obscure and impossible to fight back against. The dark forest is so dangerous. The wilderness of bones was still in the periphery of the dark forest, yet the starry sky warlock rank bone crow had mastered the level 5 spell soul shock sound wave extraction. It was way beyond Yang Feng's expectation. If he hadn't transplanted a smart microchip and donned the black dragon armor, he would have quietly died by now to the spell soul shock sound wave extraction cast by the starry sky warlock rank bone crow. Suddenly, a strong aura arrived from behind, and the battered Dolores forcibly rushed out of the baby-face evil tree grove. Dolores had just rushed out of the baby-face evil tree grove when the bizarre sound wave assaulted her and wildly shook her soul. Standing in place, her pretty face exposed a look of pain, and darkness power permeated her body. On the Feisua plane, the powers ordinary humans cultivated were called qi and magic. The powerhouses of other races, on the other hand, cultivated different powers. The power dark elves cultivated was called darkness power, the power kindred cultivated was called blood energy, the power dragons cultivated was called dragon force, and the power human warlocks of the Cangzhi Plane cultivated was called life force. As time went on, Dolores slowly bled from the orifices of her beautiful face. The colorful red blood flowing on her pretty face made her look like a gorgeous yet terrifying ghost. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, the earth shook, and a virtually boundless terrifying might poured out of the deepest part of the dark forest. The starry sky warlock rank bone crow suddenly screeched and plunged into the heaps of bones. Countless bone crows suddenly flew up and threw themselves towards the starry sky warlock rank bone crow, forming a mountain of bones. A mysterious gray gas slowly wafted over from the depths of the dark forest. When the gray gas touched the bone crows collapsed, lost their aura of life, and became bones strewn on the ground. Almost in an instant, the gray gas slammed into the obsidian golem, and the various spells attached to the obsidian golem immediately collapsed. Ignoring the outer armor of the obsidian golem, the gray gas entered the cockpit and blew towards Yang Feng, and a cold feeling swept through him. When she was hit by the gray gas, the curse rune on Esramia's forehead flickered as if it was about to collapse and disappear, and eventually became dull. She suddenly felt much lighter. Glicedar had no reaction. Yang Feng pushed open the chest of the obsidian golem, rushed out of the obsidian golem, pointed the supergravity gun at Esramia in the distance, and pulled the trigger. Suddenly, supergravity balls slammed into Dolores. Bang! As if a mountain had pressed down on her, Dolores was crushed into the ground. Yang Feng parted his lips, conjured dragon breath, and belched a terrific dragon breath, which barreled towards Dolores like a shooting star. Once hit with the dragon breath, even a demigod rank expert would sustain grievous injuries. Chapter 335, The Grey River. Chapter 335, The Grey River. Translator, Xuanhuan. Dolores spoke a magic sentence, and a spatial force surged and covered her. Unleashing Blink, she disappeared and fell back by 100 meters in a flash. At this moment, Charity and the other two powerhouses came out of the baby-face evil tree grove covered in blood. Seeing that things had turned for the worse, Yang Feng blurred into motion and rushed deeper into the dark forest in a ray of black light. Although Dolores' injuries weren't light, but she was an advanced demigod rank expert after all. So long as she recovered a bit of strength, Yang Feng was not her opponent. Eyes brimming with resentment, Dolores stressed each syllable. Ian, you've got guts. When I catch you, give you a taste of the 1,365 different punishments of the Dark Elves. In her view, Yang Feng, with his mere archwizard rank cultivation base, was simply an ant. For such an ant to harm her, this left her offended and greatly angered. Although Dolores was furious, but she didn't take any risks. She took out a few vials of potions and downed them. Black light covered her, healing her injuries and recovering the power she consumed. Dolores was always very cautious, which was one of the reasons why she had defeated numerous rivals and climbed to the position of Great Matriarch. The dark forest was very dangerous. Dolores had almost died to the sound wave attack of the bone crows. And in the depths of the dark forest, even gods could die. She naturally wouldn't proceed in her poor condition. After passing through the wilderness of bones, a dense, uncrossable forest appeared in front of Yang Feng and his party. The trees in that forest sprouted bizarre heads, including the heads of dragons, human, devils, and multiple-armed trolls, and grew countless tentacle-like rattans, giving off a sinister, bizarre, and fearsome feeling. Those are extraordinary plant headhunter trees. They are level 6 extraordinary plants. If careless, even gods will get beheaded by these headhunter trees and have their divine power absorbed. As soon as he saw the bizarre trees sprouting different heads, Yang Feng's scalp turned numb and his eyes shimmered with shock and fear. Level 6 extraordinary plant headhunter trees were exceedingly dangerous demonic trees, and unlike ordinary extraordinary plants, they waited quietly for prey to take the bait. Once they hunted their prey, they would extract the prey's blood essence and power, and only the heads of their prey would remain, embedded in the trees. Once a headhunter tree had the head of a prey it devoured, it could utilize its abilities and possess part of the power of its bloodline. According to legend, the Warlock Emperor of the Second Warlock Dynasty, Taboo Lord, developed the Bloodline Warlock evolutionary system based of the characteristics of the headhunter trees. The only weakness of the headhunter trees was their fear of fire. However, there were hundreds of headhunter trees forming this demonic tree forest. Yang Feng was likely to get devoured by the headhunter trees after belching just a single dragon breath. Wrong. None of these headhunter trees have fluctuations of life force. Is it because of the gray gas? Yang Feng's mind revolved, and he thought of the mysterious gray gas that crumbled the flock of bone crows. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Feng gritted his teeth and rushed into the headhunter tree forest with Esramia and Glicedar on his back, madly fleeing into the distance. Despite Yang Feng crossing the bizarre forest, the eyes of the heads embedded into the headhunter were dull, exhibiting no fluctuations of life. After passing through the headhunter tree forest, a vast desert extending without end appeared in front of him. Yang Feng took a deep look at the desert made up of golden sand. Relying on his keen level 3 warlock rank senses, he perceived that there was something terrifying at the bottom of the desert. He hesitated for a moment, thinking about Dolores chasing closely behind him, plus the mysterious gray gas and the eerie headhunter trees. He clenched his teeth and pressed on his chest, and the mechanical lightning aurora python flew out. Yang Feng jumped onto the back of the mechanical lightning aurora python. Surrounded by numerous arcs of lightning, the mechanical lightning aurora python turned into a bolt of lightning and flew into the desert. The energy source of the mechanical lightning aurora python was a magic core and the high energy crystals inside it. Even if it couldn't use the vigor of heaven and earth, it wouldn't have much effect on it. After crossing the eerie desert, a forest composed of different horrifying, extraordinary plants appeared in front of Yang Feng and his party. After crossing the forest composed of different horrifying, extraordinary plants, Yang Feng and his party went through a field of magma, a mysterious lake, a bizarre mountain range with faces, and other unique places that brimmed with danger. When Yang Feng crossed those areas, he could sense unique, terrifying existences hidden in places he could not probe with his extraordinary level 3 Warlock rank perception, and their gazes full of malice focus on him. Read @ST chapters at freewebnovel.com only. Pretending as if he wasn't aware of those horrifying existences, Yang Feng braced himself and speedily trod ahead, never taking a step back. After passing through a bizarre, extraordinary plant forest, a 5-kilometer-wide river exuding the aura of the netherworld flowing out of a huge cave in the middle of the air appeared before Yang Feng and his party, blocking their way. After extending for close to 100 kilometers, the river strangely came to an end. The water of the river was gray, and it spread the mysterious gray gas. Atop the river, there was a worn-out, gray boat with a single paddle floating quietly. When he arrived in front of the river, Yang Feng frowned. He had a vague feeling that there was something horrifying in the gray river. After hesitating for a moment, he flicked his wrist, and a piece of dragon parchment appeared in his hand. He tapped lightly on the piece of dragon parchment, and it twinkled and changed into a sparrow, which flapped its wings and flew towards the gray river. The alchemical sparrow had just reached the space above the gray river, when it dropped into the river as if it had come across an irresistible force, severing the connection with Yang Feng. Yang Feng's face changed. He flicked his finger, and alchemical eagles, dragonflies, swans, and other flying alchemical treasures flew towards the gray river. As soon as the alchemical treasures flew over the gray river, a mysterious force took hold of them and plunged them into the gray river, severing the connection with Yang Feng. Yang Feng contemplated for a while, then took out another dragon parchment, silently recited an incantation, and tossed out the dragon parchment. The dragon parchment rose into the air, turned into a 10-meter-long alchemical boat, and landed on the gray river. Once the alchemical boat landed on the gray river, it was corroded by the gray gas and sank into the gray river. What a weird river. It seems that I can only use that boat to cross it. Yang Feng frowned. Taking firm and steady steps, he set foot on the boat. After Yang Feng's group of 3 boarded the gray, worn-out boat that looked like it was about to fall apart, it still kept afloat without any signs of sinking. When he saw this, Yang Feng heaved a sigh of relief, then picked the paddle and began rowing. As the paddle rowed and the gray boat moved, a bizarre might slowly spread from the abyss of the gray river. When Yang Feng sensed the terrifying might, his body suddenly became very tense, virtually unable to budge. The horrifying existence hidden deep in the gray river was a horrible monster superior to ordinary gods. When the fierce and overwhelming might arose, the gray paddle released a gray light downward, and the terrible might disappeared. So this thing is a treasure. Yang Feng wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He looked at the gray paddle in his hands for a while, and his eyes glittered with a peculiar light. No matter how long he looked at the gray paddle, Yang Feng could not tell what material it was made from, nor could he tell what was special about it. If it hadn't released the gray light just now, he would not have known that the gray paddle contained such terrible power. After crossing the bizarre gray river, Yang Feng jumped off the boat, then took out a dimensional badge and operated it, trying to get the gray boat and paddle inside the dimensional badge. Pop! The dimensional badge crumbled and burst apart, and countless pieces splashed about. As if stimulated by something, the gray boat swam slowly but firmly towards the other side of the gray river on its own. This treasure won't be collected that easily. Yang Feng looked at the gray boat, and his eyes shimmered with regret. He turned around and walked away. After crossing the bizarre gray river, a palace towering high into the clouds that looked like it propped the dome of heaven appeared in Yang Feng's line of sight. Resplendent light enveloped the domineering palace, setting the palace off and making it look like the temple of legends where gods dwelt. Since I cannot retreat, I can only go in and have a look. When he suddenly saw the palace appear, Yang Feng's eyebrows wrinkled and then loosened. A look of resolve in his eyes, he strode towards the palace. Chapter 336, Killing at Adonia. Chapter 336, Killing at Adonia. Translator, Xuanhuan. When he reached the huge palace gate, Yang Feng looked at the palace with shock in his eyes. He saw the heads of countless extraordinary life forms embedded into the huge palace. There was the head of a primordial dragon, a head of an absolute beginning giant, a head of an abyssal fiend duke, a head of a strong divine power rank god, a head of a high elven monarch, a head of a 9-headed dragon, a head of a primordial earthen, and the heads of other horrifying existences. The heads of countless formidable beings fused into the surface of the palace exuded terrible pressure even after God knows how many tens of thousands of years. Yang Feng stared at the 50-meter-tall primordial dragon head, and his eyes flashed with a peculiar glint. Primordial dragons contained the ultimate mystery of dragons inside them. If he could research the primordial dragon head, then his clone would get a chance to break through the bloodline shackles and possess god-rank battle prowess prior to ascending to godhood. Primordial dragons were very rare among the many planes, and each primordial dragon was a bigwig with world-shaking cultivation base. It was very difficult to get their blood and tissue. If the primordial dragon head was taken to the Cangzhi Plane to be sold, it might be even possible to exchange it for a 9th category plane. Yang Feng pondered for a while, then took out a piece of dragon parchment and sent it flying with a flick of his finger. The piece of dragon parchment turned into a falcon, which flapped its wings and flew towards the primordial dragon head. When the eagle reached the distance of 30 meters from the primordial dragon head, it was enveloped by fearsome yellow light, and it blew apart. Yang Feng's eyebrows wrinkled. What a strong barrier! That's not something I can contend against at the moment. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation, pointed to his eyes, and cast the spell Soul. A dim cyan light enveloped his eyes. Opening his eyes wide, Yang Feng looked at the huge palace. Except for the gate, he saw a terrifyingly strong barrier envelop the palace. At the gate stood a 6-meter-tall, 3-head, humanoid statue holding a trident. Of its 3 heads, one was a human head, another was a dragon head, and the last one was a devil head. At last, this is the palace where the legendary taboo lord of the Cangzhi Plane once lived. With a sigh, a burly, middle-aged man covered in long fur and bizarre magic runes engraved on his face walked over and looked to the palace with excitement in his eyes. Taboo Lord, the Warlock Emperor of the Second Warlock Dynasty. Yang Feng was greatly shocked. Looking at the palace, raging waves roiled in his heart. Taboo Lord was one of the strongest warlocks of the Cangzhi Plane in history. The planes found around the Cangzhi Plane were his domain, and no one dared disobey his orders. The Bloodline Warlock Path was established by Taboo Lord, and it was still one of the 2 peak paths leading to power of the Cangzhi Plane. My luck is rather good. I came across 3 prey before entering Taboo Lord's palace, and 2 of the prey are the most beautiful elves I have ever seen. How lucky! The gaze of the middle-aged man covered in long fur, who looked like a humanoid bear, shifted and landed on Yang Feng's group, and his eyes flickered with excitement. The eyes of the middle-aged man that looked like a humanoid bear glimmered fiercely. The magic runes on his face lit up, and he emitted frightening great warlock rank might. His body suddenly swelled up to a 4 meters tall humanoid bear with 1 meter long bear paws. Stinky human, when you arrive at the underworld, remember that the man who killed you is at Adonia from the Black Moonlight Plane. The frightening humanoid bear suddenly erupted and slapped at Yang Feng with his paw, a savage and malevolent look in his eyes. Fool! You are the only one to die. A cold glint flashed past Yang Feng's eyes. The black dragon armor flashed and poured formidable power into Yang Feng, and he launched the level 4 spell Dragon Force. As if a humanoid dragon, he suddenly erupted and slammed his fist into the paw of the humanoid bear. Adedonia, transformed into a humanoid bear, was blasted away by Yang Feng's fist laced with Dragon Force, and briskly fell back by dozens of steps. Yang Feng suddenly erupted. As if he had turned into a black bolt of lightning, he arrived in front of Adedonia, inserted his claws into the other party's chest, ripped open a large hole, parted his lips, and belched a dragon breath onto his opponent, setting him on fire. freewebnovel.com. Adedonia struggled wildly amid the flames. After a while, he was burned into a pile of ash. Esramia's pretty eyes shimmered with disgust, and she uttered slowly, "Really? These guests from other planes are really savage." Read latest chapters at freewebnovel.com only. Yang Feng smiled silently. Powerhouses who could carry out planar travel were at least at the Great Warlock rank. If they didn't come from higher planes such as the Cangzhi Plane, then they came from lower planes. These powerhouses had fought their way to the summit. When such powerhouses went to other planes, they didn't regard intelligent life forms of said planes as their equal. In front of Great Warlock rank powerhouses, a trifling level 3 Warlock rank expert like Yang Feng wasn't worth paying attention to, and as such didn't have the qualifications to face them. Interesting. Ian, you're using the power of dragons. In other words, you came from the country of dragons. No wonder you can practice magic and martial dual cultivation. Looking extremely majestic and overbearing, a burly, middle-aged man with a king character rune on his forehead and a thick, golden tail wrapped around his waist came over and stared at Yang Feng with a smile on his face. Esramia's pretty eyes flashed with astonishment, and she said slowly, "You are Golden Tiger Monarch, the guardian of tigermen in the secular world." Golden Tiger Monarch swept Esramia with his gaze. Disappointment flickered in the abyss of his eyes, and he sighed. "Esramia, although this is the first time we meet, but I've already seen you many times thanks to image crystals. You're in such a mess that you need the protection of a human through whose veins flows filthy black dragon blood. I'm really disappointed. I thought you were the only one in the secular world of the Feisua plane qualified to be my woman. What a letdown." Esramia warned, "Ian, Golden Tiger Monarch is the guardian of the royal tigermen of the Beastman Empire. He possesses demigod rank strength. Demigod rank experts were the strongest existences in the Feisua plane's secular world. The Dark Elves only had 2 demigod rank experts in the secular world, Dolores and Glicedar. Ian, hand over Esramia and get lost. Otherwise, this will be your burial place. You might be the descendant of some old dragon in the country of dragons, but as far as I'm concerned, that doesn't matter." Golden Tiger Monarch stared coldly at Yang Feng and exuded terrifying demigod rank might, which swept towards Yang Feng. The advanced demigod rank might left Yang Feng a little out of breath. "Golden Tiger Monarch, I'm very sorry, but Esramia is my prey. Would you please give her to me? Of course. I'll offer you our former Pope Glicedar, as well as 100 dark elven maidens as compensation." As her sweeter-than-sugar voice sounded, Dolores swayed over with a fragrance wafting from her, a fascinating smile on her face. When Golden Tiger Monarch saw the enchanting and bewitching Dolores, his eyes flickered with intoxication, and he smiled brightly, saying, "What a beautiful and saucy woman, worthy of the great matriarch of the Dark Elves. If you're willing to accompany me for a few days, then I agree to hand Esramia over after I get tired of her. You'll get to sacrifice her to your gods, and I'll get to have fun for a few days. It's a win-win situation." Dolores threw Golden Tiger Monarch a coquettish look and spoke with a bewitching smile. "Good, Golden Tiger Monarch. We have a deal." Yang Feng swept Dolores and Golden Tiger Monarch with his gaze, and his eyes glimmered with resolve. He blurred into motion and shot towards the entrance to the huge palace. Normally, Yang Feng would not be so reckless as to rush towards the entrance to the palace. However, now that the 2 advanced demigod rank powerhouses Dolores and Golden Tiger Monarch joined forces, he stood no chance of winning. Dolores and Golden Tiger Monarch watched Yang Feng with ridicule in their eyes. then glanced at the statue guarding at the palace gate with a look of fear in their eyes. They were using Yang Feng as a guinea pig. When Yang Feng was only 10 meters away from the statue, a beam of bloody light shot from the palace and fell on the statue. Crack, crack. Following crisp sounds, the stone surface of the statue peeled inch by inch, revealing a 6-meter-tall, 3-head bogey holding a trident. Of its 3 heads, one was a human head, another was a dragon head, and the last one was a devil head. The bogey exuded a terrifying might beyond that of gods. When the bogey inside the statue came to life, its crimson eyes shimmered with killing intent, and 2 beams of bloody light shot out of its eyes and landed on Yang Feng. One. King character Xuanhuan, by courtesy of DHRP Gamer. Chapter 337 The Gatekeeper. Chapter 337 The Gatekeeper. Translator, Xuanhuan. Virtually defenseless, Yang Feng was hit by the 2 beams of red light. Under the pressure of a horrifying force, he couldn't budge by even an inch, looking like time around him stood still. Even the connection between Yang Feng and the smart chip implanted in his brain was cut off. When Dolores and Golden Tiger Monarch felt the fluctuations of power released by the monster, they immediately belched a mouthful of blood, suffering a minor injury. Dolores' pretty eyes were filled with shock and fear. What a terrifying bogey! I'm afraid that it's even stronger than Goddess Lolth. When the terrifying might spread from the 3-headed humanoid bogey, the surrounding space rippled, and powerhouses from other planes hiding using stealth were forced into the open. In the vast field, there were more than 30 experts from other planes. Dolores' face remained unchanged, but her gaze fell on a pale-faced man dressed in black formal aristocratic attire, who looked like he had never seen the sun. Despite looking young and handsome, the eyes of the pale-faced man were full of vicissitudes of life, giving rise to 2 contrasting temperaments. Golden Tiger Monarch's gaze fell on an ugly, ferocious-looking, burly powerhouse with a single horn inscribed with strange runes on his head and scarlet eyes. Of the more than 30 experts from other planes, only these 2 gave Dolores and Golden Tiger Monarch a very dangerous feeling. Amazing, as expected of the gatekeeper of Taboo Lord, the oriental man with his hair combed into a ponytail and a blade on his back was also forced out of stealth. His appearance had changed to that of an Occidental person. He looked at the 3-headed humanoid bogey with admiration in his eyes. "You have Master's aura on you. Please come in." Suddenly, the 3-headed humanoid bogey with a trident in had knelt slowly in front of Yang Feng. Although its 3 mouths were closed, but a voice echoed in Yang Feng's sea of knowledge. Dolores' mind shook, a look of incredulity in her eyes. What's going on? Why did the bogey knelt down in front of him? Isn't he an ordinary archwizard? Dumbstruck, Golden Tiger Monarch muttered. Isn't he an ordinary descendant of a dragon? What's happening? Even if he is the illegitimate child of a dragon god, the gatekeeper of Taboo Lord wouldn't have knelt down. Even if a dragon god was here in person, the gatekeeper still wouldn't have knelt down. Everyone present was dumbstruck and couldn't believe their eyes. Although the experts gathered had a fragmented understanding of this place, but they knew how horrifying and formidable the master of the palace was, so they were not surprised by the strength of the gatekeeper the master had selected. However, for the gatekeeper to kneel down in front of Yang Feng was shocking. Click, click. The golden gate behind the 3-headed Baji opened slowly, revealing a magnificent palace. The resplendent light that shot out from the gate tugged at everyone's heartstrings. Mwahaha! Get me in, you ant! The single-horned, ferocious-looking demigod-rank powerhouse from another plane smiled maliciously, then strangely appeared behind a great warlock-rank expert from another plane and reached out with his hand. A black rune shot out from his right hand and, as if chains, completely locked the great warlock rank expert. The former threw the later with great force. The locked great warlock rank expert flew towards the golden gate in a black stream of light. Unable to budge due to the black rune, the great Warlock rank powerhouse from another plane could only fly towards the Golden Gate powerlessly. Scarlet light shot from the kneeling gatekeeper and landed on the great Warlock rank powerhouse. The great Warlock expert from another plane issued a blood-curdling scream before he was turned to ashes floating in the air. Any attempt at disrespect towards Master warrants death. The devil head of the three heads of the gatekeeper stared at the single-horned demigod rank expert from another plane and shot two beams of red light from its eyes. The single-horned demigod rank expert roared. His body suddenly swelled, and he turned into a 7-meter-tall, pitch-black, gorilla-looking level 5 extraordinary life form, a Bemi single-horned ape, releasing a black luster. A Bemi single-horned ape was a single-horned ape from the third category Abemi plane. Adult Abemi single-horned apes possess starry sky warlock strength, and the strongest among the apes could even battle gods, and they didn't fear dragons. When the two beams of red light shot from the gatekeeper's eyes fell on the Abemi single-horned ape, the adult ape issued a miserable scream and collapsed into ashes floating in the air in a flash. The two red beams of light came to a halt before returning into the eyes of the gatekeeper kneeling in front of Yang Feng. Seeing this scene, the complexions of everyone in the vast field changed dramatically, and their eyes shimmered with dread and astonishment. The faces of Dolores, Golden Tiger Monarch, and the handsome, pale-faced young man also changed greatly, a look of dread and fear in the abyss of their eyes. The Abemi single-horned ape was an expert of the same rank as Dolores and them. If Dolores fought the ape, it would take her more than 1,000 moves to prevail over the other party. The gatekeeper turned the Abemi single-horned ape into drifting ashes with a gaze. In its view, Dolores and them were just ants that could be killed with a gaze. Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and he used a spell to transmit his voice. "Gatekeeper, can you help me kill a few enemies? Respected guest, unless my master orders me, my duty is merely to guard this gate and not to let others in. I can only fight back, nothing else. This is an order from my master and I cannot go against it." The gatekeeper transmitted its voice. Yang Feng sighed regretfully and stepped into the Golden Gate. The Golden Gate closed after Yang Feng stepped in. In that vast field, when the experts from different planes saw Yang Feng step into the Golden Gate, they went nearly crazy from jealousy, yet could do nothing. "It's here. I found it at last." A magnificent, tremendous voice suddenly sounded in the sky, and resplendent light fell from the sky and penetrated into the dark forest, dispelling the fog above the dark forest. Looking like it could hold the whole world, a huge hand formed from pure light extended from the resplendent light and mercilessly grabbed at the Golden Palace. "Shit! The god rank freaks are intervening. This is no longer a place I can get involved." The face of the man with his hair combed into a ponytail and a blade on his back changed. With a flick of his wrist, he took out a green leaf. The green leaf shone with emerald green light that enveloped the man with a blade on his back, and the man disappeared. As if coming to life, the countless heads of fearsome beings embedded into the Golden Palace exuded terrific power beyond ordinary gods, and beams of light shot from their mouths, which gathered into one barreling towards the huge hand midair. Boom! There was an earth-shaking blare, and a fearsome blast wave spread out. Swept by the fearsome blast wave, the 6 weakest powerhouses of the 30-odd powerhouses from other planes were turned into ashes drifting in the air. Dolores, Golden Tiger Monarch, and the pale-faced man briskly retreated and speedily moved away from the Golden Palace. New Unveiled chapters are published on freewebnovel.co. Due to the attack of the frightening pillar of light, massive amounts of blood fell down onto the ground like rain before being swallowed by the Golden Palace. The magnificent voice echoed in the region. "Taboo Lord," as expected of one of the strongest powerhouses in history. Even after their death, the things left behind are still so tricky. Prados, Amigo, Mofasareja, Arkith. If you want to be the old fisherman who takes advantage of the strife of others, then I'm out. 9 sacred horses with a single horn on their heads and 2 pairs of wings on their backs, treading on sacred light and exuding starry sky warlock rank fluctuations of power, pulled a chariot covered in endless sacred light that looked like a sun out of the void, hovering midair. A sacred and radiant light came down from above and scattered on the earth. the radiant primary god of the Xalia divine system. Dolores' pretty face changed, and she retreated sharply. When she was illuminated by the radiant light, the darkness power protecting her made sizzling sounds as it was consumed continuously. If Dolores, who was a cultivator of darkness power, stood next to radiant primary god Prados, she would get speedily purified into ashes. Chapter 338 Gods Arrive. Chapter 338 Gods Arrive. Translator, Xayamoj. Suddenly, frightening war drums reverberated. When the fearsome war drums sounded, the hearts of the more than 20 powerhouses from other planes started throbbing according to a strange rhythm. No matter what secret method they employed, the more than 20 legend rank powerhouses could not take control of their hearts, and the blood inside them roiled according to the strange rhythm. Read latest chapters at freawebnovel.com only. A 9-headed, 50-meter-long hydra with strange runes engraved all over its body, exuding frightening moonlight warlock rank fluctuations of power, pulling a bone chariot forged from countless god bones, emerged from the void. There was a bloody battle aura above the bone chariot, making it impossible to clearly see the being inside the bone chariot. The bone chariot and radiant chariot opposed each other, and the completely different powers, the rumbling of war drums and pure radiant light, reverberated in the area. The blood and chi of the more than 20 legend rank experts from other planes boiled, and they nearly burst and died. Meanwhile, exposed to the warm radiant light, they recovered continuously. Boom! The strange sound of war drums abruptly stopped, and the bodies of 10 of the weakest legend rank powerhouses swelled and exploded. The faces of the remaining dozen or so legend rank experts paled, and they watched the bone chariot and radiant chariot in the sky, eyes overcome with fear. These legend rank powerhouses who snuck into the Feisua plane from other planes were geniuses and legendary figures of their respective planes, so when they entered the Feisua plane, they looked down on the weak indigenous people of the Feisua plane. But now that they saw the bone chariot and the radiant chariot in the sky, they realized how strong the most frightening experts of the Feisua plane were. A sacred golden oak leaf drifted out of the void as if a large ship. Blooming atop the golden oak leaf the size of a large ship, countless flowers formed a beautiful and moving flower cottage, which obscured the appearance of the person inside. The fragrance of flowers wafted out of the flower cottage. A 9-headed lion pulling a luxury litter inlaid with precious stones emerged from the void. Aboard the luxury litter sat a majestic burly lionman powerhouse with lion ears and a lion tail wrapped around the waist, exuding a tyrannic and domineering aura. The lionman powerhouse wantonly played with 2 peerlessly beautiful foxman women, having no qualms about the surrounding gazes. Greetings, mighty primary god. When Golden Tiger Monarch saw the burly lionman expert, his face changed dramatically. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed deferentially. Lion god Arketh was not only a god lionman believed in, but was also one of the 2 primary gods of the entire Beastman Empire. He was respected and worshipped by the entire Beastman Empire. So it's you, Akina. It's dangerous here. A small fry like you should not be here. Leave. Arketh casually swept Golden Tiger Monarch with a glance and flicked his hand. A dot of red light fell from the sky and landed on Golden Tiger Monarch. In the blink of an eye, Golden Tiger Monarch disappeared. When the dozen or so legend rank powerhouses saw Golden Tiger Monarch disappear, their eyes flickered with envy. They didn't dare to move. So long as they did anything suspicious, they would be plunged into the struggle between the auras of the 4 strong divine power rank gods hovering above them. Even Dolores, standing furthest away, humbly prostrated herself on the ground, shivering. In front of gods, mortals must remain humble. This was also clearly stated in the Treaty of the Gods. Once a mortal provoked or profaned a god, the god had the right to take action and kill said mortal. A brutal battle intent came from the bone chariot. Prados, let's fight. I haven't fought you for a long time, for over 100,000 years. Let me see how much progress you have made. Rumbles of countless war drums echoed around the bone chariot, and the aura of war seeped out of the bone chariot. The hearts of the dozen odd legend rank experts throbbed madly and their eyes turned bloodshot. An aloof voice full of prestige came from the sacred radiant chariot. Amigo, you stupid ox! Mofasaraja and Arkith are watching, and they are also spying on us. The gods of the darkness divine system have yet to show themselves as well. After the things here are resolved, we can go to the astral boundary and have a good fight. After signing the Treaty of the Gods, battles between gods were usually only fought in their respective divine countries or in the astral boundary. If two feeble divine power rank gods fought in the secular world, the aftermath of their struggle could easily destroy two small principalities. Gatekeeper, Taboo Lord died long ago. It's pointless for you to guard this gate. Step aside and let us in. You are not our match. As long as you step aside, the Xalia divine system is willing to accept you and allocate you enough believers for you to ignite your divine fire and ascend to godhood. You'll be one of the Xalia divine system's gods, lofty and eternal. The voice of Xalia divine system's radiant primary god Prados came from the chariot shrouded in radiant light. When his words fell, the eyes of the dozen odd legend rank experts, including Dolores, glimmered with envy. To become a lofty god on the Xuanhuan plane was the ultimate goal of those powerhouses who came from other planes without hesitation. Once you ascended to godhood, even if you were a human, your life essence would go through a tremendous transformation and surpass innumerable extraordinary life forms at one stroke, and you would possess a lifespan of several million years at least. Even countless powerhouses among human warlocks of the Cangzhi Plane, in order to live longer, to extend their lifespan chose to leave the Cangzhi Plane and go to lesser planes to ascend to godhood and become gods. The position of a god was extremely precious, and many experts would pay any price to achieve it. I decline. Master ordered me to guard this palace. Unless Master orders me to, I will never leave this palace. The three-headed bogey proudly stood in front of the golden gate with trident in hand. Looking up at radiant primary god Prados in the air above, unyielding will flashed in its eyes. Prados' voice came from the radiant chariot. Since you are this stubborn, then go to hell. In the sky, the four strong divine power rank gods exuded fearsome divine might. Yet they didn't make the first move. They were stuck in a stalemate with the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper was, after all, a frightening being taboo lord left behind, and no one knew how strong it was. The relationship between the four strong divine power rank gods was complicated, none of them willing to take the initiative and let the others take advantage of the situation. I'll go first, you four follow behind. If you aren't willing, then I'm out. The mysterious voice sighed, and another giant hand fell from above and mercilessly grabbed at the golden palace. In front of the frightening giant hand, the imposing and magnificent golden palace looked like a toy that could be seized at will. Presumptuous, for defiling Master's palace. For this crime, you deserve to die 10,000 times over. The gatekeeper's 6 eyes widened. With a roar, it suddenly raised the trident in its head and stabbed at the fearsome huge hand. Dazzling bloody light shot from the trident and slashed towards the giant hand above. You dare to chop off an arm of mine? I'll kill you. Accompanied by a furious scream, the fearsome giant hand was severed, and then burst into copious amounts of blood and flesh raining down. The numerous heads embedded into the golden palace opened their ferocious mouths and breathed in, gobbling all the blood and flesh up. Almost at the same time, virtually boundless light gushed out of the radiant chariot and shone on the golden palace. The golden palace trembled, and the countless heads opened their eyes. Eyes sparkling with ferocious and bloody light, the fearsome heads shot beams of bloody light towards the radiant light from their ferocious mouths, resisting the erosion of the radiant light. An emerald green arrow containing endless power of nature suddenly shot out of the flower cottage on the golden oak leaf. Arrow of Nature was the strongest archery technique the elven primary god Mofasaraja had mastered. It was by relying on the mysterious and unpredictable archery technique Arrow of Nature that elves, who only had a single strong divine power rank god standing guard, could found one of the 4 major empires of the Xuanhuan plane. No expert of the same rank was willing to face Mofasaraja's Arrow of Nature. Virtually without any sound or sign, the gatekeeper's chest was pierced through, and a large hole was left in its chest. As the power of nature erupted in its chest, Bizarre rattans crazily grew along its body, two of which stabbed towards its eyes like flood dragons. Ah! The gatekeeper spewed out a big mouthful of blood and uttered an earth-shaking howl. Suddenly, a bloody power burst out from inside it, withering the rattans on it. The heads of some of the remaining dozen or so legend-rank powerhouses exploded, leaving only 6 people barely alive. Bloody light shot into the gatekeeper from the Golden Palace, enabling its power to rise steadily. The gatekeeper's 6 eyes turned and locked on the elven primary god Mofasureja, hidden in the flower cottage. Chapter 339, The Fearsome Gatekeeper. Chapter 339, The Fearsome Gatekeeper. Translator, Xuanhuan. Bloody light enveloped the gatekeeper. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared and reappeared in front of the golden oak leaf and stabbed the bloody trident at the golden oak leaf. Gatekeeper, your opponent is me. Arketh abruptly shot out of the litter, unleashed the god-rank martial skill lion god claw he created, and grabbed at the gatekeeper with a claw containing a fearsome might capable of tearing everything apart. Making a 180 degrees turn, the gatekeeper's devil head suddenly shot 2 scarlet beams of light that slammed into Arketh's lion god claw and blocked it. The bloody trident stabbed into the golden oak leaf in that split second. A copious amount of golden blood sprinkled onto the earth from the golden oak leaf. A peerlessly beautiful woman with long, emerald hair, an hourglass waist, bulging twin peaks, sparkling skin, and a noble temperament dressed in delicate, luxurious green leaf armor flew out of the golden oak leaf. There was a huge bloody hole on her abdomen, and a copious amount of blood spilled out of the bloody hole. That strike from the gatekeeper had seriously injured the elven primary god Mofasureja, weakening her strength by a little. Arketh's lion god claw grabbed the gatekeeper's right shoulder and tore a huge gush into it. Follow current novels on freewabove.com. A silver sword in hand, Amigo strangely appeared behind the gatekeeper and slashed at the latter's left arm, slicing it in twine. The gatekeeper bellowed, burst out with fearsome bloody light, and changed into a 50-meter-tall 9-headed archaic golden dragon in an instant. Vast, fearsome might spread from the 9-headed archaic golden dragon, and it opened its 9 mouths and belched 9 archaic dragon breaths, which shot towards the 4 powerhouses. Countless beams of radiant light shot out of the radiant chariot and swept towards an archaic dragon breath, which was purified and collapsed before it could reach the radiant chariot. Arketh's lion god claw slammed into an archaic dragon breath and tore up a crack in space, and the archaic dragon breath was banished into the spatial crack. Amigo slashed with the silver sword at an archaic dragon breath, slicing it apart. The remaining 6 archaic dragon breaths barreled towards Mofasureja like meteors. Mofasureja's pretty complexion changed. Clenching her teeth, she waved her lily-white hand, and a dark green jade plate suddenly appeared in her hand. A stream of dark green water of nature shot out of the god armament plate of nature and swept towards the 6 archaic dragon breaths. The archaic dragon breaths, which even magic water could not extinguish, issued sizzling sounds and collapsed when they met the water of nature. Hidden amid the archaic dragon breath, the bloody trident ran through the dark green water of nature and impaled Mofasureja, nailing her to the ground. Bloody corrosive force quickly spread towards Mofasureja. Mofasureja's pretty face paled, and she pointed upwards. Suddenly, a huge gash opened in the void, revealing a verdant divine country filled with the aura of nature and countless beautiful elves. Green divine power of nature gushed out of the divine country like an ocean and entered Mofasureja. The bloody trident pierced into Mofasureja's abdomen was sent tumbling in the air by the fearsome divine power of nature. The countless beautiful elves within the divine country, as if they felt something, knelt on the ground and recited prayers. The divine power of nature continuously poured into Mofasureja and quickly healed her injuries. The reason why gods were virtually unrivaled within the same rank was because they could use the unending stream of divine power within their divine country. There were virtually no other beings capable of comparing with god-rank powerhouses in terms of the ability to sustain a prolonged battle. Fool! This is the residence of Taboo Lord. You dare to open your divine country here to draw support from? That's foolish indeed. The gatekeeper smiled coldly and pointed at the projection of the divine country midair with the bloody trident in his hand. The gray river in front of the palace suddenly erupted, soared into the air, and, as if crossing a barrier, plunged into Mofusarage's divine country. Within Mofusarage's divine country, the complexions of the beautiful and powerful elves that entered in contact with the gray water changed, and they dropped from the divine country and plunged into the gray water. This is Styx. You can control Styx. Mofusarage's face suddenly changed dramatically, and she exclaimed. At the same time, she pointed with her finger, and the entrance to the divine kingdom was immediately closed shut. The netherworld was the final destination of the deceased, and each plane had their own netherworld. The Cangzhi Plane was linked to countless planes via Styx. Only if the deceased were believers of gods would their souls be accepted into divine countries. Otherwise, the souls of the deceased would enter the netherworld due to the nether law, and then have their memories washed away by Styx. Within a divine country, any existence apart from the god that was polluted by the water of Styx would fall into the netherworld. freewebnovel.cm. Mofusaraja was a strong divine power rank god. Nevertheless, only by expending a tremendous amount of divine power could her true body rescue one or two elves from the clutches of the water of Styx. This guaranteed that once the water of Styx entered her divine kingdom, the souls of her believers would fall into the netherworld. Only the nether gods of each plane that grasp the nether law or a mighty existence like Master can control Styx. However, thanks to Master, I can somewhat control the Styx here as well. Eyes flashing with a fierce glint, the gatekeeper mercilessly slammed its dragon claw into Mofusaraja, and she spat out a mouthful of golden blood. Suddenly, countless rays of radiant light surrounding the radiant chariot condensed into a 30-meter-long battle blade filled with boundless radiant divine power and fearsome might. Radiant Edge of Adjudication was one of Radiant Primary God Prados' most fearsome offensive divine spells. When Radiant Edge of Adjudication was formed, it entered the void. In the next moment, the blade appeared in front of the gatekeeper and mercilessly slashed down. In response, a huge golden dragon head fell, and a copious amount of red blood sprayed from the severed head of the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper once again slammed its dragon claw into great elven monarch Mofusaraja, crushing her viscera, and she spat out another mouthful of golden blood. The remaining 8 golden dragon heads belched archaic dragon breaths, sending them barreling towards the 4 experts. 3 archaic dragon breaths were respectively blocked by Prados and the other 2 experts. The other 5 dragon breaths slammed into Mofusaraja and burned madly, making her utter blood-curdling screams. In the dark forest, Mofusaraja was restricted, unable to fully display her fighting strength. As such, she could not withstand the crazed offensive of the gatekeeper. The bloody trident pointed at Mofusaraja, and the water of Styx suddenly flew towards her. Mofusaraja's pretty face fell. Gritting her teeth, she silently chanted an incantation, and numerous green rattans shot out from her leaf armor, sending the claw of the 9-headed dragon away. She blurred into motion and fled into the distance. Mofusaraja had noticed that the gatekeeper's strategy was to injure, or even kill her, although this was only one of her clones she sent into the secular world. But it was extremely important. She spent a copious amount of divine power and countless outstanding treasures to produce this clone, and it was even more precious than many god-rank armaments. She could not let it die here. Radiant Edge of Adjudication slashed down and sliced off another head of the 9-headed golden dragon. Arkatha's lion divine claw slammed onto a head of the 9-headed golden dragon and shattered the golden dragon head, and blood splashed about. Amigo slashed with his sword and instantly chopped off a head of the 9-headed golden dragon. Despite losing 4 of its heads, the gatekeeper didn't seem to care. It mercilessly slammed its claw into Amigo, swatting him into the ground. The bloody trident streaked across space and stabbed into Amigo. With the bloody trident as a guidepost, the water of Styx fell from above, formed a vortex, and entered Amigo. Ah! Amigo's clone issued a miserable screams as gray gas spread throughout his body. The water of Styx was extremely poisonous to any intelligent life form, and even clones of gods would sustain severe injuries if stained by it. The radiant edge of adjudication slashed down again and severed a dragon head of the gatekeeper. Arkatha's lion divine claw smashed another dragon head of the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper, however, didn't care about that. It pierced Amigo's clone with its huge claws and tore the clone eroded by the water of Styx into pieces. Chapter 340, Taboo Text. Chapter 340, Taboo Text. Translator, Xuanhuan. When they saw Amigo perish, Arkath and Prados were shaken, and their faces fell. Although what perished was just a clone, but it was one of Amigo's strongest clones. And now that the clone perished and the soul of the clone was stained by the water of Styx, even Amigo's true body would suffer not a negligible injury. The gatekeeper's incarnation of the archaic 9-headed golden dragon only had 3 heads left at the moment. As overbearing auras pervaded its body, it slowly bled from its 6 severed or crushed heads, which showed no signs of healing. Although archaic 9-headed golden dragons possessed a terrific healing ability, but the attacks of Arkath and Prados contained terrific power of law, which severed the healing ability of the gatekeeper's incarnation of archaic 9-headed golden dragon. Prados' dignified voice came from the radiant chariot. "Gatekeeper, you only have 3 heads left. You will die if you keep fighting. We, on the other hand, are here only with our clones. Even if we have to give up these 2 clones, we will go inside." "No, I still have countless heads." Shining with red, bloody light, the gatekeeper reverted to its 3-headed humanoid bogey form. Nearly 2/3 of its dragon head was cut off, and it dripped blood. The gatekeeper grabbed its dragon head, tore it off, and threw it towards the wall of the palace. Next, it pointed with the trident, and the head of a giant on the wall of the palace flew out and attached to it. Red power spread from the bloody trident and covered the gatekeeper, and it transformed into a 100-meter-tall Argus Panoptes with bulging muscles and 100 eyes on its head, exuding a fearsome aura, seemingly capable of splitting the heaven and earth apart. 1. The gatekeeper appointed by Taboo Lord indeed. Unfortunately, my true body isn't here. Otherwise, I really would like to fight you. A sigh came from the radiant chariot. The 9 sacred horses faced upwards and neighed. Treading on sacred light, they pulled the chariot into the void and disappeared. As expected of the gatekeeper chosen by Taboo Lord, "You're really strong. It's a pity that my true body can't come. Otherwise, I would really like to fight you." Arkath shone brightly and appeared inside the luxury litter in a flash. Treading on resplendent light, the 9-headed lion pulled the luxury litter into the void. The gatekeeper suddenly raised its head and looked deeply at an area covered in bright light. A bunch of good-for-nothings. From the area covered in bright light came a gloomy sigh, and the bright light collapsed and disappeared. The gatekeeper glowed red and reverted to its 3-headed boogie form. With the bloody trident in hand, it slowly walked back to the golden gate. Pieces of stone flew into the air and covered the gatekeeper, turning it back into a statue. Dolores and the remaining legend rank powerhouses took a deep look at the gatekeeper statue, and fear glimmered in the abyss of their eyes. They blurred into motion and quickly escaped from here. After witnessing the fearsome might of the Xuanhuan Plains gods as well as the gatekeeper, the legend rank powerhouses from other planes were well aware that so long as the gatekeeper didn't die, the relic of Taboo Lord was not theirs for the taking. Inside the golden palace guarded by the gatekeeper, unlike the luxurious and magnificence outside, the inside of the golden palace was covered with green vines blooming with beautiful flowers. The fragrances the beautiful flowers exuded formed a unique fragrance in the air. Yang Feng just took in a breath of the unique fragrance and he felt immediately light and refreshed, very comfortable, and full of strength. Yang Feng praised sincerely, "How amazing!" As expected of Taboo Lord, one of the strongest experts in the history of the Cangzhi Plane, of the countless planes. Long-term intake of this mixed fragrance of flowers could rapidly enhance the physical aptitude of a cultivator and promote their cultivation base. There was a branch of warlocks of the Cangzhi Plane called Fragrance Warlocks. This branch of warlocks used various fragrances to compose fragrances that could enhance their cultivation base. Fragrance warlocks were the best perfumers on the Cangzhi Plane, and the fragrances and perfumes they composed were called magic perfumes and possessed mystical powers. Reportedly, the progenitor of fragrance warlocks was Taboo Lord, the founder of the second Warlock Dynasty. Inside the palace covered in flowers in full bloom that looked like a scene taken out of a fairy tale, there was a dais with a jade table. On the jade table there were 2 small jade boxes and a jade book. The 2 small jade boxes and the jade book radiated a brilliant light that illuminated the whole palace beautifully. Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and a scorching glint flashed past the abyss of his eyes. He stepped forward and picked up the jade book. Taboo text. When Yang Feng grasped the jade book, a piece of information was transmitted into his sea of knowledge from the jade book, enabling him to understand how to read the jade book. At the same time, information on the book gushed into his sea of knowledge. This book contains the first 6 volumes of the taboo text. Volume 1 can enable a person to practice cultivation until the official warlock rank. Volume 2 can enable a person to practice until the great warlock rank. Volume 3 can enable a person to practice until the starry sky warlock rank. Volume 4 can enable a person to practice until the moonlight warlock rank. Volume 5 can enable a person to practice until the glorious dawn warlock rank. Volume 5 can enable a person to practice until the bright world warlock rank. In addition to the 6 volumes of the original version of the taboo text, this book still contains a secret method they deduced in later years, the primal chaos imperishable body cultivation method, which needs to be used along with a primal chaos bead they made to be cultivated. There is a primal chaos bead here. Yang Feng took the 2 small jade boxes, and his eyes flashed with a scorching glint. Inside the 2 small jade boxes there was a total of 2 beads. One jade box contained the aforementioned primal chaos bead, which was needed to cultivate primal chaos imperishable body. The other jade box contained a taboo bead, which was needed to cultivate the original version of the taboo text. Time text, taboo text, demonic divine text, star text, death text, golem text, and magic note text were known as the strongest texts created by human warlocks of the Cangzhi Plane. These 7 texts were the culmination of life's work of the strongest 7 warlock emperors of the Cangzhi Plane. Throughout the ages, due to the difficulty in cultivation, the 7 texts were mostly lost, with only odd bits and pieces remaining, which were simplified to facilitate the cultivation of them for the later generations to boot. Take the taboo text as example. Without the taboo bead, this peerless secret method created by Taboo Lord could not be successfully cultivated. As for the time text, only someone with the time-dwelling body, and outrageous geniuses with time force affinity, was qualified to cultivate this method. On the Cangzhi Plane, only Time Lord practiced the time text to its peak. Even the other 6 warlock emperors, who were amazing geniuses in their own right, could not practice the peerless secret method time text. freewebnovel.cm. The source of this scentent is freowebnovel.com. Yang Feng collected the several treasures and looked around. In addition to the dais, there were 2 passageways. From the taboo text, Yang Feng knew that one of the passageways led to outside the dark forest, and the other led to Taboo Lord's living quarters. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Feng walked towards the passageway leading to the place where Taboo Lord lived. He was very interested in Taboo Lord, the founder of the second Warlock Dynasty. When Yang Feng stepped into the passageway, the powerful force of a barrier erupted and flung him back by dozens of meters. Yang Feng smiled wryly. It seems that although Taboo Lord has left treasures behind, but he didn't want others to pry into his living quarters. Yang Feng put down Glicedar and Esramia fastened to his back. He said solemnly, "I want to practice cultivation here for a period of time. During the time we stay here, the both of you try to recover as much of your strength as possible." The palace was filled with mystical fragrance that was configured by Taboo Lord. It was a peerless treasure capable of promoting a cultivator's physique and cultivation base. Yang Feng wanted to seize this opportunity and to stay in the palace to practice cultivation and improve his strength. Good. Glicedar and Esramia nodded in agreement. They felt the mystical fragrance that permeated the palace heal their wounds. Even Esramia, who had been suppressed by a curse, could feel her body get nourished and healed. Yang Feng took out the taboo bead and pressed it against his forehead. At the same time, according to the records in the taboo text, he began to operate a secret method. He silently recited an incantation and pointed at the taboo bead. Dark light shimmered and the taboo bead slowly sank into Yang Feng's forehead before finally entering his sea of knowledge. When the taboo bead entered his sea of knowledge, it slammed into his soul seed as if a star-sized meteor. A sharp pain was transmitted from his sea of knowledge. His spirit sea shook, and the spell models inside the spirit sea trembled non-stop, on the verge of collapse. 1. https:/n.wikipedia.org/wiki/argus_panoptes. Chapter 341 Promoting to a Great Warlock. Chapter 341 Promoting to a Great Warlock. Translator, Xuanhuan. The taboo bead merged with Yang Feng's soul seed inch by inch. A vast force spread from the taboo bead and madly sucked at the spell models inside Yang Feng's spirit sea, absorbing them into the taboo bead. Under the suction force of the taboo bead, the power of the black dragon bloodline inside him was removed little by little and merged into the taboo bead. When he lost the power of the black dragon bloodline, his aura became a lot weaker. Not long after, powerful black dragon force was released from the taboo bead and spread throughout him, nourishing and strengthening his fleshly body and restoring its original strength. Taboo Lord was a peerless expert who fused with the powers of countless bloodlines and finally climbed to the peak. The original version of the taboo text was a bloodline warlock text that used the power of the taboo bead and the powers of countless bloodlines to climb to the apex step by step. In general, bloodline warlocks were only able to merge with one bloodline and possess the power one extraordinary life form. But after cultivating the taboo text, so long as you absorbed the powers of countless extraordinary life form bloodlines, you could possess the powers of countless extraordinary life forms. Besides, once you cultivated until the peak, you could even merge the powers of countless life form bloodlines and turn them into taboo magic power, which was a terrific power superior to divine power. 10 days later, Yang Feng completely integrated with the taboo bead and adapted to the transformed power. With the help of the mystical fragrance, Yang Feng began to charge towards the great warlock realm. Time went by and in the blink of an eye, it was 3 months later. Read 8 chapters at fguyuyobinovel.com only. Inside the palace, Yang Feng opened his eyes, and a vast and boundless dragon might slowly spread out from him, as if a black dragon that had just grown up opened its eyes to search for prey. Yang Feng felt the almost infinite power inside him, and the corners of his mouth rose. I finally advanced to a great warlock. Ever since he acquired the resources of the major powers on the Tyrannid subcontinent, it was only a matter of time before he was promoted to a great warlock. Because he had laid a fairly solid foundation, he could advance to a great warlock with the help of the miraculous fragrance pervading inside the palace of Taboo Lord. Esramia opened her beautiful eyes. Taking a deep look at Yang Feng, her beautiful eyes glimmered with praise. It's really amazing. In a few years' time, an ordinary great wizard has stepped into the legend realm at one stroke. He may even become a god one day. Become a god. When she thought of this, Esramia secretly sighed inside, and her pretty eyes dimmed. Gods were lofty beings that overlooked the secular world, their position sublime. fruyubavel.cm. Esramia was one of the most powerful great elven monarchs in history, her talent amazing. Despite not having ignited her divine fire and become a true demigod, she was a super powerhouse with pinnacle demigod rank power. The slots in the elven divine system were already full and no believers were allocated to Esramia for her to ascend to godhood. So her best outcome was to enter the divine country of the elven primary god Mofasareja and become a demigod rank saint who served the primary god after death. Humans of the Cangzhi Plane who hadn't ignited their divine fire could only reach pinnacle legend rank at most. Without drawing support from external forces, humans fundamentally could not take the step to reach the demigod realm. Elves, dragons, fiends, devils, kindred, giants, and other powerful existences could break through the legend boundary and reach the demigod realm by relying on secret methods of their races. However, to gain god rank power on the Cangzhi Plane without ascending to godhood was an extremely difficult task. Elves, dragons, fiends, devils, kindred, giants, and other such races came from different planes. On their planes, it was fairly easy for them to break through to the god rank, but on the Cangzhi Plane, this task was difficult to the extreme. This was because different planes had different laws and environments and were suitable for different breakthroughs and evolution. As a first category plane, the Cangzhi Plane had extremely strong tolerance and adaptability and rich vigor of heaven and earth. No matter the race, everyone could break through and evolve here, which made it the target for all races. On the Cangzhi Plane, however, even such a rare genius like Esramia had virtually no hope to break through the divine boundary and become a god-rank powerhouse without the aid of external forces. Yang Feng came up to the two women and asked, "How are you doing?" Glicedar smiled charmingly in response. "Master, my strength has recovered until advanced legend rank, although I can't use divine spells, but my archery skill isn't inferior to human legend rank archers." Esramia also revealed a smile. "The fragrance in this palace can suppress the curse kiss of Lolth. My strength has recovered until junior legend rank." Yang Feng spoke, "Let's go. It's time to get out of here." When Yang Feng stepped into the passageway leading outside, a feeling of spatial distortion surged into his mind. His vision blurred, and he appeared in a bright land. We're no longer in the underground world. Looking up at the sun, Yang Feng secretly heaved a sigh and revealed a smile. The advanced demigod rank expert Dolores was still not an existence that Yang Feng could contend with. Even if he joined forces with Esramia and Glicedar, he still could not defeat Dolores. Esramia gazed at the sun in a daze, a complex look in her eyes. Yang Feng suddenly said, "Esramia, do you want to return to the elves? If I'm not mistaken, there should be a mole among the elves, and the status of the mole should be extremely high. Otherwise, the moonlight tree wouldn't be broken through so easily. If you go back as you are now, you'll walk right into a trap." The moonlight tree was equivalent to the victory palace of the Morance Empire, its defense exceedingly strong. Even with goddess Lolth, who was a traitor of the high elves, the moonlight tree shouldn't have been so easily infiltrated. For dark elves and abyssal fiends to sneak into the moonlight tree without any sound or sign, the status of the mole had to be exceedingly high. Esramia sighed gloomily and uttered, "I know. I'll stay with you for the time being." The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose, and he silently recited an incantation and pointed to the sky. Magic light shone, and a huge magic eye suddenly appeared midair. Looking around, Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and he pointed to the west and said solemnly, "There is a human city in that direction. Let's go." Yang Feng and his party soon reached the entrance of the city. The city's city wall was over 20 meters tall. There was a moat surrounding the city, and the gate was closed shut. Above the city wall, squads of warriors patrolled non-stop, as if facing a great enemy. Refugees flocking from all around crowded outside the gate, yet it didn't look like the gate would open to take them in. "Let me in. Please, let me in. Let me in. Please, let me in. The fiends are coming." A cacophony of miserable and tragic screams came from the refugees. "I command you to leave here at once. Otherwise, I'll have you shot down." Atop the city wall, an officer overlooking the refugees down below with a frosty gaze barked and raised his hand. The 200 archers atop the city wall immediately raised their bows and pointed at the refugees. When the refugees saw the action of the archers atop the city wall, their faces changed dramatically, and they rushed backwards. With countless people pushing and shoving, many weaker refugees were pushed into the moat, screaming. Neither elves nor dark elves thought highly of humans. Glicedar watched the cruel scene with relish, while Esramia averted her gaze. Although she didn't have a high opinion of humans, but she couldn't bear to watch as these humans died senselessly. Yang Feng frowned when he saw this scene, although he knew that he wasn't a good person, but watching this scene play out still made him upset. "Fire!" A ruthless look in his eyes and a cruel smile on his face. The officer atop the city wall waved his hand and shouted sternly. Immediately after, A rain of 200 arrows shot towards the refugees down below. "Stop!" Following a stern shout, a person covered in a black cloak pointed with their finger, and a powerful warping force field suddenly appeared above the refugees. The 200 arrows were ricocheted by the warping force field. "A wizard! Go invite Sir Pope post-haste." When the officer saw this, his face changed greatly, and he shouted at once. Several warriors ran down the wall and rushed towards the church in the city. "Open the gate! Let these people in!" A magnetic, commanding voice came from underneath the cloak. The officer had an awkward expression on his face, yet he humbled down and uttered respectfully, "Sir Wizard, this is His Majesty's order. Please don't make things difficult for nobodies like us. I have sent a report to Sir Pope and His Majesty regarding the current development. Please wait a minute." The wizard concealed underneath the cloak responded after a while, "All right." Not long after, a middle-aged man in a gorgeous robe surrounded by a dozen priests came to the top of the city wall. Chapter 342, The Mexican Principality. Chapter 342, The Mexican Principality. Translator, Xuanhuan. Staring at the wizard draped with a cloak, the middle-aged man in a gorgeous robe spoke slowly. "I am Pavon, the Pope of the Church of the Mexican River." "Distinguished wizard, who are you?" On the Xuanhuan Plane there were many regional gods, and the god of the Mexican River was one of them, their scope of faith confined only to the surroundings of the Mexican River. Most of the regional gods were feeble divine power rank gods who barely became gods and may not even possess a divine country of their own. They occupied the lowest rung among gods. Regional gods didn't dare to expand their domain. If the god of the Mexican River dared to go out of their lane and call themselves the god of rivers, the gods of rivers of different divine systems would turn hostile and attack them. In general, experts without a background or a backer would be some region's gods after becoming gods. Only gods who had a divine system as their backer could use divine names that encompassed the whole Xuanhuan Plane. "I am Princess Chrissy of the Iman Principality." The cloaked person took off the cloak, revealing the figure underneath. Beneath the cloak was an exceptionally beautiful woman with long blue hair, beautiful sapphire-like eyes, tall and sexy figure, sparkling skin, delicate facial features, and a golden rune engraved on the forehead that looked like a golden beauty mark exuding a heroic air. Yang Feng was surprised when he heard the exceptionally beautiful woman, and his gaze focused on her. "Princess Chrissy of the Iman Principality." The Iman Principality was a lesser principality that Duke Iser destroyed a few years ago with his private army. Countless people of the principality were reduced to slaves and sold off by Duke Iser. Reportedly, the fuse for this war was the great princess of the Iman Principality, Princess Chrissy. Duke Iser wanted to marry Princess Chrissy. After he was refused, he flew into a rage out of humiliation and used this pretext to send troops to annex the Iman Principality and expand the influence of the Hansen family. Princess Chrissy's whereabouts were unknown after the war. Yang Feng didn't expect to see this princess of a fallen state here. When his gaze fell on the golden imprint on Princess Chrissy's forehead, Yang Feng's eyes glimmered with a peculiar light. "That's a god's darling imprint. This is proof that she is favored by a god." The god the Iman Principality believed in should be the goddess of the Iman Springs Venia. Venia was a human legend wizard specialized in water spells 5,000 years ago. Amid the Democalypse, after various fortuitous encounters and countless hardships, she finally became a god. Because she had no powerful backer, she could only end up as the goddess of the Iman Springs, her area of belief the Iman Principality. Formidable.cm. After the destruction of the Iman Principality, Venia obviously couldn't help but begin intervening in secular affairs. According to the Treaty of the Gods, gods could not directly interfere with the secular world, but that still left them with various indirect methods. Venia evidently chose Princess Chrissy to take on the responsibility of restoring her state. On the Xuanhuan Plane, there would often be a strong hero suddenly appear from the ashes of a destroyed lesser state. After overcoming countless hardships and defeating numerous nearly impossible to defeat enemies, they would restore the state. Gods had a finger in the pie. Pavon frowned. After contemplating for a while, he said slowly, So it's Princess Chrissy. You and your men can come in. As for the rest, they have to be cleared by detection spells before they can enter the city. As you may know, the democalypse has begun, and with the doppelgangers being capable of taking on human form, we have no choice but to take precaution. Chrissy assented. Okay. Pavan chanted an incantation, pointed down with the scepter in his hand, and cast the spell non-human detection. Bright blue light fell down onto the refugees. There was no response from the refugees, but two beams of red light rose from Glicedar and Esramia standing next to Yang Feng. Abyssal fiends! A voice suddenly echoed in the crowd. Eyes filled with horror, the refugees near Yang Feng's group of 3 rushed to flee in all directions. Very quickly, a large empty circle formed around Yang Feng's group of 3, making them very conspicuous. Chrissy drew a sword from her waist, pointed at Yang Feng's group, and barked, "Who are you people?" Atop the city wall, Pavan locked onto Yang Feng's party with his spirit force, ready to recite an incantation and give them a fatal blow at a moment's notice. I am Duke Ian of the Morance Empire, and these two are my concubines of other races. Yang Feng raised the cloaks wrapping them and said haughtily. Both Glicedar and Esramia had employed disguise spells to disguise themselves. From their outer appearance, however, they still looked like rarely seen beautifies. When she heard Yang Feng call her his concubine, Esramia felt resentful, but deep in her heart, there was a touch of joy. Pavan's face suddenly changed. Then he showed a kind smile and said, "So it's you, Duke Ian. Please come in." The Mexican Principality was a lesser state with the Church of the Mexican River as the state religion. It was one of many lesser states located in the chaotic mountains at the junction of the 3 major forces, the Red Earth Wasteland, Titan Empire, and Morance Empire. If placed in the Zalia Divine System's Radiant Church, Pavan, who was the Pope of the Church of the Mexican River, would just be an archbishop rank existence. A lesser state didn't dare to offend a bigwig like Yang Feng. Princess Chrissy looked at Yang Feng from afar, and her beautiful eyes shone with complex light. The gate opened and all the refugees poured into the city. Yang Feng and his party were directly welcomed into the palace of the Mexican Principality. Inside the palace, in a luxurious banquet hall. Within the banquet hall, well-dressed aristocratic man and woman talked with one another in small circles. There was a very handsome young man with short blue hair dressed in a white formal attire surrounded by a dozen beautiful young ladies. The dozen beautiful aristocratic young ladies looked at the young man with adoration in their pretty eyes. "Give it a rest, you guys. Glicedar already has someone he likes. If you want to find a man, why don't you come to me?" A plain-looking young man in a black formal attire with a dissolute aura squeezed next to the handsome young man and smiled at the dozen beautiful aristocratic young ladies lewdly. The dozen beautiful gentlewomen could only smile grudgingly. Staring daggers at the plain-looking young man, they turned and left. Only the plain-looking young man with the dissolute aura and a tall, pretty, very capable-looking young lady with wheat-colored skin tone remained next to the handsome young man. The young man with the dissolute aura scanned the handsome young man with his gaze, and his eyes flickered with envy. "Glicedar, you really deserve to be the god's darling. Not only are you handsome, but at your young age, you're already a legend-rank powerhouse, and you practice magic and martial dual cultivation. Coupled with the popularity you have with women, you're really enviable. I really want to change places with you." Glicedar smiled, his eyes full of enthusiasm. "You don't need to envy me, Gages. Your talent in swordsmanship is 1 in a million. Few people in the Mexican Principality can best you. It's only a matter of time before you become a sacred swordsman. At that time, the both of us joining hands will make the Mexican Principality even stronger." Gages shook his head, then took a glass of red wine, downed it, and smiled faintly. "Really? You're a guy whom nobody can hate." Just then, there was suddenly an uproar at the entrance of the hall. Exuding temptation with each movement, a beautiful woman with long blue hair, snow-white skin, a tall and sexy figure, an oval face, and an extraordinary temperament in a blue evening dress that exposed the chest entered the palace with a bright smile. As soon as the beautiful woman stepped into the palace, under the suppression of her brilliance, The beautiful young ladies in the palace set off her beauty as if supporting characters. Gliced's eyes lit up. He revealed a smile and went to greet the beautiful woman. Glicedar suddenly smiled and said, "Becky, Glicedar and Her Highness Great Princess Ticini are a match made in heaven, right?" The tall, beautiful, capable-looking woman with wheat-colored skin tone and many calluses from training with the sword had her body stiffen and her beautiful eyes dim, and she said with difficulty, "Right, they really are a match made in heaven. The most up-to-date novels are published on freowebnovel.com." At that moment, Yang Feng entered the palace with Esramia and Glicedar. Everyone's gazes were immediately attracted to Esramia and Glicedar, although they used spells to conceal their true identity, but they were still extremely beautiful. And due to the high position they held, they naturally had a dignified and graceful temperament. In particular, Glycedar's every movement carried endless temptation, making so that the men at the banquet stared at her bewitching body, unable to avert their gazes. Apart from succubi, dark elves were the darkness race of the Cangzhi Plane most tempting to men. As the Pope of the Dark Elven Church, Glicedar was proficient in countless seduction techniques, and every movement of hers made people's imagination run wild. Chapter 343, The Democalypse Breaks Out. Chapter 343, The Democalypse Breaks Out. Translator, Xuanhuan. After Yang Feng stepped into the banquet hall along with Esramia and Glicedar, it gave rise to looks of jealousy and envy. More than 90% of men were attracted to the two women, not paying Yang Feng any attention. Glicedar glanced at Yang Feng and frowned, saying, "Who is he?" Ticini's eyes shone brightly, and she uttered with a sweet smile, "He is Duke Ian of the Morance Empire." A grave look in his eyes, Glicedar spoke in a solemn voice, "Duke Ian of the Red Earth Wasteland? That's a fierce character. It is said that his cultivation base is merely at the Archwizard rank. Nevertheless, many legend rank experts met their doom at his hands, and even Great Prince Andre of the Morance Empire lost to him. The Morance Empire's Great Prince Andre was one of the marshals of the Morance Empire most feared by foreign states. Under his command, the southern army of the Morance Empire had more wins than losses, badly beating the Desert Empire, which suffering heavy casualties. The Desert Empire, however, beat up the lesser states like the Mexican Principality, forcing them to pay tribute for years. Glicedar was originally a commoner, but after he stood out during a fierce battle against the Desert Empire, he was nurtured by the church and speedily climbed up to the aristocratic stratum. Glicedar stared at Yang Feng with a look of graveness in his eyes. "That's right, although this fellow is a little weak, but he's indeed a fierce character." The aristocrats in the banquet whispered among themselves, discussing Yang Feng's past deeds. After hearing of Yang Feng's deeds, the aristocrats who coveted Esramia and Glicedar no longer harbored any ill will. If Yang Feng was a commoner, these aristocrats would definitely to set him up. But Yang Feng was a hereditary peer duke of the Morance Empire with a population 10 million people under him, which included numerous experts and powerhouses. He wasn't someone these aristocrats could contend with. His Majesty Archduke, a majestic, white-haired old man escorted by a dozen guards, slowly stepped into the reception hall. As soon as the old man entered the reception hall, he started walking over to Yang Feng and beckoned Ticini. Ticini gave Glicedar an apologetic look and immediately walked towards the old man, a fragrance wafting from her. Glycedar's face fell when he saw this. A glint of humiliation flashed past the abyss of his eyes, and he balled up his fists, veins bulging. Glicedar grabbed Glicedar by the arm and uttered solemnly, "Glicedar, don't be impulsive. There's nothing you can do. You must believe in Her Highness Princess Ticini." Glicedar responded with a somber expression, "I know." The old man came to Yang Feng leading Ticini by the hand and smiled gently at him, saying, "Duke Ian, I am Papillion, the Archduke of the Mexican Principality. Nice to meet you." Yang Feng performed a common aristocratic salute courteously and said in a neutral tone, "Hello, I am Ian. Nice to meet you." Archduke Papillion went on to say with a meaningful smile, "Duke Ian, coming all the way here must have been really taxing. Let me introduce you my most precious daughter, the Mexican Principality's most beautiful jewel, Ticini. You both are young, have a good chat. Ticini made a courtesy, a fascinating smile, a pair of limpid eyes like water. She looked indescribably charming. Hello, Duke Ian. I am Ticini. Yang Feng responded with a polite smile. Hello. Ticini looked at Yang Feng with an expectant look in her pretty eyes, and asked akin a curious girl, Duke Ian, I'm very interested in the miracle city you built in the Red Earth Wasteland. Could you tell me how you managed to build a city there? The Red Earth Wasteland is said to be a place without a drop of water, from where many legendary heroes returned with the tail between their legs. For you to be able to build a city in such an inhospitable environment, that's really amazing. Yang Feng smiled and chatted with Ticini, trying to pry out of her the state of affairs in recent months. Through chatting with Ticini, Yang Feng learned that the situation on the mainland had changed in the second month of his cultivation in the palace of Taboo Lord. The abyssal fiends launched an invasion of the Feisua Plane. They gushed out of planar cracks in the underground world, poured into the surface world in one breath, and unleashed maddened attacks against the two major human empires, the Morance Empire and Titan Empire. As for the Beastman Empire and Elven Empire, the two major empires very strangely didn't suffer any attacks from the abyssal fiends. In the Feisua Plane's history, whenever abyssal fiends gushed out of the abyss linking the 36 primary material planes, they unleashed carnage everywhere and harvested all the souls they could. This was known as the Democalypse by the many races of the Feisua Plane. The source of this content is frioebnovel.com. Yang Feng learned from the information available in the demonic fighting sect that the so-called Democalypse was an offensive launched by the powerful beings of the abyss in order to get fresh souls and stronger subordinates. On the 36 primary material planes, once intelligent life forms died, their souls would have two destinations. One was the netherworld, the other was the divine kingdoms of gods. Souls were extremely precious commodities. The abyss would launch attacks against the 36 primary material planes at set intervals, sending countless abyssal fiends to harvest souls, as well as screening and cultivating stronger powerhouses. According to the research and analysis of the Cangzhi Plane's warlocks, the abyss was the gathering point of the evil force of the 36 primary material planes. Each year, countless demonic creatures were born in the abyss due to the evil force. Although these demonic creatures were strong, but their souls were very weak. They had to devour the souls of other beings in order to be able to evolve. Every time the Democalypse broke out, many demonic creatures would gush out of the abyss, kill all living beings they met, and devour the souls of said living beings in order to evolve to a higher level and gain more strength. The more powerful a demonic creature of the abyss was, the stronger the souls they devour had to be. Therefore, many formidable demonic creatures of the abyss took the initiative to attack the formidable beings of the 36 primary material planes. The souls of gods were their favorite. The souls of gods had evolved to a very high degree, far surpassing other powerhouses of the same rank. If a demonic creature managed to devour the soul of a god, an earth-shaking evolution would take place. In the long history of the Feisua Plane, many gods were devoured by abyssal fiends of the abyss, bringing about the meteoric rise of one abyssal fiend lord after another. During ordinary times, the powerful abyssal fiend lords didn't dare to enter the Feisua Plane at will, as their abyssal demonic power would be suppressed by the Feisua Plane and restrained by the divine power of gods of the Feisua Plane. In the abyss, an abyssal fiend earl could contend with a weak divine power rank god. But on the Feisua Plane, where they would suffer planar suppression and divine power restraint, the abyssal fiend earl could even be slayed by a demigod relying on divine power. During the planar tide, the Feisua Plane greatly suppressed gods. Although the planar tide also suppressed fiends of the abyss, but it also gave abyssal lords the best opportunity to hunt down gods. The Democalypse that was breaking out now was the vanguard of the abyssal lords, who were about to go in themselves, to test the waters of the Feisua Plane. As the gathering point of the evil force of the 36 primary material planes, the abyss birthed countless demonic creatures each year. In the extremely cruel abyss, only great fiend-rank demonic creatures had a bit of status, while fiend lords were the aristocracy. As for the ordinary abyss fiends, even advanced abyss fiends, who were comparable to level 3 warlocks, they were but cannon fodder. Glicedar watched Yang Feng chat with his beloved woman. As if his heart had been bitten by the viper called jealousy. His face turned green, and deep in his eyes shone endless jealousy and anger. Gage frowned, and his eyes flashed with worry. Glicedar, why don't we go over and get to know him? Gliscedar's eyes flickered haughtily, and he uttered pridefully, No, I don't want to go over. He should be the one to come over. Glicedar was a god's darling, a person who was cared by a god. He cultivated until the legend realm before he was 30 years old, and he practiced magic and martial dual cultivation. He was the NR1 genius of the Mexican Principality. In the Mexican Principality, he was the focus of attention. No matter where he went, people would take notice of him, and some would take the initiative to come and make friends with him. This gave rise to arrogance. Frowning, Gage silently drained the glass of wine in his hand and sighed inside. With the continuous rise in status, Glicedar became more and more prideful, no longer listening to the opinions of others. Yang Feng chatted with Ticini for a while, then danced a few dances at her invitation, and then had to continue to deal with the surrounding aristocrats. Although the gazes of aristocrats fell on Esramia and Glicedar from time to time, but none dared to invite them to dance. Yang Feng had a notorious reputation in the Morince Empire. None of the Mexican Principality's aristocrats dared to provoke such a fearsome character. After the banquet was over, Yang Feng took Esramia and Glicedar out of the imperial palace. A court attendant hurriedly caught up to Yang Feng, saying respectfully, Duke Ian, please wait a moment. Yang Feng asked, What is it? The court attendant continued respectfully. His Majesty Archduke has something he wants to talk to you about. Please come with me. Go back and have a rest. Yang Feng scrutinized the court attendant. After confirming that it was the same court attendant that had been standing next to Archduke Mexican during the banquet, he nodded, advised Esramia and Glicedar, and followed the court attendant towards the imperial palace. Chapter 344, A Setup. Chapter 344, A Setup. Translator, Xuanhuan. The attendant took Yang Feng to a palace, then pushed open the door and entered. When Yang Feng stepped into the palace, he saw Ticini's naked body suddenly fly towards him. There was a bloody hole in the place where her heart should be, looking terrifying. No good. I fell into a trap. Yang Feng looked at the body flying over, and his face suddenly fell. An ominous premonition welled up inside him, and his right hand shot towards the attendant. fgaiwebnavuel.com. Only the attendant could prove Yang Feng's innocence. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, the attendant who led Yang Feng to the palace blew apart, and countless pieces splashed about. Ticini! Ian, you beast! I will kill you! From outside the entrance to the palace came Gliced's blood-curdling roar. Yang Feng looked over and saw Glicedar standing at the entrance with bloodshot eyes, looking like a wounded beast. His eyes were overcome with resentment and killing intent. Yang Feng frowned and said solemnly, Mister, it's a misunderstanding. It's a trap. I didn't kill her. Someone is trying to set me up. If I'm not mistaken, the purpose of this plot should be for us to fight each other. Please calm down. Let's work together and find out the real culprit. Princess Ticini was raped and killed by Duke Ian of the Morince Empire. As if right on cue, a palace maid appeared outside the entrance and issued an anguished scream. Gliscedar's eyes flashed fiercely. He suddenly erupted with fearsome legend-rank power, drew his magic sword, and stabbed towards Yang Feng in a river-like sword strike. Yang Feng's eyebrows wrinkled. With a flick of his wrist, a secret treasure sword forged from divine blood steel suddenly appeared in his hand. Unleashing the demonic fighting sword art, he slashed out with multiple sword rays sweeping towards Glicedar. Glicedar's sword art was called Mexican River Secret Sword, and it was created by the god of the Mexican River. Once performed, it was like a long river, endless and powerful. Amid crisp sounds, Yang Feng's sword rays collapsed ceaselessly, forcing him to step back. Yang Feng cultivated magic, extraordinary botany, extraordinary biology, alchemy, and many other methods. Although he had promoted to a great warlock, but in terms of accomplishments in swordsmanship, there was a big gap between him and Glicedar, who delved into swordsmanship. Falling back step by step, the anger in Yang Feng's eyes mounted, and his words became laced with frigid killing intent. I didn't kill that woman. Do you understand speech? Aiming at Yang Feng's key points, each of Gliced's sword strikes contained endless killing intent. Clearly, he would not stop before killing Yang Feng, which in turn gave rise to a frigid killing intent inside Yang Feng. Gliced's bloodshot eyes shimmered with a frenzied killing intent, and he said chilly, Go to hell! I'm going to hack you into 1,000,000 pieces and use your corpse to make an offering to Ticini. In that case, drop dead, asshole. Yang Feng's heart surged with killing intent, and his eyes were gradually overcome with a thick killing intent. He silently recited an incantation, pointed at Gliced, and conjured the level for spell Advanced Disintegrate. Containing boundless killing intent, green magic light capable of disintegrating a great warlock rank expert shot towards Gliced. Gliced's complexion changed dramatically, and he placed the sword to block in front of him in the nick of time. Clang! Along with a crisp sound, Gliced's magic sword that could withstand the sword forged from divine blood steel crumbled into dust, which drifted away in the wind. Gliced's face fell, a dignified glint shone in his maddened eyes, and he gnashed his teeth, saying, A legend rank spell! You reached the legend wizard rank. No wonder you're so rampant as to enact such a fiendish deed as raping and killing Princess Ticini. Experts at the legend wizard rank possessed the fearsome power to threaten the life of Gliced. Therefore, even though he was a god's darling, he would have to give his all in this fight. On the Xuanhuan plane, god's darlings were super geniuses favored by the heavens, and their cultivation speed was far faster than that of ordinary people. However, legend warlocks who managed climb to the peak under the suppression of the weave weren't simple characters either. Many gods' darlings had met their doom at the hands of legend wizards. The source of this content is freewebnovel.com. A large number of fully armed guards poured in from outside, staring at Yang Feng like a tiger watching its prey. Archers raised their bows and aimed at Yang Feng, ready to fire at a moment's notice. Archduke Mohican came in under the escort of countless guards. When he entered the palace, he saw the naked body of Ticini lying in a pool of blood, and tears streamed down his face. He screamed in anguish, Ticini, my precious daughter, my treasure. Oh heavens! Ian, you beast, why have you done this to my daughter? You scum! Why? Kill him! Kill this beast! At the command of Archduke Mohican, the archers immediately fired hundreds of arrows shooting towards Yang Feng in a rain of arrows, giving him no chance to explain himself. Of the hundreds of arrows, 2 were special magic arrows laced with terrific firmament knight rank chi, their might fearsome. If they made a misstep, even legend rank experts would be severely injured or even killed by such an arrow. In that case, it seems that I am forced to become somebody else's knife. I'll send you to the netherworld to repent. A fierce glint flashed past Yang Feng's eyes, and he unleashed the level 4 spell dragon might in an instant. With him as the center, a boundless, fearsome dragon might spread in all directions. Under the crushing impact of the dragon might, Archduke Mohican, who was an ordinary person, fell to his knees with a look of fear on his face. Of the hundreds of guards escorting Archduke Mohican, the faces of more than 95% of the guards fell. Trembling and holding their weapons unsteadily, they knelt on the ground. Only the few Sky Knight rank experts and upwards managed to stand still and resist the fearsome dragon might by urging their chi. This is dragon might. Ian, you dragon hybrid. Die! Gliced's eyes shimmered ferociously. He silently recited an incantation, and a mysterious divine rune emerged on his forehead. For a split second, he seemed to be connected with a vast and mighty existence, and terrifying divine power spread through his body. Sword of the Mohican River. Brilliant divine might gushed out of the mysterious divine rune on his forehead and condensed into an earth-yellow, 6-meter-long sword that seemed to have waves roiling atop it. Fearsome divine might spread from the earth-yellow sword, as if it was condensed from the power of a god. Black Dragon Morph. Yang Feng's face fell, and he unleashed the ultimate secret method recorded in Black Dragon Morph at once. A copious amount of black dragon force as well as terrific power of black dragon bloodline poured out of the taboo bead. Rumble. In a split second, Yang Feng traced back to the bloodline source and transformed into a 50 meters long ancient black dragon covered in black scales, exuding a fearsome ancient dragon might. Yang Feng's avatar, the ancient black dragon, opened its ferocious maw and belched a terrifying ancient dragon breath shooting towards the earth-yellow sword. After his transformation into an ancient black dragon, Yang Feng's strength reached quasi-starry sky warlock boundary. The might of the dragon breath he belched was 4 times as great as when in his human form. The sword of Mexican River suddenly erupted and turned into a beam of earth-yellow light that instantly slashed at the black dragon breath, slicing it in twine. Sliced in twine, the black dragon breath landed amid the crowd of guards and raised fearsome black flames. Amid the black flames, the few experts of the Mexican Principality who stood straight despite the dragon might were turned into ashes. As long as they entered in contact with a trace of the dragon breath, the rest of the guards were burned to ashes. The Archduke of the Mexican province was turned into ashes under the power of the black dragon breath. After it sliced the black dragon breath, the sword of the Mexican River shrank, and its might was reduced by more than half. However, it still slashed at Yang Feng's avatar, the black dragon, slicing open his black dragon scales and flesh, nearly slicing his neck off. As a copious amount of blood sprayed out of the neck of Yang Feng's avatar, the ancient black dragon, Yang Feng grabbed the sword of the Mexican River before it could behead him and crushed it. When he crushed the sword of the Mexican River, Yang Feng sent a claw tearing through the void. Face pale, Glicedar placed his sword horizontally in front of him and fell back speedily. The sword of the Mexican River was the strongest sword move he mastered, yet he still didn't manage to kill Yang Feng. He was now in a weakened state. Yang Feng's claw arrived lightning fast and grabbed Glicedar by the arm. A fierce glint flashed past his eyes. He squeezed hard and erupted with dragon force in a flash, breaking Gliced's bones. Chapter 345, Ambush. Chapter 345, Ambush. Translator, Xuanhuan. Stop, you beast! At that moment, Becky's eyes shimmered with anxiety. She bellowed, and fired an arrow laced with green chi shooting towards Yang Feng's eye like a shooting star. Yang Feng brandished his wings and easily blocked the green arrow. At the same time, he opened his huge maw and belched a dragon breath. No! When Becky saw this, she uttered a heart-wrenching scream. The fearsome dragon breath engulfed Glicedar in an instant, and black flames swallowed the peerless genius of the Mexican Principality and burned him to ashes. I've been had. When Yang Feng's avatar, the ancient black dragon, swept out with his perception, he clearly felt frightening fluctuations of power spreading from the temple of the god of the Mexican River. The temple had clearly been alarmed. Human experts hiding in the city flocked towards the temple. Yang Feng looked up, and his eyes glimmered with an unruly glint. There's no room for retreat at this stage. I might as well come up with a way to annex this principality. In any case, the planar tide has started, and the control the gods in the starry sky hold over the secular world has been weakening frantically. They should be helpless by now. This will come as a great surprise to the backstage manipulator. On the road leading to a manor outside the imperial palace, a carriage forged ahead. Inside the carriage sat the 2 extremely beautiful women, Esramia and Glicedar. Dispatched to protect the 2 women by Archduke Mexican, 10 cavalrymen escorted the carriage on both sides. Halt! Suddenly, a group of armed warriors emerged from both sides of the road. The leader of the bunch, who donned a magic armor, pointed at the coachman with the magic sword in his hand and barked. Crossbow bolts were fired at the 10 cavalrymen, shooting them full of holes. The coachman pulled the reins and the carriage stopped, eyes overcome with fear. The leader, donned in magic armor, said in a husky voice, "Please come down, ladies." Glicedar and Esramia soon alighted the carriage. freewebnovel.cm. The leader went on to say in a husky voice, "Please come with us, ladies. If you cooperate, we can guarantee your safety." "Who are you people? Why have you intercepted us? What do you want?" One hand holding her skirt, the other covering her chest, eyes full of panic, Glicedar looked the part of a pitiful, lovable, fragile beauty that could arouse and excite men to the core. Bathed in moonlight, Glicedar looked even more seductive and pitiable. The ordinary warriors behind the leader donned in magic armor stared at Glicedar's curvaceous and exquisite body with greed in their eyes. The leader uttered in a hoarse voice, "What we want doesn't concern you. All you have to do is to come with us." Glicedar smiled sweetly. Shedding all pretenses, she showed a smile of curiosity. "That's odd. I've used charm spells, so why aren't you fighting amongst yourselves? Could it be that you aren't humans, and therefore are more resistant to charm spells?" The leader's heart surged with an ominous premonition, and he roared, "Catch them! If they resist, you have permission to cripple them." Hundreds of heavily armed warriors suddenly erupted and pounced towards Glicedar and Esramia. It's no use. Threads of darkness." Glicedar's pretty face surged with a flush. She revealed a flirtatious smile and waved her lily-white hand. Strangely, darkness power surged towards her hand and then spread about in the form of black threads. Illuminated by the moonlight, the black threads interwove and sparkled, slicing the lower bodies of the hundreds of fully armed warriors into fragments as if the sharpest blades. Copious amounts of blood splashed and scattered all over the ground. Almost instantly, the lower bodies of the hundreds of warriors were cut into pieces, and the remaining upper bodies fell to the ground, issuing miserable wails. New Unveiled chapters are published on freewebnovel.com. Bathed by the moonlight, the countless warriors lying in a sea of blood and screaming tragically painted a picture of hell. As she smiled enchantingly, black light enveloped Glicedar's delicate body. She looked like a seductive witch treading in the darkness. When she saw this scene, Esramia's eyes flashed with unwillingness, yet she kept quiet. As the great elven monarch, she wasn't some innocent elf who had never seen the world. She knew that she could not be compassionate towards her enemies. A look of fear in his eyes, the leaded donned in a magic armor suddenly slashed at Glicedar with the magic sword in his hand. Glicedar strangely disappeared and then reappeared behind the leader, and tore off the helmet of the magic armor. Beneath the helmet was a pale, handsome face. Glicedar grabbed the leader by the neck and pried open his mouth, revealing fangs specific to kindred. As Glicedar held the kindred by the neck, her eyes revealed a look of excitement, and she said with a sweet smile, "So you're a kindred. Unlike these vampire scum, you are an advanced kindred, level 3 warlock rank. Interesting. It seems that my master has gotten himself involved in your plot. How interesting. You were fishing and caught a big whale." It was at this moment that Glicedar felt the fearsome dragon might that gushed out of the imperial palace. Glicedar sighed with regret. "I was going to showcase you my skills and let you have a taste of the punishments of dark elves. Unfortunately, Master is in trouble now, so I can only send you on your way to hell." A black thread difficult to make out with the naked eyes flashed, and the advanced kindred was beheaded. Black threads flickered, and the sounds of blades reaping lives reverberated in the area. The hundreds of struggling vampires were turned into countless fragments by the frightening black threads. Glicedar blurred into motion and rushed towards the source of the dragon might. Esramia blurred into motion and rushed after Glicedar. "Ian, what happened?" When she reached the imperial palace, Esramia saw Yang Feng transformed into an ancient black dragon bleeding profusely from a gash opened on his neck, and she could not help asking. Earth-yellow divine power surged around the gash on Yang Feng's neck, hindering its recovery. Yang Feng said briefly, "I was set up by someone. The other party framed me and made of me the culprit who raped and murdered Princess Ticini, forcing me to have a tough battle with a legend-rank powerhouse." Esramia frowned and asked, "What do we do now? Do we leave this place?" Esramia didn't believe that Yang Feng raped and murdered Princess Ticini. If he was really as lustful as rumors suggest, then she and Glicedar would not be able to keep their purity. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly as he spoke frigidly. "If we leave now, won't that favor the backstage manipulator? Follow me. Let's go and uproot the temple of the god of the Mexican River and then annex the Mexican Principality. Anyway, the planar tide has already begun, so gods have no time to deal with such trivial matters. Originally, Yang Feng didn't intend to annex the Mexican principality. But since things have played out this way, he didn't mind showing his fangs and annex the Mexican principality. After he reached the Great Warlock boundary, even with the taboo text, it was very difficult for him to continue to evolve in the Cangzhi Plane due to the suppression of the planar laws. Here, ascension to godhood was the right path of evolution. An ascension to godhood required a huge believer base and a vast territory. If there was no planar tide, Yang Feng could only slowly manage the Red Earth Wasteland and Funes province. But since the planar tide was here, it was very difficult for gods in the starry sky to interfere in the secular world. This was his best chance. Yang Feng could guess that now that the planar tide arrived, that all sorts of unsavory characters, hidden throughout the Cangzhi Plane, would emerge out of their lairs in order to ascend to godhood. Glicedar watched Yang Feng with her beautiful eyes sparkling with anticipation. The corners of her mouth rose and her eyes overflowed with intoxication. "That's great! This is how my master should be." Dark elves worshipped the strong. Only an expert like Yang Feng, who seized every opportunity to develop himself, could be the object of Gleicedar's admiration and the person she was willing to follow. Startled, Esramia gave Yang Feng a deep look. For the first time, she saw a man who had no respect for gods, and she couldn't help but wonder, is he not a fanatic of the goddess of the weave? Then how come he's so disdainful of gods? "Let's go." Yang Feng blurred into motion and rushed towards the temple of the god of the Mexican River. As long as the temple was destroyed, Yang Feng's group of 3 would have no match in the Mexican principality. Chapter 346, Killing Pavon. Chapter 346, Killing Pavon. This content is taken from fgariwebnavio.com. Translator, Xuanhuan. The temple of the god of the Mexican River was located in the center of the Mexican city. Tens of meters tall, it was the most magnificent edifice in the Mexican city, looking like it was the heart of the city. At this moment, resplendent light converged on the huge temple, forming a powerful divine power barrier around the huge temple. Numerous experts of the Mexican Empire converged towards the temple of the god of Mexican River. Yang Feng's avatar, the huge ancient black dragon, flapped its wings and flew into midair, opened its ferocious maw, and belched a fearsome ancient black dragon breath barreling towards the temple. Reciting prayers, shrouded in a sacred glow, floating midair, and golden rays glittering in his eyes, Pope Pavon seemed like he didn't belong in the secular world. He pointed with the scepter in his hand and conjured the level 4 divine spell protection of the god of the Mexican River. Earth-yellow divine power shot out of the temple and formed a powerful earth-yellow barrier. When Yang Feng's frightening dragon breath slammed into the earth-yellow, it burned and eroded the barrier frantically. The fearsome dragon force of an ancient black dragon fought ceaselessly against the divine power of the god of the Mexican River contained in the earth-yellow barrier, raising ripples in the barrier and almost bringing it to the verge of collapse. Within the temple, hundreds of official priests and bishops, as well as candidate priests who came to the temple, knelt on the ground and piously recited prayers, their faith, power, and strength pouring into the temple and strengthening the barrier. Pavon's gaze congealed, and he questioned loudly, "Ian, why are you attacking the temple of the god of the Mexican River? I suspect that the temple of the god of the Mexican River is in collusion with other races. Stop your resistance, lay down your arms, and let me inspect the temple. If you aren't in collusion with other races, then I will let you be. If you continue to resist, then today is the day you traitors of humanity die." Yang Feng's avatar, the ancient black dragon, overlooked the temple. Eyes flashing with frigid light, he opened his maw and belched a dragon breath. Once again, it landed on the powerful earth-yellow barrier, burning and raising ripples in the barrier. "Ian, you're the traitor of humanity who colluded with other races. You bastard, you not only raped and murdered Her Highness Princess Ticini, but you also murdered His Majesty Archduke, and now you want to deceive us. For your crimes, you deserve to die 10,000 times over. On behalf of the great god of the Mexican River, I will annihilate you, you traitor of humanity, you damn heretic." Anger shimmered in Pavon's eyes. With a flip of his wrist, An earth-yellow plate covered in terrific divine power barely the size of a fist appeared in his hand. Alarm sounded in his mind when Yang Feng saw the earth-yellow plate. The extraordinary ancient black dragon rank perception warned him that the earth-yellow plate contained terrific power, and even though he possessed frightening quasi-starry sky warlock rank power after the transformation, he would die if he was even a little careless. Yang Feng belched an ancient dragon breath, which slammed into the huge earth-yellow shield. Agayuyobinovel.com. Praying with a pious look on his face, Pavon pointed at Yang Feng. Mighty god of the Mexican River Magina, your most devoted followers are calling out to you. Please give us strength to purify the evil in front of us. Space twisted, and a vast divine might emerged from the void. Clearly, in the distant void, the god of the Mexican River Magina responded to Pavon's call. In response to Pavon's prayers, a beam of earth-yellow light containing frightening divine might crossed the endless void and entered the earth-yellow plate, the demigod rank armament plate of the Mexican River. The demigod rank armament plate of the Mexican River lit up with mysterious and profound runes containing the power of law. An earth-yellow river gushed out of the plate of the Mexican River and roiled towards Yang Feng's avatar, the ancient black dragon. Yang Feng opened his ferocious maw and belched an ancient dragon breath, which slammed into the earth-yellow river like a shooting star. The earth-yellow river roiled and easily wrapped around the ancient dragon breath and devoured it. Next, it turned into a fearsome flood and engulfed Yang Feng's avatar, the ancient black dragon. The earth-yellow river contained frightening power of law as well as formidable divine power, and it severed Yang Feng's connection with the vigor of heaven and earth, making it so he could not use it to cast powerful spells. A terrifying corrosive force gushed out of the earth-yellow river and frantically eroded Yang Feng's avatar, the ancient black dragon, as blisters arose atop the dragon scales. The plate of the Mexican River was a demigod rank armament the god of the Mexican River Magina forged after ascending to godhood. Using their tremendous divine power, they cut off a tributary of the Mexican River. Then, with the help of their divine power and by pouring their understanding of the law of water into it, they finally forged this demigod rank armament. This plate of the Mexican River was a treasure that guarded the temple of the god of the Mexican Rives for ages, its might boundless. Amid sounds of prayers, faith power gushed out of the temple and sank into the earth-yellow river. Within the earth-yellow river, Yang Feng flapped his wings and struggled hard, yet he could not break away from the river. He felt acute pain in his eyes, and the ancient black dragon scales started to slowly get eroded by the earth-yellow river. The earth-yellow river was made from a tributary of the Mexican River. It contained the divine power of the god of the Mexican River, and it possessed the uncanny ability to cut off the connection between experts and the vigor of heaven and earth. Even if it was a demigod rank expert, they would be devoured within a short period of time once they were swept into the earth-yellow river. Yang Feng's avatar, the ancient black dragon, had strong resistance, which could barely support him. But if things continued the way they were, it was just a matter of time before he was devoured by the earth-yellow river. Esramia stood quietly atop a branch of a big tree. With a complicated look in her eyes, she swept Yang Feng struggling midair inside the earth-yellow river with her gaze. She took a deep breath. Her eyes shimmered solemnly, and she took out the sun bow and aimed at Pavon. Resplendent power of the sun frantically entered the sun bow. Suddenly, like a bolt of lightning, a resplendent beam of sunlight shot towards Pavon, and in an instant, slammed into the protection of the god of the Mexican River barrier. The fearsome sunlight suddenly erupted and shot a fist-sized hole into the barrier and collapsed. Dark elven assassination arrow. Almost at the same time, a black arrow containing profound and frightening darkness power shot through the fist-sized hole and silently pierced into Pavon's forehead, running through his head. How could this be? A final thought flashed through Pavon's head. Then he trembled and collapsed to the ground. The demigod rank armament plate of the Mexican River fell on the ground. When the faith power lost its target, Pavon, it immediately scattered. The earth-yellow river that firmly held Yang Feng reversed its flow and entered the demigod rank armament plate of the Mexican River. No longer able to maintain the ancient black dragon form, Yang Feng was forced to return to his human form. After Yang Feng returned to human form, A horrifying sword wound extended from his left side of the neck towards the right side, as if trying to slice open his neck. A lot of blood gushed out of the wound and dyed his body red, looking miserable. Bizarre divine power filled the wound and hindered its healing. Yang Feng downed a dozen or so vials of potions in a row. At the same time, the liquid metal nano-robots frantically operated and dispelled the divine power, albeit very slowly. The divine power of the god of the Mexican River was of a very high grade, yet without the support of its master, it still could not resist Yang Feng's fearsome life force. Once he returned to his original form, Yang Feng blurred into motion and quickly rushed towards the plate of the Mexican River. A shadow suddenly erupted and rushed towards the plate of the Mexican River in a stream of black light. The shadow slammed into the protection of the god of the Mexican River barrier, and earth-yellow divine power engulfed it, burning frantically. At the same time, black smoke rose from the flames burning atop the shadow. Miserable screams escaped the shadow. The shadow erupted with bloody energy in a flash, enabling it to break away from the barrier. A black arrow ran through the shadow and nailed it to the ground. Darkness power spread throughout its body, binding the shadow. When Yang Feng reached the barrier, he parted his lips and belched a dragon breath shooting towards the barrier. Without Pavon taking charge, the power of the temple could not be channeled, and Yang Feng's dragon breath easily burned a big hole in the barrier. Chapter 347, The God of the Mexican River Magina. Chapter 347, The God of the Mexican River Magina. Translator, Xuanhuan. After he entered the barrier, Yang Feng grabbed the demigod rank armament plate of the Mexican River. When the plate fell into his hands, it erupted with a frightening force of rejection, burning his right hand. The unbearable pain forced him to throw the plate on the ground. If touched by people who didn't have the permission of their master, many owned demigod and god rank armaments would produce a force of rejection, forbidding said people from touching them. Yang Feng silently chanted an incantation and flicked his wrist. As if it had a life of its own, a slip of dragon parchment with countless sealing runes written on it using dragon blood shot towards the plate of the Mexican River, wrapped around it and sealed it. Yang Feng beckoned, and the plate wrapped in dragon parchment flew into his hand. He put into a storage ring. A mage hand grabbed Pavon's scepter and put it into his storage ring as well. Pavon's scepter was a legend rank treasure. It was rather useful to Yang Feng. His eyes shifted and fell on the shadow nailed to the ground by Glicedar. Glicedar smiled sweetly and waved her lily-white hand, and black threads sharp as blades cut the shadow nailed to the ground, revealing the figure of a handsome kindred with fangs in their mouth. Yang Feng swept the kindred nailed to the ground with his gaze and uttered, "An advanced kindred. It seems that the Mexican principality was really infiltrated." Glicedar waved her hand, and black threads wrapped around the lower body of the captured kindred and shredded it to pieces. Yang Feng's heart suddenly stirred, and he unleashed a secret method recorded in the taboo text. With a gentle touch of his finger, the kindred's blood flew out of its pieces and entered his finger. How amazing! Even with the person presiding over it dead, the barrier still stands. Nevertheless, without someone presiding over it, the barrier isn't much. Yang Feng looked at the huge barrier that enveloped the temple, sneered, and stabbed with his hand into it. A fearsome force erupted from the barrier and resisted Yang Feng's intrusion. The huge barrier was made from divine power. Apart from darkness divine power, the other types of divine power were the bane of races using darkness power, which was why the barrier was so destructive to the kindred. Although this barrier was very resistant to Yang Feng who used dragon force, but it didn't exhibit the fearsome destructive power it did to the kindred. When he stabbed with his hand into the barrier, he operated a secret method recorded in the black dragon morph and turned his right hand into a dragon claw. He silently recited an incantation, and mysterious and profound runes poured into the barrier from his dragon claw. Suddenly, cracks appeared in the barrier and extended in various directions, and then the barrier collapsed. A look of horror flashed through Esramia's pretty eyes. What magic is this? How can it destroy the barrier protecting a temple so quickly? The barrier protecting a temple used the large faith power reserves in the temple as well as the faith power of the clergy praying in the temple. In general, it was necessary for many experts to toil day and night and consume the power of the barrier to be able to destroy the barrier protecting a temple. Before destroying the barrier, no one would dare to enter the barrier protecting a temple and fight with the temple's experts inside. Even if it was a demigod rank powerhouse, they would be suppressed if they entered before destroying the barrier. After he got the taboo text, Yang Feng learned a formidable secret method to break divine power barriers. New Unveiled chapters are published on freewebnovel.co. When the barrier was broken, Yang Feng strode towards the main temple of the god of the Mexican River with frigid killing intent in his eyes. As long as the temple of the god of the Mexican River was destroyed, then no one in the Mexican Principality would be able to stop Yang Feng. He could transfer 5,000 warriors from the Red Earth Wasteland and easily annex the Mexican Principality. This was the difference between being a lord and a loner. If Yang Feng was a loner, he could only cut a sorry figure and flee when he was set up. Otherwise, even if he killed Glicedar and destroyed the temple of the god of the Mexican River, he would not be able to take control of the state, and would have to shoulder the reputation of a rapist and murderer nonetheless. But as the lord of the Red Earth Wasteland, if he annexed the Mexican Principality, what he said would go. He could pin the crime of rape and murder on anyone he wanted. Yang Feng wanted to use force to break this ploy. As long as he annexed the Mexican Principality, no matter what the ploy of the backstage manipulator was, he would easily break it. A blue-haired and blue-eyed beautiful woman exuding a pure and holy aura in a snow-white clergy robe that could not mask the fine curves of her figure slowly walked out of the main temple. Her blue hair cascaded over her shoulders like a waterfall. The beautiful woman exuding a pure and holy aura slowly spoke in a gentle tone. "Duke Ian, I am Kath, a holy maiden serving the god of the Mexican River. Please hear me out." Yang Feng extended his hand, and a sword forged from divine blood steel appeared in his hand. He said indifferently, "I think that there's nothing to talk about at this point, right?" Kath frowned before saying in a gentle tone, "No, what happened was a plot. Someone instigated us, Duke Ian. They hatched a ploy to have us fight amongst ourselves. Please calm down. Don't fall for the tricks of the other party." Yang Feng responded with cold indifference. "I know that this is a ploy, that someone set me up. However, things still reached this point. It is an indisputable fact that Archduke Mexican and Pope Pavon died because of me. Do you think that I would let you believe that you abandoned your hatred, and let you live only to have you oppose me?" Although Yang Feng didn't know that Glicedar was a god's darling of the god of the Mexican River, but he was aware that there had to be a connection between the young legend-rank genius and the god of the Mexican River, since the former was able to employ powerful divine methods. Glicedar was definitely a very important chess piece arranged by the god of the Mexican River in the Mexican Principality. For Yang Feng to kill this chess piece, the god of the Mexican River would never leave the matter at that. Kath sighed gloomily. "Duke Ian, although we are very unwilling, but we will still let go of this hatred. This is a divine decree of the mighty god of the Mexican River." A divine decree. Yang Feng's eyes glimmered with a peculiar light. On the Xuanhuan plane, divine decrees were orders that believers could not disobey, carrying even more weight than the orders of emperors. After their believers died, if a god had a divine country, then they could receive their believers into their divine country, and let the souls of their believers be reborn in their divine country. The fear of death made the believers of the gods extremely devout. Of course, ordinary believers didn't know that many weaker gods didn't have their own divine country, and as such could not receive their believers into their divine country. The promises of such gods were but empty words. Kath took out a statue of the god of the Mexican River, who had short blue hair and a sword in his hand and donned an earth-yellow armor, from her bosom and placed it on the ground. The statue of the god of the Mexican River lit up with earth-yellow light. The space midair twisted, and a vast and fearsome divine might emerged from the void. A beam of earth-yellow light gushed out of the void and entered the statue. The chaotic divine power inside the temple became orderly and formed a barrier that blocked any prying. Yang Feng's face fell. He silently stared at the idol, a look of graveness in his eyes. The power inside the idol rose steadily until it reached the pinnacle level 3 warlock rank. Shrouded by the earth-yellow light, the idol seemed to come to live, and copious amounts of light formed a life-sized body. "Greetings, my lord." Kath paid her respects and prostrated herself in front of the god of the Mexican River, full of piety and reverence. "Petty mortal, why aren't you paying your respects to me?" Overlooking Yang Feng, a frightening divine might spread from the god of the Mexican River Magina, and his voice reverberated in the area as if thunder. His eyes were filled with dignified, golden light. Magina was a genuine feeble divine power rank god. His divine might was genuine as well, surpassing even dragon might. When the two women Esramia and Glicedar, hidden far away in the woods, felt his divine might, their pretty faces changed, and they trembled. In front of gods, all mortal creatures had to be humble. This was an iron rule of the Cangzhi Plane. No matter the race, this idea was instilled in people from an early age. Esramia and Glicedar were bigwigs of the Cangzhi Plane's secular world, yet they still tremble unconsciously when they felt the divine might. Chapter 348, Archduke Ian. Chapter 348, Archduke Ian. Translator, Zayamoch. Yang Feng replied in a neither servile nor overbearing way. "I am a duke of the Morince Empire. The one I believe in is the mighty goddess of the weave." The god of the Mexican River Magina glanced at Yang Feng and spoke in an aloof tone of voice. "I know what happened here. Darkness creatures set you up in an attempt to borrow your hand to eliminate my god's darling Glicedar. You can leave now. I'm going to clear your name and have them forget the hatred." Yang Feng's eyes flashed with contempt, and he sneered, "Magina, you are too naive. I just have to get rid of your temple, and the Mexican principality will fall into my hands. Now that I braved such a big risk and am just a step short from annexing the Mexican principality, you want me to let things go? Mortal, you've got guts. Do you want to anger a mighty god?" Magina was furious upon hearing that, and a boundless and fearsome divine might spread out of him and swept towards Yang Feng like a wave. Yang Feng sneered, "Gods must not directly interfere in the affairs of the secular world, or they will be punished. This is stipulated in the Treaty of the Gods. Magina, the Iman Principality has been destroyed, and the temple of the god of Iman Springs has been flattened by the Hansen family of the Morince Empire. I already killed your god's darling Glicedar, so how can you punish me now? As stipulated in the Treaty of the Gods, gods could not directly interfere with the secular world. However, they still had the means to intervene in the secular world, namely through their churches in the secular world. In their churches, experts were as common as flies. In the Morince Principality's civil war, the experts of the churches didn't help either side. If the experts of the churches came to support either side, the other side would have no chance to win, and even with Yang Feng's help, the result would not change. The Church of the Mexican Principality was very weak, and its strongest member, Pope Pavon, was already defeated by Yang Feng. Now, no one in the Principality had the strength to contend with Yang Feng. This was the best time for him to annex the Mexican Principality. Naturally, he wouldn't give it up so easily. Magina's eyes glimmered with dignity. He got off of his high horse and abandoned his godlike tone of voice, and said indifferently, "Ian, it seems that I belittled you. Not bad. I really can't punish you at the moment. However, once the time is ripe, I will come to the secular world in person. I can employ demigod rank strength during the planar tide. Killing you by then won't be a problem. If you dare to destroy my church, I'll kill everyone dear to you." Yang Feng's gaze congealed, a dignified look in his eyes. Staring at Magina, he sank into his thoughts. Apart from gods born from the union between gods and gods who picked up a godhead and got a divine country by luck, the rest of the gods were consummate geniuses who reached their position by climbing to the top one step at a time. Before Magina became the god of the Mexican River, he was also a consummate genius and a legendary hero in the region of the Mexican River. He was a powerhouse famous in the whole Cangzhi Plane. The planar tide had already begun, so the gods in the starry sky were free to act. Some gods would send their clones, while others would hole up inside their divine countries, yet others would descend into the secular world with their true bodies in order to gain more faith power. fighting desperately in order to expand their belief and strength. Once Mecha went to the secular world with his true body, even if he could only employ demigod rank strength, his strength would still be far beyond that of the pinnacle demigod rank great elven monarch Esramia. Yang Feng mused for a while. His eyes flickered with a chilly glint, and he uttered coldly, "Mecha, if you come to the secular world with your true body, you'll only be able to use demigod rank strength, and if you die, you'll die for good. As for demigod rank experts, if I'm willing to pay the price, I can still kill them. After all, there are demigod rank experts among my subordinates as well." A lie detection divine spell landed on Yang Feng, yet there was no red light standing for lies rising from him. A dignified look shimmered in Mecha's eyes. For gods, it was most dangerous to go to the secular world with their true body during the planar tide. If you killed a god's true body, you could plunder the extremely precious godhead inside the true body, which could let a legend rank powerhouse speedily become a demigod and then finally evolve into a god. Mecha was a feeble divine power rank god, which was the bottom of the barrel when it came to gods. Such a god was the best target to hunt down. Visit frioubnovel.co for the BST novel reading experience. Mecha pondered for a moment before compromising. "I think that we should cooperate. I can let the Mexican Principality obey your rule, but you have to safeguard my belief and church in the Mexican Principality." Yang Feng secretly loosened a sigh of relief, yet said without batting an eye, "It seems like I'll suffer a loss if we do things this way." Mecha stared at Yang Feng with golden light glimmering in his eyes and asked, "What do you think of Kath?" Yang Feng praised, "A very good woman." Although Kath was not as beautiful as great elven monarch Esramia, but she was already at the apex of beauty when it came to humans. Besides, her pure and gentle temperament gave people a very comfortable feeling. Mecha spoke indifferently. "She is the most remarkable holy maiden I have ever had. If groomed well, she can reach the legend rank. I can give her to you as an alliance gift. When I come to the secular world with my true body, we'll join hands and expand our power together. How about it?" Yang Feng contemplated for a while, then uttered decisively, "Fine. However, I want you to cut off the connection with her. Even if you're an ally, I still don't want to be watched by you at all the times." Now that the planar tide had arrived, powerhouses of countless planes have poured into the Feisua plane. The gods in the starry sky were eager to take action, each with their own plan. The calm of hundreds of thousands of years that pervaded the Feisua plane was about to be broken. All the top powers knew that chaos was about to ensue. The chaotic age of gods walking the secular world was nigh. In this age, the gods who stood above the stars and virtually never fell might fall. As long as you killed a god and seized their godhead and belief, you could ascend to godhood and become a genuine god in the future. Mecha spoke indifferently. "All right. However, I have bad news to tell you. An abyssal fiend core is currently heading your way. It will be here in about 2 hours. You still have 2 hours to prepare." Yang Feng's face fell. "What? An abyssal fiend core?" In general, an abyssal fiend core contained 100,000 odd fiends. Of the 100,000 fiends, 90,000 were abyssal demonic servants below the level 1 warlock rank. The remaining 10,000 were junior to advanced abyssal fiend rank experts. Every abyssal fiend corps contained a commander as well as 5 vice-commanders, all of whom were great fiend rank experts. In theory, an abyssal fiend corps had the power to destroy the Mexican Principality. Now that the Archduke and the peerless genius Glicedar were dead, the burden of guarding the Mexican Principality was placed on Yang Feng's shoulders. Yang Feng's heart was stirred, and he tightly creased his eyebrows. So this was the plot of the darkness races. Their original intention was to force me out of here. Without me here, an abyssal fiend corps would be enough to raise the Mexican Principality. Yang Feng glanced at Mecha and mused. No wonder this fellow compromised so quickly. It was due to the threat of the abyssal fiend corps. He didn't want all the people in the Mexican Principality to die. Yang Feng suddenly asked, "Mecha, the Archduke was a descendant of yours, and he died at my hands. You don't harbor any resentment for that?" Mecha replied indifferently. "There is indeed a blood relationship, but that blood relationship is too distant. I have no emotional sentiment towards him. With a wave of Magina's hand, the soundproofing barrier collapsed. Magina swept Kath kneeling on the ground and ordered indifferently. Kath, from today on, you are no longer my holy maiden, but a woman who serves Ian. You must obey his orders and serve him just like you served me. You are no longer allowed to pray to me. Understood? The holy maiden of the temple was nothing more than a prop in Magina's eyes. If this prop was used in exchange for the alliance with Yang Feng, then he believed it to be more than worth it. Kath's beautiful eyes glimmered with astonishment. Her mind shook, her body trembled, and her face turned pale white, looking as if the sky had collapsed. After a long period of silence, she clenched her white teeth and spoke in a gentle voice that carried a trace of sadness. Yes, I will obey your will, my lord. Abyssal fiends are about to arrive at the Mexican Principality. Ian's rape and murder allegations were all a ploy of darkness creatures. Now, in my power as the god of the Mexican River Magina, I appoint Ian as the new Archduke of the Mexican Principality. All my believers must obey his orders. Unite under his banner to fight against the abyssal fiends and annihilate the darkness creatures inside the principality. Boundless and terrifying divine might spread throughout the Mexican city, and Magina's voice reverberated in the minds of his believers. Chapter 349 Abyssal Fiend Core. Chapter 349 Abyssal Fiend Core. Translator, Xuanhuan. I obey my lord's divine decree. Magina's believers within the Mexican city knelt on the ground with tearful eyes and uttered full of piety and reverence. In the Mexican Principality, most people believed in the god of the Mexican River Magina, yet most of them never saw his face or heard his voice throughout their life. Now that they heard their god personally issue a divine decree, they were overcome with excitement. Yang Feng sighed inside. A sentence reversed the situation completely. That's how a god should be. If Yang Feng led his army to occupy the Mexican Principality, he would have to employ various methods, including murder, and have to spend several years to even more than a decade to be able to capture the hearts and minds of the people. A sentence from Magina had Yang Feng won the hearts and minds of the people of the Mexican Principality. This was the fearsome power of faith. Magina turned his gaze towards Yang Feng and said solemnly, "Take out the scepter of the Mexican River and plate of the Mexican River." Yang Feng smiled. With a flick of his wrist, the scepter and plate appeared in his hand. Magina waved his hand, and the scepter of the Mexican River suddenly flew into the temple and landed beside an archbishop. Magal, I appoint you as the new pope of my church. A tremendous voice filled the temple. Thank you very much, my lord. I will serve you with all my strength and spread your glory throughout the land. The archbishop knelt on the ground and gently kissed the scepter, eyes tearful and full of excitement. Inside the temple, the clergymen looked at the archbishop with envy and jealousy in their eyes. As someone was appointed pope by the god, no one could question his authority. The plate of the Mexican River flew to the center of the temple. The right hand of Magina's idol released earth-yellow light that entered a young guard of 18 years of age or so. Mikel, I appoint you as the captain of the apologetic. The young guard had merely a great knight rank cultivation base. However, when the earth-yellow light entered his body, the power of a divine descendant bloodline hidden inside him was stimulated, and a frightening power permeated him and promoted him to a star knight rank expert. Thank you very much, my lord. I will serve you with all my strength and spread your glory as your sword. Filled with excitement, Mikel knelt on the ground and uttered in a loud, trembling voice. Watching this scene through the spell magic eye, Yang Feng praised, Divine descendant bloodline, divine chosen, is he the one you really chose? Magina easily made the temple of the god of the Mexican River gain 2 powerhouses. Besides, Yang Feng could tell that Michael's potential was much greater than Kisad's. With a bit of nurture, Mikel would definitely surpass Kisad in terms of strength. Yang Feng spoke. Michael's potential is much greater than Kisad's. Why haven't you groomed him earlier? If he had risen a few years earlier, he would have grown into a very tricky character. Magina took a look at Yang Feng and uttered meaningfully, Weak gods cannot have too much nor too little power in the secular world. Yang Feng pondered for a moment and nodded silently. I entrust you with the Mexican principality. Don't let me down, Ian. Magina reached out with his hand and wiped out the remaining divine power on Yang Feng's neck. After he spoke his parting words, the body made from divine power disintegrated and dissipated. Crack! The idol that sustained Magina's consciousness disintegrated inch by inch and collapsed. The power and will of gods were far beyond ordinary extraordinary life forms, and few implements were capable of bearing their power. Although the idol was an object forged using divine power, but it still could not bear the power of a god for too long. No longer suppressed by the divine power, the wound on Yang Feng's neck healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Megal strode out of the temple and came to Yang Feng and asked, "What shall we do now, Your Majesty Archduke Ian?" Mikkel followed at Megal's side. When his gaze fell on Kath standing behind Yang Feng, a look of adoration and pain filled his eyes. Yang Feng asked, "Can you take control of the Mexican city, Megal?" Megal replied, "I can take control of the city as long as I have your permission, Your Majesty Archduke." Yang Feng pointed to Esramia standing next to him and said, "Implement martial law in the city and organize the army to defend atop the city wall at once. Before I return, you must obey A's orders." Understood. The great elven monarch was the emperor of the elven empire. On the Xuanhuan Plane, every great elven monarch had to be well-versed in many fields, with battle command being among the most important ones. Whenever necessary, great elven monarchs had to personally command the elven army to fight against other races. As the current great elven monarch, Esramia excelled in her command ability. Megal's eyes glimmered with a strange light, and he uttered respectfully, "Yes, I will assist Lady A's to the fullest extent, Your Majesty Archduke." The source of this scentent is freewebnovel.com. Yang Feng was chosen by the god Magina himself. Besides, the divine decree was already issued. No matter what he really felt, he had to obey. Yang Feng looked at Glicedar and said lightly, "Stay here to protect A's. At the same time, you're in charge of taking care of the turds in the punch bowl." Glicedar smiled charmingly and said respectfully, "Yes, Master." At this moment, Esramia only possessed junior legend rank strength, so it was not a problem for her to deal with ordinary enemies. However, if the darkness race's powerhouses came to assassinate her, she could die. With Glicedar, a legend rank powerhouse versed in assassination, protecting her, Esramia would be able to cope with any situation. If worse came to worst, she could choose to flee. A sentimental look flashed past Esramia's beautiful eyes, and traces of warmth poured into her heart. The strange rune on her forehead released an odd light. Yang Feng blurred into motion, entered the darkness, and blended into it. The Mexican city began to mobilize under Esramia's orders. Martial law was imposed throughout the city, and no one was allowed to roam the streets at will. With the full support of Megal, the 10,000 city guards of the Mexican city fell into the hands of Esramia and entered their combat posts. Midair, a huge mage, I opened wide and looked in different directions. More than 20 kilometers northwest of the Mexican city, demonic creatures poured towards the Mexican city in a messy formation. Freewebnovel.co. Demonic creatures in the Abyssal Fiend army were forced to act as demonic servants. They didn't went through any training, and as such had no sense of discipline or formation. Only Abyssal Fiends had a clear chain of command, forming a more rigorous army. Yang Feng blurred into motion. A powerful fiend force gushed out of the magical mechanical cloak and enveloped him, turning him into an intermediate abyssal fiend. After he transformed into an intermediate abyssal fiend, he stealthily moved towards the abyssal fiend army. Concealed near the abyssal fiend army, Yang Feng carefully observed it for a long time. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he saw an advanced abyssal fiend with a goat head and fiend wings that separated itself from the army. Advanced Dominate. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and pointed at the advanced abyssal fiend, and a Strabazar mind control spell targeted the advanced abyssal fiend. The advanced abyssal fiend shivered faintly. Its eyes lost focus, and it blurred into motion and flew to the place where Yang Feng was concealed. Yang Feng waved the secret treasure sword forged from divine blood steel in his hand and beheaded the advanced abyssal fiend. He operated a secret method recorded in the taboo text, pointed at the body of the advanced abyssal fiend, and unleashed a suction force, sucking the body of the advanced fiend dry and turning it into drifting ash. Only a bit of bloodline essence entered his finger. Numerous mechanical tentacles extend from the magical mechanical cloak, stabbed into the head of the advanced abyssal fiend, and quickly extract its memories. An advanced abyssal fiend with a bull's head came over and said in fiend tongue, "Bagba, what are you doing?" Yang Feng suddenly transformed into the goat-headed abyssal fiend and spoke in a low, muffled voice using fiend tongue. "Babel, I just sensed the smell of a human here, so I came to take a look. The flesh and souls of human experts are delicious, much better than those of ordinary people." Babel licked its lips with its snake-like tongue and grinned, saying, "Indeed, the flesh and souls of humans are really delicious, especially those of experts. If I eat dozens human firmament nights, I can evolve into a great fiend. There was indeed the scent of a human here, but it's gone now. He should have escaped." Yang Feng spoke and then strode towards the abyssal fiend mob. Babel stayed in place, smelled the air, and then muttered, "There's really a scent of a human. That Bagba fellow seems to have improved a lot." Chapter 350 Siege. Chapter 350 Siege. Translator, Xuanhuan. When he entered the abyssal fiend mob, he smelled a fishy odor and sensed abyssal demonic power in the air. Abyssal fiends had no habit of taking a bath after taking their meal. Besides, clean water was very scarce in the abyss. As such, abyssal fiends smelled awfully. Yang Feng carefully scanned the abyssal fiends around him with his gaze, a look of novelty in his eyes. The abyssal fiends he saw looked very odd, and had a ferocious aura about them. The infinite abyss was a mysterious plane that ran through the 36 primary material planes. In terms of the degree of mystery, this plane was only slightly inferior to the netherworld that spanned throughout the countless planes and was the final destination of the dead. The infinite abyss concealed countless fearsome powerhouses. Even strong divine power rank gods could only dominate the first 49 floors of the infinite abyss at most, but once they reached the 50th floor, they couldn't guarantee their safety. Even the Cangzhi Plane's 7 warlock emperors, who suppressed countless planes and ruled the world, didn't manage to conquer the abyss completely. Although the 7 warlock emperors could come and go freely in the abyss, could enter the deepest floor of the abyss and kill any powerhouse they wished, yet they still weren't able to conquer and purify the entire abyss. Each time a warlock emperor fell, the abyss would rebel, and countless human warlocks would die in battle with abyssal demonic creatures. The Cangzhi Plane had done research on the abyss and divided the abyssal fiends roughly into 4 types: human, beast, ghost, and other. The goat-headed and bull-headed fiends belong to the beast type, balrogs belong to the other type, succubi belong to the human type, and tupalax belong to the ghost type. Generally speaking, ghost-type fiends were the strongest, beast-type fiends were fairly balanced, and human-type fiends were the weakest. As for other-type fiends, their strength was uncertain. There were fearsome other-type fiends stronger than ghost-type fiends, and there were other-type fiends even weaker than human-type fiends. Although human-type abyssal fiends were fairly weak, yet they were relatively more cunning and intelligent. The goat-head fiend Yang Feng had transformed into was a beast-type abyssal fiend, and its immediate superior was a legend-rank ghost-type abyssal fiend, a great fiend Tupalak. Tupalax were 4-meter tall, ugly and sinister-looking fiends that could freely manipulate their bones. They could use the bones in their body to form extremely sharp blades and make them appear on any part of their body. In terms of sharpness, their bone blades were only slightly inferior to Yang Feng's secret swords forged from divine blood steel. After careful observation, Yang Feng found out that the commander of the fiend army was a Tupalak, while of the 5 vice-commanders, 3 were beast-type fiends, 1 was ghost-type fiend, and 1 was male human-type fiend horned. The horned was the size of an ordinary human, dark in color, and very handsome. It had a 30-centimeter long horn on its head, a pair of fiend wings on its back, and odd demonic runes on its face. Of the 3 beast-type fiends, 2 were goat-headed fiends and 1 was bull-headed fiend. The ghost-type fiend was a backed fiend. Backed fiends were 3-meter-tall ghost-type fiends with a pair of giant fiend wings on their back, a 30-centimeter horn on their head, a ferocious face, black scales, and a mace-like tail, and they exuded a fearsome demonic might. The sourk of this content is frubuvel.cm. Of the 6 great fiends, the Tupilak and backed fiend exuded fearsome demonic might, which was far superior to the other 4 great fiends. The horned great fiend was responsible for controlling the 90,000 fiend servants in the rear. The other 4 vice-commanders were in charge of 2,000 fiends each, while the Tupilak great fiend was in charge of 2,000 advanced fiend Tupilaks. Confronted with this fiend army, human troops without wizards and without a large number of priests would be faced with a terrible disaster. Under the leadership of the 6 great fiends, the frightening fiend army soon appeared 5 kilometers away from the Mexican city. Hiding in the shadows, Glicedar suddenly uttered, "The enemy has come! Get ready for battle!" Esramia ordered coolly, "Light! Grand light!" Magal silently recited an incantation, pointed into the sky with the scepter of the Mexican River in his hand, and conjured the level 3 divine spell Grand Light. The temple of the god of Mexican River exuded formidable fluctuations of divine power. As if a small sun, a sphere of light suddenly rose from the temple, scattering light in all directions. It looked like it was daytime in the air a few kilometers around the Mexican city, and the human warriors atop the city wall saw the bizarre and frightening 100,000-strong fiend army in the distance. When they saw the fearsome fiend army, the human warriors atop the city wall unwittingly revealed a look of fear in their eyes. The Mexican principality had been at peace for many years. The 10,000 city guards in the Mexican city were at most at the level of fighting bandits. Although under Gliced's leadership, the 10,000 city guards fought the Desert Empire several times, but it was the first time that they had to fight against frightening, extraordinary life forms such as fiends. Watching the human warriors atop the city wall, the eyes of the Tupilak great fiend Anjit flickered fiercely and it barked, "Ballo, attack! Kill them all!" The horned Ballo released an eerie screech. The eyes of the 90,000 bizarre abyssal demonic servants suddenly turned bloodshot, and they surged toward the city wall like a black tide. Countless abyssal demonic servants were born in the infinite abyss every year, and they acted as common food for abyssal fiends. They were cannon fodder among cannon fodder, and no one cared about their lives. Only after devouring one another or devouring enough souls of intelligent life forms and evolving into abyssal fiends would they possess a bit of status, rising from food cannon fodder to warrior cannon fodder. Only after evolving into abyssal fiend lords would they be considered to be bigwigs in the abyss. Esramia ordered coldly, "Fire!" The archers atop the city wall released a rain of arrows onto the abyssal demonic servants. The bizarre abyssal demonic servants were shot and nailed to the ground one after another, and black blood sprayed out of their wounds. When the demonic servants arrived at the base of the city wall, many of them flapped their wings and flew upwards. The powerful light from the temple of the god of the Mexican River spread into the surroundings, and a frightening restricted airspace array suddenly sprang up above the entire city. The abyssal demonic servants had just flown up when they plummeted towards the ground. Copious amounts of burning oil were being dropped from atop the city wall. When they were hit by the boiling oil, the demonic servants were burned, and they issued miserable screams. The densely packed demonic servants conjured their innate spells Toxic Smoke, Venom, Bone Spikes, Shadow Ray, and other long-distance offensive spells barreling towards the human warriors atop the city wall. Offensive elemental spells were completely blocked by the strong barrier protecting the city, while bone spikes and other physical attacks passed through the barrier and shot one after another human warriors atop the city wall. The god of the Mexican River's divine power was limited, so the barrier could only resist the attacks of elemental spells. As for barriers that could guard against elemental and physical attacks, they consumed a lot of divine power. Only gods of the Xalia and Titan divine systems had the qualifications to employ them. FREOWebnovel.com. Some abyssal demonic servants similar to demonic insects crawled along the city wall and quickly progressed towards the top of the wall. When a 4-meter-long advanced abyssal demonic servant human-faced centipede climbed up the wall, it opened its mouthpiece full of feelers, bit off the head of a human warrior, and swallowed it, and the face on its back revealed an elated expression. Go to hell! A human warrior brandishing a sword roared and mercilessly slashed at the human-faced centipede's back. Ding! With a sharp sound, the sword of the human warrior was ricocheted. The human-faced centipede turned around, opened its sharp mouthpiece, and mercilessly bit at the human warrior, crushing the upper body of the warrior. Blood scattered on the ground. The human-faced centipede was an advanced demonic servant with a carapace as hard as steel. Among abyssal demonic servants, it had the strongest defense and was the most adept at storming fortifications. The human-faced centipede was like a moving tank. Wherever it passed, it would bite off the upper bodies of human warriors, extremely terrifying. Die! Dressed in magic armor, Mecha roared, slashed down with a magic sword, and sliced the human-faced centipede into two. A copious amount of black blood sprayed out of the cut on the human-faced centipede. Under Michael's leadership, Sky Knight rank powerhouses and above set out to slaughter the insect abyssal demonic servants that reached the top of the city wall. Chapter 351 Rebellion. Chapter 351 Rebellion. Translator Xuanhuan. Radiances surged atop the city wall as priests of the Temple of the Mexican River cast divine spells and entered the warriors fighting fiercely atop the city wall. Warriors hit by the radiances received a boost in strength, agility, and other statuses, and their fighting strength more than doubled. Hit by the radiances, wounded warriors quickly healed. An army with priests was at least 5 times as strong as an army without priests, and 10 times as strong in a prolonged fight. With the help of divine power, priests not only employed healing divine spells superior to wizards, but also employed offensive divine spells with tremendous might. Of course, the offensive divine spells could only be mastered by high-ranking clergymen. Encouraged by the divine spells, the human warriors atop the city wall rushed towards the abyssal demonic servants. With their weapons sharpened by the divine spell sharpen weapon, the human warriors killed one after another abyssal demonic servants who rushed up the city wall. With the formidable restricted airspace array present, the flying abyssal fiends could only crowd at the base of the city wall and be reduced to shooting targets. Abyssal fiends didn't have the concept of building siege weapons. Therefore, the majority of abyssal demonic servants chaotically crowded at the base of the city wall, waiting to be killed or injured by the rain of arrows released by human archers. The insect abyssal demonic servants that climbed up the city wall were killed by the experts led by Mecha. The 10,000 abyssal fiends looked with amusement as the abyssal demonic servants were slaughtered by the humans. For them, abyssal demonic servants were but food. Besides, abyssal demonic servants, who ate humans and domestic animals, were food cannon fodder that competed with them for food. No matter how many died, abyssal fiends would not feel sad. Many abyssal fiends even looked forward for humans to kill more abyssal demonic servants, so that they could eat more humans and livestock themselves. Coldly watching this scene, the Tupilak great fiend Anjit suddenly faced upwards and issued a bellow. Inside the Mexican city, in the manner of Earl de Monlucia, who was one of the tree earls supporting the Mexican principality, inside the castle study, the handsome Earl de Monlucia opened his eyes and grinned fiercely, revealing a pair of sharp fangs. He said coldly, "It's time. Let's begin." 2,000 fully armed warriors clad in Mexican city guard uniform emerged from Earl de Monlucia's castle. Earl de Monlucia came out of the castle fully armed. Looking at the 2,000 warriors dressed in city guard uniform, he said coldly, "Let's go." Following Earl de Monlucia in silence, the 2,000 warriors rushed towards the western part of the Mexican city. "Who are you people?" When Earl de Monlucia's party reached a street, they were stopped by a patrol squad. Watching Earl de Monlucia's party with great vigilance, the squad captain barked, "Get out of my way, George! Don't you recognize me?" Earl de Monlucia lifted the visor and barked at the squad captain. George's complexion changed dramatically, and he said respectfully, "Greetings, Sir Earl." Earl de Monlucia was one of the 3 earls of the Mexican Principality, as well as the descendant of one of the 4 legendary founding heroes of the Mexican Principality, Duman. So his status in the Principality was majestic. George was his subordinate at one time, Earl de Lucia snapped. I was ordered to reinforce the west gate. Get out of my way. Not daring to press it further, George stepped aside at once. Yes, Sir Earl. Earl de Lucia proceeded forward with the 2,000 warriors. Whenever a patrol squad saw him, they stepped aside, not daring to bar his path. In this fashion, he led his troops all the way to the west gate. Escorted by a dozen or so guards, the general who guarded the west gate came to Earl de Lucia and asked respectfully, Why are you here, Sir Earl? I'm here to kill you. Earl de Lucia showed a malevolent smile and slashed down with his sword. In an instant, the human general with firmament knight rank cultivation base was split into two. Virtually at the same time, the warriors dressed in city guard uniform who came with Earl de Lucia defected and slashed with their swords at the city guards and priests. The city guards at the west gate weren't guarded against their comrades in arms. As such, the majority of the city guards collapsed into pools of blood in an instant. More than 100 of heavily guarded priests died tragically at the hands of de Lucia's men. Earl de Lucia shouted, Open the gate! The west gate opened slowly, and countless abyssal freaks poured into the gate. The city was breached. The west gate was broken trough. Visit freowebnovel.com for the Unveiled reading experience. Blazing flames rose everywhere in the Mexican city, as kindred and their servant vampires hidden in the darkness took to action and started fires and shouted loudly, spreading slaughter and panic everywhere. Many believers who stayed at home and prayed in silence to provide faith power for the temple began to panic and flee their rooms. Numerous thugs poured onto the streets, burned, killed, and looted everywhere, and gave vent to their sexual desires. Countless believers of the god of the Mexican River collapsed into pools of blood. The strong barrier covering the Mexican city was also slowly weakening. The barrier was able to cover the entire Mexican city because it was released with the temple as the core and the believers as the power source. The god of the Mexican River could not use his precious divine power to sustain such a big and powerful barrier. Otherwise, even if he did sustain this barrier, it would be very taxing on him. When the city guards atop the city wall saw the flames rising inside the city and heard the cacophony of sounds transmitted from inside the city, their minds shook, their morale dropped sharply, and their fighting strength decreased by more than 50%. The city guards had their relatives in the city. Once the savage freaks broke into the city, tragedy was a given. With a haggard and anxious look on his face, Maegel came to Esramia and asked respectfully, What do we do now, Lady A's? There were many elements of instability atop the city wall. Even though they were blessed by divine spell, there were still many warriors fleeing into the city. The defense line was in critical danger, and it could collapse at any time. Once the gate of a city was broken through, it was a huge psychological blow for the defending party. Besides, without the city wall and the formidable barrier, human warriors could not contend with abyssal fiends. The amazing number of demonic servants alone could massacre all the human warriors in the Mexican city. Esramia stared at the motionless abyssal fiends without saying a word. Maegel's eyes shimmered with anxiety, and he uttered in a slightly heavier tone, Lady A's, can't you send Lady Liz? If it's Lady Liz, then the West Gate can certainly be taken back. Liz was Glicedar's alias. Even though she lost all her divine power, Glicedar still possessed terrific pinnacle legend rank strength after recovering, her fighting strength far superior to Esramia's at the moment. Glicedar, who was proficient in assassination and trod in the darkness, possessed the frightening strength to recapture the West Gate. Eyes cold, Esramia spoke in a dignified tone. That won't do. Send my order. Everyone must stick to their posts and not attack at will. Maegel gritted his teeth and said respectfully, Yes, Lady A's. Kath's beautiful eyes sparkled with worry, and she uttered, her gentle voice laced with inquiry, Lady A's, why don't you send someone to rescue the West Gate? With the Lady Liz's help, we are very hopeful to take back the West Gate. And then, Esramia pointed to the 10,000 abyssal fiends ready to take action and said callously, The barrier has weakened a lot. If our main forces leave and the 10,000 abyssal fiends unleash a blitzkrieg strike, we won't have the strength to fight back. Our only hope to win now is Ian. Only by cooperating with him can we have a chance to win. Otherwise, we can only evacuate immediately. As the great elven monarch, Esramia was versed in the way of war. She could tell at a glance that the strength gap between the Mexican city and the Abyssal Fiend Corps was too great. Without special means, the Mexican city could not defeat the Abyssal Fiend Corps, let alone when the other side had agents inside the city. Kath smiled bitterly and looked ahead anxiously. The Tupilak Great Fiend Anjit looked at the Mexican city with a sneer. The commander of this city is truly a cunning fellow. He kept the main force as is. Even so, he already lost. Staring at the human experts atop the city wall, the eyes of a goat-headed great fiend glimmered. It licked its lips and spoke. Anjit, let's attack. I want to taste the flesh and souls of human experts. I can't stand it any longer. Chapter 352, Black Dragon Morph. Chapter 352, Black Dragon Morph. Translator, Xayamoj. The eyes of the Tupilak Great Fiend Anjit flickered with a cunning glint, and he smiled malevolently and said, Bear with it, Satan. We just need to tie them up here. After our servants have rushed into the city, let them duke it out with our servants until they're exhausted. That is the best time for us to act. Satan revealed a sinister smile, and its bloodshot eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light. Until when do I have to wait? I am itching to taste the delicious human blood. The abyssal great fiends stared at the human powerhouses atop the city wall with blood-thirsty glints in their eyes, ready to rush out and attack the human experts atop the city wall at any time. Anjit licked its lips, and its eyes shone with ferocity. It uttered solemnly, There are more than 500,000 people in this city. After the city has fallen, you can eat whatever you like. However, this is a city guarded by a true god after all. We should be careful. When the abyssal great fiends heard that, their agitation disappeared, and a glimmer of caution flashed past their eyes. No matter which plane they came from, gods were extremely powerful existences. Gods often entered the abyss looking for abyssal materials and hunted abyssal demonic creatures. Of course, when gods entered the abyss, they usually used their clones. Very few gods went to the abyss with their true body. After all, if their true body went to the abyss, the slightest of missteps could lead to the power of the abyss eroding them into abyssal fiend lords and branding them with the abyssal imprint, firmly binding them to the abyss. In the deepest part of the abyss, there were many mighty abyss fiend lords who degenerated from gods. Once their true body degenerate into abyssal fiend lords, their divinity would collapse, and they would no longer be able to receive faith power and employ divine power. By then, they could only use abyssal demonic power just like other abyssal fiend lords, and be rejected and suppressed by the countless planes. As such, they could only hole up in the deepest parts of the abyss. What bad luck! It looks like we've met a cunning abyssal great fiend. Abyssal great fiends who can restrain themselves make the toughest adversaries. Yang Feng hid himself in the midst of the abyssal fiends. Seeing that the abyssal fiends didn't participate in the fighting, he frowned. Although the timing isn't the best, but whatever. Yang Feng blurred into motion and sped towards the horned. freewebnov.co. When the horned saw Yang Feng speedily approach, its eyes glimmered with vigilance, and a strong power condensed in its body. Yang Feng shouted, Sir Ballo, I have something to report to you. The vigilance in Ballo's eyes faded a little, and it uttered with cold indifference and arrogance. What is it? Please go to hell. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered fiercely, and he unleashed the level for spell dragon force and burst into action. He stabbed Ballo in the chest, scooped out its heart, and crushed it. At the same time, the magical mechanical cloak draped over his shoulders shook and absorbed Ballo's body. After he sneak attacked and killed Ballo, Yang Feng silently chanted an incantation, pointed at the two beast-type abyssal great fiends, and released the level 3 spell Mark of Light twice. In an instant, the two beast-type abyssal great fiends burst out with a strong light and a strong aura of life, shining as bright as beacons in this dark night. There it is. Esramia's beautiful eyes constricted. With a flick of her wrist, the sun bow appeared in her hand. Mysterious runes appeared on the sun bow, and it released a brilliant stream of sunlight, which crossed the distance of a few kilometers in an instant and ran through the heart of a beast-type abyssal great fiend. The beast-type abyssal great fiend released a mournful scream, then was devoured by the frightening sunlight, and died. A black arrow that appeared to have blended into the night appeared without any sound or sign and ran through the head of the other beast-type abyssal great fiend, and its head exploded. The beast-type abyssal great fiend was insta-killed. The Tupilak great fiend Anjit issued a heaven-shaking bellow. Enemy! There's an enemy in our midst! Countless eyes focused on Yang Feng. This 10,000-strong corps was entirely composed of abyssal fiends, which possessed terrific level 1 warlock rank strength and upwards, and there was no lack of advanced fiends. Faced with this frightening abyssal fiend corps, if a Starry Sky warlock rank expert didn't use large area of effect meteorological spells, then even if they gave it all, they would eventually consume their strength and be forced to escape. Yang Feng conjured the 4th spell of the ancient black dragon bloodline, Dragon Might, and a vast and fearsome dragon might spread out from him. Shocked by the fearsome dragon might, the junior and intermediate abyssal fiends trembled, unable to move. The advanced abyssal fiends revealed looks of terror, unable to cast spells for a moment. Yang Feng pressed with his hand, and the demigod armament black dragon armor covered his entire body in an instant, and a frightening dragon aura spread out from him, making him appear like a humanoid dragon. The only blemish atop the demigod armament black dragon armor was a deep blade mark. This is the foul smell of an ancient black dragon. Interesting. Human, are you a dragonborn hybrid from the country of dragons? Trifling hybrid. You dare to be arrogant in front of me. That's seeking death. The eyes of the Tupilak great fiend Anjit flickered fiercely. A copious amount of abyssal demonic power poured out, and black bones extended from it, interwove, and formed a set of black bone armor. The Tupilak bone armor had an impressive reputation in many planes. Along with the increase in strength of the Tupilaks, the bone armor would also be enhanced. The bone armor of some Tupilaks that evolved into fiend lords was even comparable to divine rank armor. Faced with the Tupilak armor, ordinary legend rank experts were powerless to break through its defenses. Once its transformation was complete, the Tupilak great fiend Anjit's eyes shimmered with sinister light, and it suddenly erupted into action and charged towards Yang Feng like a black tank. Numerous sharp blades extended from Anjit and shredded the abyssal fiends in its way as if tofu. In the wink of an eye, Anjit appeared in front of Yang Feng, smiled ferociously, and sent its fist carrying dense abyssal demonic chi and fiend power barreling towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng surged with frightening dragon force and also punched out. The fearsome fiend power and the peak extraordinary life form dragon force collided midair and set off a fearsome shock wave, sending the surrounding low-ranking abyssal fiends tumble in the air. Boom! Along with a blare, Yang Feng was forced back by 7 or 8 steps, while Anjit only took 3 steps back. Even with the help of the demigod armament black dragon armor, there was still a gap in strength between Yang Feng, who had just stepped into the great warlock boundary, and the commander Anjit. Anjit laughed fiercely. Covered in boundless demonic chi, it suddenly appeared beside Yang Feng and punched out. Boom! Boom! Along with fearsome blares, frightening shock waves spread in all directions and blew large numbers of low-ranking fiends away. Gritting their teeth, advanced abyssal fiends overcame the deterrence of the dragon might and unleashed their innate spells, and level 3 darkness spells slammed towards Yang Feng like raindrops. Face remaining unchanged, Yang Feng urged the power of the black dragon armor crazily. A fearsome dragon-shaped life force cover suddenly appeared around him and engulfed the level 3 spells. The strength the demigod armament black dragon armor could unleash depended on the strength of its wielder. After he was promoted to a great warlock, although Yang Feng still couldn't display the full strength of the black dragon armor, but the part that he was able to display was already terrifying. Anjit grinned fiercely and roared, "Interesting! Dragonborn hybrid from the country of dragons. You're really strong. If we weren't in a war, I would have fought you fair and square. Satan, Adel, come and help me kill this dragonborn hybrid. I want his head, heart, and soul. The rest is to be divided equally among yourselves." Read latest chapters at freowebnovel.com only. The backed great fiend Adel smiled malevolently, unleashed Blink, and oddly appeared behind Yang Feng. Satan unleashed Blink, strangely appeared beside Yang Feng, and sent its claw barreling towards Yang Feng's abdomen. The three great fiend commanders were much stronger than ordinary great fiends. When going all out, a weaker demigod rank powerhouse surrounded by the three commanders might die if not careful. Abyssal fiends really are strong. Yang Feng's gaze congealed as he had a sense of deadly crisis, and he gritted his teeth and unleashed the final trump card hidden in the magical mechanical cloak. A vast fiend power poured into him from the magical mechanical cloak. Strengthened by the fearsome and immense fiend power, Yang Feng transformed into a 4-meter-tall backed fiend baron exuding boundless demonic might. Chapter 353, Fiend Lord Transformation. Chapter 353, Fiend Lord Transformation. Translator, Xuanhuan. The ranking of abyssal fiends was very strict. Without a special reason, lower-ranked fiends could hardly resist higher-ranking fiends, just like great fiends could hardly resist fiend lords. As soon as the fearsome fiend baron rank demonic might burst out, the eyes of the three abyssal great fiends flickered with fear, and they slowed down a bit. The eyes of Yang Feng's avatar, the backed fiend baron, flashed with ferocity, and he mercilessly stabbed with his big claw at Anjit's chest. When the sharp claw hit Anjit's bone armor, it easily tore through the legend-rank Tupalak bone armor, scooped out its heart, and crushed it. Adel's claw hit Yang Feng's scales, then made an ear-piercing noise and tore open a 1-centimeter deep crack with difficulty. Black blood spewed out of the crack. Follow current novels on freewebnovel.cm. Yang Feng slammed his sharp claw into Adel's head and sliced through the other party's head as if through tofu. At virtually the same time, the tail of Yang Feng's avatar, the backed fiend baron, shot explosively, pierced through Satan's head like a javelin, and twisted the contents of its head into mush. In less than 10 seconds of turning into a fiend baron, the three commanders of the fiend corps died at Yang Feng's hands, and their bodies were absorbed by the magical mechanical cloak to serve as nutrients for fiend baron heart. The fiend baron heart had become part of the magical mechanical cloak. The more fiend power it devoured, the stronger it would get, and it may even evolve into an Earl-rank abyssal fiend lord heart. When Kath saw the three commanders of the abyssal fiend corps getting torn to shreds by Yang Feng's avatar, the backed fiend baron, her heart was overcome with shock. Amazing! That's an abyssal fiend lord. He can use abyssal fiend lord power. That's so scary. Dumbstruck, Megal could not believe his eyes. An abyssal fiend lord. He can change into an abyssal fiend lord. That's something that even ultimate polymorph cannot achieve. What magic is that? What magic can use abyssal fiend lord power? As the upper echelon of the Church of the Mexican River, Kath and Megal had somewhat of an understanding of the abyss. They knew well how strong and fearsome abyssal fiend lords were. If not for the planar suppression that abyssal fiend lords suffered once they left the abyss for other planes, substantially weakening their strength, then even the gods of the Xuanhuan plane would not be able to withstand the joint onslaught of countless abyssal fiend lords. The abyss had a very long history, and it already existed during the era when the ancient gods ruled everything on the Cangzhi Plane. According to legend, the 7 Warlock Emperors were severely injured after confronting the most ancient and powerful existence in the abyss, which was why their glory was so short-lived, and they disappeared into history. According to legend, the founder of the 8th Warlock Dynasties, Dawn Lord, had never even stepped into the abyss. Reportedly, he feared the most ancient and powerful abyssal fiend lord hidden at the bottom of the infinite abyss. On the Xuanhuan plane, even among the aloof gods, very few could use abyssal fiend power. If it wasn't for the divine decree of the god of the Mexican River Magina, then Megal would never recognize a person who could use abyssal fiend power as the Archduke of the Mexican Principality. Esramia's pretty eyes shimmered with shock. How amazing! That's an abyssal fiend baron. In terms of strength alone, he's far stronger than even I was at my prime. Glycedar's beautiful eyes glimmered with excitement, and she licked her cherry lips seductively. He's so strong, worthy of my master. After dispatching the 3 commanders almost instantly, Yang Feng reverted to his human form. Sweating profusely, gasping for air, He blurred into motion and dashed towards the Mohican city. The Fiend Baron transformation was the strongest as well as the most draining trump card at Yang Feng's disposal. With his current strength, he could last for 10 seconds at most. Once the 10 seconds were up, he would revert into his human form and slip into exhaustion, unable to use any strength. Kill him! Kill that damn human! Kill him! When the advanced abyssal fiends saw the three commanders die tragically at Yang Feng's hands, they were stunned at first and then immediately released maddened roars. A rain of level 3 spells shot towards Yang Feng. The 2,000 Tupalax hissed angrily, and countless sharp bone spurs burst out of their bodies and shot towards Yang Feng like javelins. Bombarded by all kinds of level 3 spells, the dragon-shaped life force cover around Yang Feng gradually collapsed, and the dense rain of sharp bone spurs hit Yang Feng's black dragon armor. After neutralizing 80% of their strength, the remaining 20% mercilessly slammed into him. While being attacked by countless fiends, Yang Feng quickly reached the base of the city wall. A dark green vine extended down from the top of the city wall and appeared in front of Yang Feng. Yang Feng grabbed the green vine, which quickly retracted and pulled him up the city wall. Countless bone spurs stabbed at the city wall and were immediately blocked by the thick wall supported by the strong barrier. An ordinary city wall would not be able to resist the onslaught of advanced abyssal fiend bone spurs. Any random advanced abyssal fiend could destroy a city wall of a city without a temple. However, the defensive capabilities of a city supported by the power of a temple was frightening, and even abyssal great fiend rank existences could not destroy its city wall with a strike. When he landed atop the city wall, Yang Feng asked immediately, "How are things over at the west gate?" Esramia replied methodically, "I had Liz take the main forces to provide support. With Liz's strength, plus the temple's power, the issue over there will be settled without a doubt." Esramia looked down and revealed a smile. Moreover, without the suppression of the great fiends, the demonic servants had fallen into chaos and started killing each other, which is beneficial for us. Abyssal demonic servants were low-ranked freaks of the abyss with extremely low intelligence, no different from beasts. Without the suppression of great fiends, they would kill each other. And if they couldn't find any food, they may even take the initiative to attack abyssal fiends. Now that they lost the suppression of the horned, the countless abyssal demonic servants at the base of the city wall were killing and devouring each other. After losing the command of the abyssal great fiends, the 10,000-strong abyssal fiend corps quickly split up, and the 2,000 Tupalac charged towards the Mohican city. The remaining 8,000 abyss fiends chose to leave, while 5,000 of them chose to watch from afar. Abyssal fiends were very cunning. Without the suppression of higher-ranked fiends, they would not risk their lives to attack the Mohican city. It was due to being blinded by anger that the 2,000 Tupalacs charged at the Mohican city. Covered in sharp bone spikes, the 2,000 Tupalacs sliced the freaks in their way to pieces as if blade-covered tanks. Fire! When the 2,000 Tupalacs came near the city wall, a shower of arrows shot out from the Mohican city. When the dense shower of arrows landed on the Tupalac's bone armor, the arrows were ricocheted. Even the arrows fired by archers with Firmament Knight rank cultivation base were ricocheted by the Tupalac's bone armor. Huge catapults hidden in the Mohican city started to hurl boulders at the Tupalacs. Faced with boulders weighing hundreds of kilograms to even tons, the Tupalacs smashed their iron fists at the boulders. Due to the onslaught of the Tupalacs, the boulders were being blasted into pieces. When they saw this, the faces of the human experts atop the city wall fell. Faced with these boulders, even human Star Knights would be seriously injured if not careful. However, the Tupalacs smashed the boulders instead. Their strength exceeded the expectations of the human powerhouses atop the city wall. 10 heavy crossbows glittered and released terrific bolts slamming towards the Tupalacs, impaling and nailing the Tupalacs to the ground one after another. Within the Mohican city, only the heavy crossbows reputed for being able to even injure dragons could break through the defenses of the Tupalacs. Face remaining unchanged, the sun bow in Esramia's hands released rays of sunlight, which stabbed the Tupalacs and made them explode. With the sun bow in hand, Esramia looked like the sun goddess reaping the lives of fiends as she fired at a constant rate. With every arrow she released, a Tupilak would be exterminated. Most of the experts of the temple were led by Magal to the west gate to suppress the kindred, and although there was still a dozen or so Sky Knight rank experts and upwards atop the city wall, but their offensive could not break through the defenses of the Tupilaks. Ordinary warriors were virtually useless. Chapter 354, Six-Barrel Railgun. Chapter 354, Six-Barrel Railgun. Translator, Xayamoj. Esramia uttered calmly, "I'll kill 7 more Tupilaks before they reach the base of the city wall. With their strength, they can easily climb the city wall." Tupilaks were advanced abyssal fiends, and they possessed a fearsome defensive strength superior to ordinary level 3 warlocks. Even someone as strong as Esramia had to use arrows to kill them. In the infinite abyss, ghost-type abyssal fiend Tupilaks were among the elite forces of the abyssal fiend lords. Yang Feng chanted an incantation, waved his hand, and sent vampiric rattan seeds falling towards the countless abyssal demonic servants down below. The vampiric rattan seeds sprouted into giant vampiric rattans covered in numerous barbs. The several meter-thick rattans swept towards the surrounding abyss demonic servants. Swept by the vampiric rattans, the abyssal demonic servants were stabbed by the barbs and sucked dry. After absorbing the formidable strength of the demonic blood, the vampiric rattans became more violent, produced numerous rattans, and swept towards the Tupilaks. Tupilaks ejected sharp bone spurs from parts of their bodies and slashed frantically at the vampiric rattans. Slashed by the sharp bone spurs, numerous vampiric rattans were sliced apart, and their sap sprayed about. Many rattans of the vampiric rattans slammed into the Tupilaks, yet weren't able to break through their bone armor, and instead were sliced apart by the bone spurs protecting them. Although the vampiric rattans weren't able to kill the Tupilaks, but forced to slice the vampiric rattans, the progress of the Tupilaks was hindered. With a flick of his wrist, a cask-like 6-barrel railgun appeared on his shoulder. When Yang Feng pressed the trigger of the 6-barrel railgun, numerous electric arcs flashed, and the railgun shot a series of beams barreling towards the Tupilaks like shooting stars. A railgun beam slammed into a Tupilak, penetrated its bone armor, and blasted a huge hole into its body. Another railgun beam slammed into the thigh of a Tupilak and blew its thigh apart. The power of each beam shot from the 6-barrel railgun was comparable to a single target legend rank spell. Unlike legend rank spells, their only shortcoming was that they could not lock onto the target. However, the 6-barrel railgun used high-energy crystals as the power source, and as such, didn't require Yang Feng to provide it with power. This was the strongest point of the 6-barrel railgun. Numerous mysterious and profound magic runes were engraved on the outer layer of the 6-barrel railgun, making it look like a weapon refined using alchemy and magic. However, its core parts were made using Shizu technology. Railgun beams shot into the Tupilak crowd like shooting stars, with every beam running through quite a few Tupilaks. Staring at the 6-barrel railgun, Esramia's pretty eyes flashed gravely. A storm was set off in her heart. That's so fierce. What is it? Right, he is also an alchemist. Is this a magic device he made using alchemy? What a scary device. The 6-barrel railgun fired virtually non-stop, with Yang Feng just replacing its power source, high-energy crystals. The 6-barrel railgun was operated by Yang Feng for less than a minute, yet it already killed more than 200 Tupilaks. Esramia could hardly achieve this speed of killing Tupilaks even at her prime. So strong. That's so amazing. Worthy of the man chosen by the great god. When they saw this, the hearts of the experts atop the city wall shook, and they commented. Each Tupilak possessed frightening, advanced abyssal fiend rank strength. So long as 20 of them rushed up the wall, no one would be able to resist them. For these frightening Tupilaks to be stomped dead by Yang Feng's 6-barrel railgun like ants, it filled the Mexican Principality's experts with shock. Under the bombardment of the railgun beams, the eyes of the Tupilaks who previously didn't flinch or dodge in the face of attacks dealt against them filled with fear, and they started dodging. What a horrifying alchemical weapon! That human is really dangerous. Fortunately, I didn't went to seek death like those blockheads Tupilaks. When the abyssal fiends hiding several kilometers away saw this scene, they rejoiced. After Yang Feng used the 6-barrel railgun to kill 400 Tupalacs in a row, the red barrels detached automatically and dropped on the floor. When she saw the 6 barrels fall to the ground, Esramia relaxed a little. If this alchemical weapon had no limitations, it would be too frightening. The rate of fire of the 6-barrel railgun was terrific, and was equivalent to more than 30 legend wizards casting single-target offensive spells continuously. If the 6-barrel railgun could be fired indefinitely, then an expert using it could kill tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of troops by himself. Esramia imagined that if this fearsome weapon was grasped, then even the elven woods would find it hard to stop experts using it. The 6-barrel railgun feared the most powerhouses that could use blink. A great fiend proficient in casting blink could appear beside the user in an instant. If the user wasn't strong enough, they would be killed by the powerhouse in a direct confrontation. The eyes of a Tupalac shimmered with a fierce glint, and it roared wildly. The human's alchemical weapon has reached its limit and can no longer be used. Everyone, let's rush over and kill him. Let's destroy that weapon. No longer dodging, Tupalacs rushed towards the city wall. The numerous rattans of the vampiric rattans were sliced apart one after another by the bone spurs ejected by the Tupalacs. When the human experts atop the city wall saw this, their eyes flashed with fear. Once the remaining 1,600 Tupalacs approached the city wall, they could wipe out all the people atop it. Yang Feng sneered and reached out, and 6 new barrels appeared in his hand, which he inserted into the railgun. Numerous electric arcs flickered, and railgun beams barreled towards the Tupalac crowd like shooting stars once more. Shot with the railgun beams, the Tupalacs sustained heavy casualties. As if they ran into an invisible wall, they could no longer advance. The several official wizards as well as apprentice wizards atop the city wall cast grease, web, slow, and other spells, slowing down the Tupalac's advancement. How terrible! This alchemical weapon can still be used. He's really an incomprehensible individual. How did he even make this fearsome alchemical weapon? Esramia's eyes shimmered with astonishment. As she shot the Tupalacs that slipped through the cracks, she watched as the 6 barrels shot railgun beams, and her heart was battered with waves of shock. With just 10 6-barrel railguns, you could completely alter the state of a large-scale war. Unless demigod rank or even god rank powerhouses acted, virtually no one could suppress an army equipped with 6-barrel railguns on the battlefield. More than 400 Tupalacs were shot by the 6-barrel railgun before the remaining Tupalacs could no longer hold on, and they scattered and fled in different directions. How dreadful! That human is too terrifying. When the thousands of abyssal fiends staying far away saw this scene, they scattered and fled in different directions and hid in the darkness. On the wall, the human experts heaved a sigh of relief. If the thousands of abyssal fiends united as one and came over, they may not be able to resist them. Even if they managed to resist them, who knows how many people would have died in the final count. Yang Feng replaced the barrels of the 6-barrel railgun and said solemnly, "I'm leaving you in charge. I'm going to reinforce the west gate." Esramia's eyes flickered with complex emotions, and she glanced at Yang Feng's 6-barrel railgun and said, "All right." Yang Feng blurred into motion, turned into a stream of black light, and rushed towards the west gate. As soon as Yang Feng approached the west gate, his eyes shimmered with dignity. By relying on his extraordinary perception, he detected that there were no life fluctuations of kindred experts in the vicinity of the west gate and that Glicedar was confronting another legend-rank powerhouse. Yang Feng frowned and quickened his pace. After several breaths of time, he appeared on the west gate. Chrissy! When he reached the top of the west gate, Yang Feng saw a heroic and gorgeous woman with a head full of long blue hair and an extraordinary temperament dressed in a silver magic armor standing atop the west gate. That woman was the Amon Principality's Princess Chrissy. Behind Princess Chrissy stood 5 people, each very young as well as exuding the self-confidence unique to experts. This chapter is updated by freebnovel.com. Wearing a sexy black leather armor, Glicedar chatted with Chrissy's party standing opposite to her. Chapter 355, Chrissy. Chapter 355, Chrissy. Translator, Zayamoch. Yang Feng swept Glicedar with his gaze and said solemnly, Liz, Master, when I arrived, I saw these people appear here, killing kindred powerhouses who were fighting the disordered freaks. I was itching to do something, so I captured this fellow. Glicedar smiled sweetly and snapped her fingers. A black thread shot out, and the bound Earldom Lucia flew over and landed in front of Yang Feng, a dejected look on his face. Glicedar threw Yang Feng a coquettish look and uttered with a charming smile, This is Earldom Lucia, one of the 3 earls of the Mexican Principality. For some reason, he voluntarily became a kindred. His status is quite high, he should be an advanced kindred. A spirited, adorable, and very pretty young lady with short blue hair, a flat chest and medium height in swordsman attire, and a sword on the waist stared angrily at Glicedar and shouted. This Earldom Lucia was clearly defeated by us. She snatched him from us. You people are so unreasonable. Yang Feng sized up Chrissy's party. There were 5 people accompanying Chrissy, and they all were beautiful women, each with their particular characteristics. There was the swordsman girl with short blue hair, a beautiful wizard with long black hair and a magic staff in hand, who had both Oriental and Occidental characteristics. A person covered in black cloth, only her delicate figure betrayed her gender. A tall and voluptuous, spirited archer with her blue hair combed into a ponytail, and a beautiful woman, no less beautiful than Kath, with short blue hair dressed in priest robes exuding a pure and holy temperament and a healing aura. Yang Feng's eyes glimmered with admiration, and he mused. It seems to be true that the goddess of the Amon Springs Venia prefers beautiful and pure girls. Of the people she chose, none isn't a beautiful woman. Gods chose their darlings according to their preferences. For example, most of the darlings of the goddess of joy were handsome men and sensual beauties. The darlings of the goddess of dance were handsome men and beautiful women with excellent dancing skills. The darlings of the god of war were people with astonishing battle prowess and passionate about fighting. The 2 gods' darlings the god of the Mexican River chose were male experts with astonishing potential and special bloodlines. This content is taken from fgariwebnavio.com. As someone who preferred beautiful and pure girls, the gods' darlings the goddess of the Amon Springs Venia selected were naturally beautiful women. A gentle smile laced with graveness plastered on his face. Yang Feng said, I am Ian, the current Archduke of the Mexican Principality. Thank you very much for your help. I will prepare a generous reward to express my gratitude for your help, ladies. When she heard that, the blue-haired swordsman girl was rendered speechless. The god of the Mexican River Magina publicly announced that Yang Feng was the Archduke of the Mexican Principality. He was now the master of the Mexican Principality. As one of the 3 earls of the Mexican Principality, the rebellion of Earldom Lucia was naturally an internal affair of the Mexican Principality. No matter what Chrissy and them wanted to do with Earldom Lucia, they could not bypass Yang Feng. Chrissy showed a smile, then followed the etiquette to a T and said, I am Chrissy, the first princess of the destroyed Amon Principality. It's a pleasure to meet you, Archduke Ian. The faces of the 5 women behind Chrissy clearly darkened. They were people of the Amon Principality and believed in the goddess of the Amon Springs Venia. Now that the Amon Principality was destroyed, they became destitute and could only blow with the wind in this chaotic world. Yang Feng got to the point. Chrissy, if you don't have a place to go to, then why don't you stay in the Mexican Principality? As long as you are willing to serve me, I can make you a hereditary peer baron. Chrissy was a legend rank powerhouse, a god's darling legend rank powerhouse to boot. As such, her potential was unfathomable, and she may even reach the demigod boundary in the future. The 5 beauties accompanying Chrissy were people whom the goddess of the Amon Springs Venia favored. They also had tremendous potential, and at their tender age, they already possessed level 3 warlock rank strength. Chrissy smiled and declined tactfully. I'm sorry, Archduke Ian, but I'm dedicating my life to the revival of the Amon Principality and cannot serve you. Thank you for your consideration. Yang Feng sighed with regret. What a pity! Nevertheless, the door of the Mexican Principality is always open for you. When he said that, Yang Feng rose decidedly in the estimation of the 5 beautiful women accompanying Chrissy. After all, everyone liked to feel valued. Yang Feng was the current Archduke of the Mexican Principality, the head of a state. And although he couldn't compare to the emperors of the four major empires in terms of status, but he already stepped into the ranks of top dignitaries of the mainland. In the past, even the Archduke of the Aman Principality was merely an equal to Yang Feng in terms of status. For such a bigwig to express goodwill and respect to them made them feel very comfortable. Chrissy hesitated for a moment. Staring at Yang Feng, she uttered, "Archduke Ian, I hope that we can work together and retake the Aman Principality. Please help us recover our state." Yang Feng frowned and spoke with a light smile. "Can you give me a reason why I should help you? Because can't think of one?" Chrissy smiled and said methodically, "Archduke Ian, you are mortal enemies with the Hansen family, as are we. If you work with us, we can join forces to destroy the Hansen family. We still have a lot of influence in the Aman Principality. If we join forces, we can easily recover the Aman Principality. By then, not only will you have a staunch ally, but we will also give you 1 billion gold coins as a reward for dispatching your troops." Although the Aman Principality was destroyed by the Moritz Empire's Hansen family, but there were still countless people who supported the god of the state behind the scenes, so it was easy to come up with the huge of 1 billion gold coins. Yang Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. 1 billion gold coins was not a small amount, and even if it was him, it would be difficult for him to come up with such a huge sum. There was still a smile on his face as Yang Feng quietly looked at Chrissy. Chrissy sighed secretly, knowing that this benefit could not move Yang Feng. She hesitated for a long time before saying slowly, "Archduke Ian, in addition to that, the great goddess of the Aman Springs Venia will teach you a method to ignite your divine fire and become a god." Gleicedar's beautiful eyes lit and flickered with endless excitement and longing. The 5 beautiful women accompanying Chrissy looked at Yang Feng with envy and jealousy in their eyes. On the Feisua Plane, the methods to become a god were kept strictly confidential, and not even popes of churches knew of them. The gods amid the starry sky agreed that methods to become a god were a secret which was not allowed to be spread, and even peak experts of the Feisua Plane's secular world such as Glicedar and Esramia weren't privy to it. The method to become a god the goddess of the Aman Springs Venia promised to teach was something that countless people of the Feisua Plane yearned for even in their dreams. Yang Feng's smile showed a trace of disdain as he continued to quietly look at Chrissy. Although the secret methods to ignite your divine fire and become a god were not disseminated on the Feisua Plane, but on the Cangzhi Plane, the major forces had records of such secret methods, and even a remote place like the Tyrannid subcontinent had a detailed method to ascend to godhood. In the demonic fighting sect, even more so, there were countless records of methods to become a god, which were the spoils of war of the demonic fighting sect's experts who went to the countless other planes and killed or captured gods. There were also some insight written down by experts who became gods in other planes. Every road leads to Rome. The Cangzhi Plane's human warlock civilization was very open-minded and had countless secret methods. It was due to this philosophy that the 8 Warlock Dynasties rose. Each Warlock Dynasty had its own distinct research focus, creating one brilliant era after another and suppressing countless planes for hundreds of thousands of years. As one of the 10 major sects of the continent's eastern world Great Cloud Dynasty of the Cangzhi Plane, the demonic fighting sect had a very deep foundation and a very long history as well as controlled many planes. In many planes, there were experts of the demonic fighting sect who ignited their divine fire and became gods guarding the planes. These seniors left many methods to become a god behind. In the demonic fighting sect, methods to become a god didn't count for much. Yang Feng had access to a bunch of those. As such, he didn't care about the goddess of the Aman Springs Venia's promise to teach him a method to become a god. Chrissy was very perceptive, and immediately caught the trace of contempt in Yang Feng's eyes. She asked, "Archduke Ian, you don't look interested in the mighty goddess of the Aman Springs Venia's promise to teach you a method to become a god. You should already possess a method to become a god, right?" Yang Feng smiled and spoke. "When I traveled the world, I did indeed acquired once a method to become a god. On the Feisua Plane, many legendary heroes have acquired the legacies of deceased gods during their travels. After performing countless legendary deeds, these heroes ultimately ignited their divine fire and became gods. Once his words fell, envious gazes focused on Yang Feng. Gleicedar's beautiful eyes were overcome with joy and longing as she stared at Yang Feng. Once Yang Feng became a real god, she could regain her strength and become a demigod rank expert. Chapter 356, The Miracle City's Crises. Chapter 356, The Miracle City's Crises. Translator, Xuanhuan. Chrissy looked at Yang Feng with jealousy in her eyes and praised sincerely, "You're so lucky." Yang Feng smiled and looked at Chrissy quietly. Chrissy suddenly was in a bit of a quandary. She was aware that there were very few things in this world that could impress a hegemon like Yang Feng. Even if there was such a thing, it was not something she could get. Chrissy's face changed continuously until she finally gritted her teeth and uttered, "Archduke Ian, if you help me recover our state, I'll marry you, and our descendant will become the Archduke of the Aman Principality." "Chrissy, don't." "Chrissy, didn't you say that you wanted to marry someone you like?" "Chrissy, no. We can think of another way. We don't need to go this far." The complexions of the 5 beautiful women accompanying Chrissy changed dramatically. Except for the beautiful woman dressed in priest robes, the other 4 women spoke out. The beautiful woman in priest robes stared at Chrissy with a complicated look in her eyes. Yang Feng carefully looked at Chrissy. Slender legs, hourglass waist, skin smooth like jade, perfect bosom, exquisite facial features, sapphire-like eyes. Princess Chrissy deserved to be the #1 beauty of the Aman Principality. Her looks and temperament peerless. Duke Iser launched an assault and destroyed the Aman Principality because of Princess Chrissy. Although that was just an excuse, but it was enough to prove how enchanting Chrissy was. The 5 beautiful women accompanying Chrissy were top beauties, but standing next to Chrissy, they looked like faint stars surrounding a bright moon, accentuating Chrissy's beauty. Yang Feng's heart was stirred, and he sank into his thoughts, calculating the pros and cons. Although Chrissy was a rare beauty and had tremendous potential, but Yang Feng wasn't the kind of man who couldn't continue ahead when he saw a beautiful woman. He had to perform a series of calculations before he could make a decision. Yang Feng was silent for a long time before saying slowly, "Okay, I can help you recover your state." Chrissy's pretty eyes flashed with a complex look, and she revealed a bitter smile. Yang Feng smiled faintly and continued, "However, after recovering your state, I want to be the Archduke of the Aman Principality." The pretty faces of the 6 women in Chrissy's group suddenly flickered, and their beautiful eyes were filled with anger. The youthful and energetic swordsman girl Vera mocked, "Then what's the point of asking you to help us?" The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose. "There is a point, of course. When I become the Archduke of the Aman Principality, I will let you recover your temple, and call for the common people of the Aman Principality to believe in the goddess of the Aman Springs Venia. I think that the great goddess will be very pleased with my proposal. For the gods above the starry sky, faith was what mattered the most. If the people of the Aman Principality hadn't been forced through various means to convert to the gods of the Xalia divine system after the annexation, then the goddess of the Aman Springs Venia wouldn't go through the trouble of spending tremendous amounts of divine power to support Chrissy in the recovery of the state. Chrissy reached the legend rank at her tender age. In addition to her extraordinary talent, the goddess of the Aman Springs Venia had spent a lot of divine power to cultivate her. Otherwise, she would never have reached the legend rank in such a short period of time. The beautiful swordsman girl Vera still wanted to say something, yet was interrupted by Chrissy, who raised her hand. As she watched Yang Feng, a storm was set off in Chrissy's heart. She knew well that Yang Feng was right. The goddess amid the starry sky cared only about the spread of her faith, not about who ruled the Aman Principality. Chrissy contemplated for a while, and her beautiful eyes flickered with resolve. "I know of a place that can enable you to quickly promote to a demigod. I can tell you the location of that place in exchange for half the power of the Aman Principality." Yang Feng was a bit surprised, but then revealed a smile and said, "Okay, deal." After reaching an agreement, the relationship between Yang Feng and Chrissy's party became much closer. Yang Feng kicked Earldom and Lucia, saying, "Chrissy, what do you want this thing for?" Chrissy's eyes sparkled with fury, and she gritted her teeth and spoke. "The darkness races are said to have infiltrated many states of the chaotic mountains, controlling them from the shadows. Reportedly, the Hansen family has conspired with the god of ploys and assassinations divine descendant Liana of the darkness races. I'm here to find evidence of collusion between Liana and the Hansen family. Yang Feng's eyebrows wrinkled. The god of ploys and assassinations. The god of ploys and assassinations Lucas was a weak divine power rank god of the darkness divine system. He liked to use ploys and was versed in the art of assassination. Several weak divine power rank gods died at his hands, and even an intermediate divine power rank god was heavily injured and brought to the brink of death. Update D from Frubnov.com. Even though Lucas was well liked by very few darkness gods, but he was still very active among darkness gods. He was a very powerful and dangerous god. The god of ploys and assassinations Lucas's divine descendant Liana. Yang Feng heard of her name. She was the offspring of the god of ploys and assassinations true body and a human woman. She possessed a god's bloodline and was extremely powerful. More than 10 legend rank experts died at her hands. Moreover, she was very mysterious, and no one had ever seen her face. Yang Feng suddenly had an idea. Was she the one who set me up in the imperial palace? Chrissy's pretty eyes shone with wisdom, and she looked profoundly at Yang Feng and said, "If I'm not mistaken, it should have been all part of Liana's ploy, Ian. She wanted to force you to leave, and then let the Abyssal Fiend Corps take the Mohican city." If Yang Feng had qualms about the accusation of rape and murder and chose to escape, then he would not only be stuck with this reputation for the rest of his life, but the Mohican city would have been captured by the Abyssal Fiend Corps in one go. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with data, and he said solemnly, "I'll have people investigate the matter of the chaotic mountains and darkness races. You have a good rest." "Yes." Chrissy smiled and went into the Mohican city with her 5 companions in tow. Yang Feng turned to look in the direction of the Red Earth Wasteland, and his eyes shimmered with dignity. The Red Earth Wasteland, the Miracle City. The Miracle City established by Yang Feng had become the center of the Red Earth Wasteland. Expanding every year, it was now a huge city covered with tall buildings and had a large population. The population alone reached hundreds of thousands of people. And with the Miracle City as the core, tracts of land planted with purification trees were turned into oases. Many people lived in those oases. The population of the entire Red Earth Wasteland had already exceeded 1 million people. At this time, countless people poured into the Miracle City, making the city seem overcrowded. Many squares and parks have been turned into camps for refugees, who had looks of fear in their eyes. 2 people stood atop the city wall. They were Babu and Clive. After years of training, Babu was promoted to a Firmament Knight rank expert and Clive had become a Star Knight rank expert. Yang Feng had scraped the resources of the entire Tyrannid subcontinent. As such, it wasn't an issue to groom a dozen Star Knights. If it wasn't for his intention to lay a solid foundation, he would have promoted to a great Warlock rank powerhouse at an earlier time. For him, who had scraped the resources of the Tyrannid subcontinent, the promotion to a great Warlock wasn't an issue. Only the promotion to a Starry Sky Warlock posed a problem. At the moment, the regular army of the Miracle City had 50,000 people. Babu and Clive were the leaders of the 50,000-strong regular army. Although Babu was a half-blood beastman and was discriminated against in the mainland, but the troops under his command were former human slaves, who were even lower on the food chain than half-blood beastmen. After being drilled day and night, these warriors revered him. Clive gazed into the distance with a look of anxiety in his eyes and sighed deeply. The Democalypse has finally erupted in the Red Earth Wasteland. Babu's eyes flashed with fear, and he said solemnly, "Abyssal fiends are very strong. The warriors I sent to investigate have been killed. The trickiest part are the fiends that can fly. We don't have that many archers to deal with those fiends. Many abyssal fiends possessed wings and had the ability to fly. For ordinary cities without an restricted airspace array, these abyssal fiends were simply an unstoppable nightmare, and the city wall was useless." Clive's eyes glimmered with anxiety, and he gave a long sigh. He looked deeply at the temple of the goddess of the weave in the city. A look of ridicule in his eyes. Babu sneered, "Clive, there's no point looking. The cowards fled when they heard that abyssal fiends were about to reach our city. Although the temple of the goddess of the weave had been built in the miracle city, but the belief in the goddess had yet to take root in the city. There were no bishop-level experts in the temple. As such, it didn't have the ability to unleash a restricted airspace array. After the priests of the temple of the goddess of the weave learned of the arrival of the abyssal fiends, they fled the miracle city that very night. Chapter 357 Golden Horned. Chapter 357 Golden Horned. Translator, Zayamoch. Clive looked into the distance, and his eyes flashed with dignity. We can only rely on ourselves to protect Sir's foundation. Babu grinned and said, That's right. However, Clive, you failed to mention something. It's not only Sir's foundation, but also our home. Everything we hold dear is here. Clive and Babu looked at each other and smiled. Both were part of the first batch of veterans that accompanied Yang Feng. They witnessed the miracle city's rise to prosperity one step at a time, and their feelings for the city ran several times deeper than Yang Feng's. For Yang Feng, the miracle city was just a city he established in passing, a stepping stone for his future ascension to godhood. For Clive and Babu, however, here was their irreplaceable home. Why have you come, Lena? It's dangerous here. When he saw Lena dressed in a golden armor, looking like a heroic female knight, walk over, Clive frowned and uttered in slight discontent. Lena pushed her long hair that had fallen over her forehead aside and smiled, saying, This city was built by Sir. I also want to strive hard to protect it. As the manager of the miracle city, Lena also practiced the secret method that Yang Feng taught. She had a Star Knight rank cultivation base. Clive spoke solemnly, Lena, your job is to organize the staff and ensure the safety of our logistics, not to show up in such a dangerous place. Lena smiled and said, I know. I just came to take a look. Fight hard. Don't make me the manager. Go into battle. Rest assured. You still have us, Manager Lena. We men have yet to die, so how could we make you go? The officers atop the city wall shouted, and some of them stared at Lena with adoration in their eyes. In addition to being the manager of Yang Feng's miracle city, Lena was also the most beautiful woman in the city. She was called the Miracle Flower by many high-ranking officials of the miracle city, and many officers were her admirers. Were it not for the rumors that Lena was Yang Feng's woman, she would have countless suitors by now. Despite the rumors, there were still many officers who secretly adored Lena. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Just as morale of the officers atop the city wall was high, resonant alarms reverberated in the miracle city. A black line suddenly appeared afar. Above the black line formed by countless abyssal demonic servants were dark clouds formed by abyssal fiends circling in the air. Looking at the abyssal fiends circling in the air, Babu tightened his grip on his battle axe, and his eyes sparkled with dignity. Looks like we're in big trouble. Looking at the dark clouds of abyssal fiends, Clive's eyes were full of bitterness. Without the protection of a restricted airspace barrier, the Miracle City's city wall, which was expanded up to 20 meters tall, would not be of any use. Besides, the wall hadn't been enchanted by any magic power. It was just an ordinary city wall. A Tupilak could make a huge hole into the city hall with a single strike. The Miracle City's 50,000 troops would have no problem in dealing with a small number of abyssal fiends, but wanting to deal with a core of abyssal fiends was a fool's dream. When the people atop the city wall saw the dense crowd of savage and ferocious abyssal demonic creatures, their eyes shimmered with fear. The officers who stared at the abyssal fiends flying in the air, in particular, were deathly pale, and their eyes glimmered with despair. Abyssal fiends had terrific level 1 warlock rank strength and upwards. Generally speaking, under the premise that 1 or 2 people would have to be sacrificed, it would take 5 human Sky Knight rank experts to kill an advanced abyssal field. 1-on-1, a human Sky Knight stood no chance against an advanced abyssal fiend. In the whole Miracle City, there were fewer than 30 Sky Knight rank powerhouses and upwards. Circling in the sky, however, there were more than 3,000 abyssal fiends. The huge gap in military power was despairing. As he watched the more than 3,000 abyssal fiends flying in the air, Pagos's complexion changed dramatically and his eyes flickered with fear. In the face of more than 3,000 abyssal fiends, Pagos and his wizard squad could at most cast 3 volleys of spells before being engulfed by the dense crowd of abyssal fiends. If they met an abyssal great fiend, the slightest misstep could lead to a wipeout of the wizard squad once the great fiend performed blink and got close. Lena looked at the dense crowd of abyssal fiends, and her eyes flashed with despair. How could this be? The democalypse has never broken out in the Red Earth wasteland. Then why did the abyssal fiends come here? The miracle city was shrouded in a desperate atmosphere. Deep in the crowd of abyssal fiends, there was a golden litter. Underneath the golden litter stood 36 female great knights with beautiful appearances and well-developed figures. Atop the golden litter sat a very handsome golden-horned abyssal great fiend with demonic runes engraved on its face and a golden horn on its head. There were a dozen or so human beauties in gauze nestled around it. Golden-horned were royalty among horned. They were human-type abyssal fiends that could contend with ghost-type abyssal fiends in terms of strength. Of course, the number of golden-horned was too small to be compared with Tupalax. A Tupalac abyssal great fiend walked over, opened its fierce mouth, and devoured a human beauty nestled around the golden-horned in one mouthful. It asked as it chewed, "Your Highness Pertalis, why must we go to this forsaken Red Earth wasteland? There are too few humans here to eat." The faces of the human beauties nestled around Pertalis were more fearful, and they were more attentive in attending to Pertalis. Not caring about the Tupalac abyssal great fiend eating one of the women around it, Pertalis fondled a human beauty, and its eyes revealed a bloodthirsty and excited glint. This miracle city in the Red Earth wasteland, I suspect it is a chess piece arranged by a human god. If we destroy this chess piece, I think that the expression said human god will be very interesting. Besides, I think that my royal father will praise us and give us more benefits when we destroy this city. I can get more strength from my father. The Tupalac abyssal great fiend grinned and flattered loudly. "You are really wise, Your Highness. You are wise, Your Highness." The 16 abyssal great fiends around Pertalis flattered as well. Suddenly, Pertalis's face flickered and it unleashed blink. Spatial fluctuations enshrouded it, and it disappeared. Railgun light slammed into the golden litter from above and blasted it to pieces. 3 abyssal great fiends didn't react in time, and were hit by the railgun projectiles. They had a big hole blasted into them. However, the life force of abyssal great fiends was far more powerful than that of ordinary people. After having a big hole blasted into them, they didn't die, but used blink and dashed away. New novel chapters are published on freowebnovel.com. An arrow made of light instantly fell from above and pierced through the heart of an abyssal great fiend that had just appeared 100 meters away, and terrific power of the sun burned the abyssal great fiend to ashes. A dark arrow also fell from above, hit the head of another abyss great fiend, and blasted it apart. Railgun projectiles fell from above as if shooting stars and bombarded the abyssal fiends on the ground, causing heavy casualties in their wake. After using blink to dodge the railgun projectiles, Pertalis looked up and saw Yang Feng, Esramia, and Glicedar riding a magic carpet at a glance. Lena's sight was keen, and she saw Yang Feng sitting on the magic carpet at once. She spoke excitedly, "Sir, it's Sir. Sir, is it Sir? Sir has come to save us. Great, Sir is here." When they heard that Yang Feng showed up, the warriors atop the city wall were filled with excitement, and their morale rose to the extreme. Under Yang Feng's leadership, they created many miracles. They believed that so long as Yang Feng showed up, they would never lose. Pertalis pointed at Yang Feng's group of 3 and shouted, "Kill them!" The thousands of abyssal fiends midair flapped their wings and flew towards Yang Feng's group of 3. Faced with thousands of abyssal fiends, Yang Feng operated the ultimate secret method of the Black Dragon morph, and turned into a more than 50 meters long ancient black dragon. A vast and boundless dragon might spread from Yang Feng transformed into an ancient black dragon. Under the intimidation of Yang Feng's terrific dragon might, more than 90% of the thousands of abyssal fiends trembled, unable to flap their wings, and they fell to the ground as if raindrops. Some of the junior abyssal fiends fell to their deaths. The remaining less than 10%, who were advanced abyssal fiends, shivered and looking at Yang Feng transformed into an ancient black dragon with eyes overcome with fear. Chapter 358 Master of the Ninth Floor of the Abyss. Chapter 358 Master of the Ninth Floor of the Abyss. Translator, Xuanhuan. Dragon might was one of the strongest innate abilities of dragons. Due to the deterrence of dragon might, inferior life forms wouldn't dare to resist dragons. Dragon might was only second to divine might in terms of deterrence power. Apart from divine might, very few types of might could compare to dragon might. Under the frightening suppression of the ancient black dragon might, the hundreds of thousands of abyssal demonic servants turned spineless, not daring to attack Yang Feng at all. The only ones who could really attack Yang Feng were the hundreds of advanced abyssal fiends and the abyssal great fiends. Perilous frowned and barked. A bunch of good-for-nothings. It's just a trifling dragon-born hybrid of the country of dragons. Let's kill this hybrid. The light of blink surrounded the abyssal great fiends. Spatial disruption. Riding on the back of Yang Feng's incarnation of an ancient black dragon, Esramia pointed with her lily-white hand and conjured the level 4 spell Spatial Disruption. An odd spatial disturbance vortex suddenly appeared in front of Yang Feng. The abyssal great fiends very strangely appeared at the border of the spatial disturbance vortex. Spatial forces erupted inside them, cutting them up until they were drenched with blood. Spatial disruption was a counterspell to blink. It was one of the most effective spells to deal with the abyssal great fiends who were proficient in blink. As the great elven monarch, Esramia practiced magic and martial dual cultivation, and was naturally versed in countless spells. Yang Feng opened his fierce mouth and belched a frightening black dragon breath, instantly engulfing 3 abyssal great fiends. Screaming miserably, the 3 abyssal great fiends were burned to ashes. Yang Feng extended both of his claws, grabbed 2 abyssal great fiends, and pinched hard, squashing them like ants. During the battle in the Mexican city, Yang Feng was forced to use the secret method to transform into an ancient black dragon. After expending a great amount of strength, he was finally forced to use his trump card and transform into a fiend baron. Now at his peak, Yang Feng could unleash the secret method to transform into an ancient black dragon and kill the abyssal great fiends without restraint. Glicedar lifted her lily-white hands. Suddenly, an arrow burst out and slammed into the head of an abyssal great fiend, and the head of the abyssal great fiend exploded. Black dragon. I'd like to see how much skill your black dragon transformation has. You dragonborn hybrid. Perilous gave a fierce smile and took a deep breath. It shone with golden light, expanded frantically, and turned into a 20-meter-tall golden horn giant shining with golden light. Golden horned were said to be born from the copulation of golden horn giant powerhouses eroded by abyssal demonic power and succubi and other human-type fiends. Golden horn giants were an extremely strong group among giants, with every adult golden horn giant possessing great warlock rank cultivation base and upwards. So long as they put a little effort into cultivation, breaking through to the starry sky warlock rank wasn't an issue. Only when breaking through to the moonlight warlock boundary would you encounter a huge bottleneck. During Perilous' transformation, Yang Feng's incarnation of an ancient black dragon opened its ferocious maw and belched a dragon breath, which slammed into Perilous. Perilous released an agonizing scream, and golden light burst out from it, resisting the dragon breath. The remaining 8 abyssal great fiends pounced towards Yang Feng from different directions. Yang Feng slammed his tail into an abyssal great fiend with a tremendous force and sent it flying, then reached out with both of his claws and crashed 2 abyssal great fiends. The remaining 5 abyssal great fiends pounced at Yang Feng's incarnation of an ancient back dragon. A Tupilak ejected sharp bone spurs, slashed at the scales protecting Yang Feng's body, and cut open a 30-centimeter deep gash on his belly. A horned mercilessly stabbed into the belly of Yang Feng's incarnation of an ancient black dragon with the horn on its head, and a terrifying toxin shot out from the horn and into Yang Feng's body. A Balrog shrouded in flames stabbed a claw into Yang Feng's belly. Frightening flames burst out from its claw and madly incinerated Yang Feng's insides. New Unveiled chapters are published on freewebnovel.co. Another Tupalak fiercely slashed at Yang Feng's wings and sliced open a huge gash. A beast-type goat-headed fiend stabbed its claw into Yang Feng's back and tore open a bloody hole nearly 1 meter in diameter. The joint attack of the 5 abyssal great fiends inflicted severe injuries upon the ancient black dragon Yang Feng had transformed into. Frightening forces reverberated inside his body and continuously wreaked damage. A copious amount of blood sprayed out from Yang Feng's maw and scattered over the earth. His eyes shimmered with pain. Even though Yang Feng transformed into an ancient black dragon with quasi-starry sky warlock rank battle prowess, but he could not resist the offensive of all the abyssal great fiends. After all, each of the abyssal great fiends possessed great warlock rank strength. Yang Feng willed, and tremendous fiend power poured into his body from the magical mechanical cloak, turning him into a 4-meter-tall backed Fiend Baron emitting boundless demonic might. Fiend Baron! Sir Lord! The 5 abyssal great fiends were awed by the fearsome demonic might released by Yang Feng. In that split second, Yang Feng's incarnation of a backed Fiend Baron brandished its claw and slashed at the 5 abyssal great fiends following a mysterious trajectory. The 5 abyssal great fiends were chopped into numerous pieces in an instant, which were devoured by the magical mechanical cloak. Pertalis's complexion changed dramatically when it felt the terrible demonic might emitted from Yang Feng's incarnation of a backed Fiend Baron, and it roared madly, "Fiend Baron! Who the hell are you? I am Pertalis, the son of the golden-horned fiend Earl Montagna, the master of the 9th floor of the Abyss. Abyssal Fiend Earl, that's a terrific existence comparable to a weak divine power rank god. However, since you ran into me, go to hell." A fierce glint flashed past Yang Feng's eyes, and his javelin-like tail suddenly pierced towards Pertalis's heart. In the split second Yang Feng's tail stabbed into Pertalis, brilliant golden light gushed out of Pertalis. Terrifying demonic might that surpassed Yang Feng's dragon might by far poured out of Pertalis. Pertalis's eyes were filled with indifference, tyranny, bloodthirst, coldness, and calmness as it erupted with terrifying abyssal fiend lord rank demonic might. It stared at Yang Feng and barked, "I am the golden-horned fiend Earl Montagna, the master of the 9th floor of the Abyss. Lowly thing, kneel down before me." The awe towards superior fiend lords rooted in the abyssal fiend baron bloodline almost compelled Yang Feng to kneel on the ground. In the infinite abyss, abyssal fiend barons were merely lesser lords, while abyssal fiend viscount rank experts and upwards were greater lords that could contend with gods. Abyssal fiend viscounts could still somewhat contend against the demonic might of abyssal fiend dukes, but abyssal fiend barons could hardly contend against the demonic might of abyssal fiend earls. The gap between lesser fiend lords and greater fiend lords was as large as the gap between demigods and gods. Yang Feng willed, and his figure blurred and turned into that of a battered ancient black dragon. Even though the abyssal fiend demonic might was formidable, but it could not suppress the power of Yang Feng's bloodline. He opened his mouth and belched a fearsome dragon breath barreling towards Pertalis. Montagna's indifferent, brutal, terrifying, bloodthirsty voice sounded, "Lowly thing, even though I can only use a fraction of my power, but it's enough to put such a lowly thing as you to death." Montagna slashed with its hand, and a tremendous spatial crack suddenly appeared. The dragon breath shot by Yang Feng entered the spatial crack. Montagna blurred into motion. As if it had traveled through the endless voids, it appeared in front of Yang Feng and grabbed at his head with its claw. Yang Feng turned his huge head and slanted his body. Montagna seized the opportunity to stab Yang Feng in the right eye with its claw and dig out his right eye. A copious amount of blood sprayed out of Yang Feng's eye socket and scattered on the ground. Montagna smiled fiercely and sent its other claw stabbing at Yang Feng's head. "Lowly thing, this is the final blow." A brilliant stream of sunlight suddenly appeared and shot at Montagna's head. Sun God's arrow. Montagna's face finally registered a change. It withdrew its claw stabbing towards Yang Feng's head, slashed out, and a spatial crack suddenly appeared. The sun god's arrow shot into the spatial crack, then suddenly flew out of the spatial crack and shot towards Montagna's head. Great! This arrow already possesses 30% of skill of that elven sun god whore. Interesting. Little elf, I set my sight on you. When I come to this world, I'll catch you and make you into my toy. Mwahaha. Montanya smiled malevolently and extended its hand, and golden demonic chi compressed into a fearsome vortex in front of it. When the sun god's arrow entered the vortex, it was twisted and got crushed. Chapter 359, Killing Portalis. Chapter 359, Killing Portalis. Translator, Xuanhuan. Esramia's face fell when she saw this scene. This was the first time that someone using power of the same rank as her broke her sun god's arrow. As one of the strongest great elven monarchs in the history of the Elven Empire, Esramia was almost invincible in the same rank. It was the first time that the sun god's arrow, which was virtually guaranteed to kill experts of the same rank, had been broken by an expert of the same rank. A deep fear flashed past Esramia's pretty eyes. Abyssal Fiend Earl. It's indeed a terrifying existence that can contend with gods. Its combat sense is terrifying. Portalis, whom Montanya was possessing, had been severely injured by Yang Feng. Although Montanya could merely employ the strength at the level of an ordinary abyssal great fiend, but it still successively defeated Yang Feng and Esramia, so its terror could well be imagined. The combat sense of both sides was not at the same level. Suddenly, a dark arrow shot towards Montanya. Dark explosion arrow. This archery technique is really strong. Unfortunately, what you employ is a version made imperfect by that smelly Horlolth. There are too many loopholes. Montanya smiled grimly and flicked its finger at the dark arrow. The dark arrow twisted and turned into a stream of black light that broke through the scales protecting Yang Feng's body. Boom! There was an explosion on Yang Feng's chest, and countless scales and a copious amount of blood sprayed out and scattered on the earth, causing his huge body to twist in pain. Glicedar apologized in panic. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to, Master. I'll kill you first. Montanya smiled malevolently and looked deeply at Yang Feng, then took a step forward and appeared directly in front of Yang Feng and stabbed with its claw towards Yang Feng's huge head. Yang Feng also revealed a wild smile. You're the one who's going to die. Fortunately, I made preparations. Beams of black light suddenly bursts out from four corners down below, converged in midair, and formed a strange closed space. Within the closed space, spatial spells were ineffective. Montanya was an abyssal fiend Earl proficient in spatial spells. Using all kinds of fantastic spatial spells, it neutralized Yang Feng's various attacks. In the sky, the mechanical black dragon hidden in the clouds opened its eyes, and terrific demigod rank fluctuations of power rolled out from it. It opened its fierce maw and shot a dragon breath beam barreling towards Montanya like a beam of divine punishment. Montanya's face registered a dramatic change at last, and it extended its claws. Fearsome golden demonic chi madly spiraled in its hands and formed 9 vortexes, trying to withstand the frightening dragon breath beam. The dragon breath beam instantaneously smashed into the 9 vortexes. After destroying the vortexes, the dragon breath beam finally slammed into Montanya. Interesting. Lowly human. I'll remember you. You dare to kill my son. When I come out of the infinite abyss, I'll kill you. Before that, I'll capture your close ones and torture them. I'll let you have a taste of an unending world of pain. Montanya gave a sinister smile, then recited an incantation and pointed at Yang Feng, and a drop of black light suddenly flew. The black light entered Yang Feng's head and formed a black imprint. In the next moment, the fearsome dragon breath beam swallowed Montanya and turned it into drifting ashes. Montanya was versed in countless secret methods. Its strength was formidable, and its battle will surpass Yang Feng's by far. However, it only used a badly injured great fiend body, and couldn't even exert 1/10,000th of its capability, which was how it was barely defeated by Yang Feng's group of 3. When Portalis died, the abyssal fiend army fell into chaos. The mechanical black dragon with demigod rank strength descended from the sky, plunged into the midst of the fiend army, opened its ferocious maw, and breathed in, sucking countless abyssal fiends and abyssal demonic freaks into its maw. There was a horrifying meat grinder in the maw of the mechanical dragon. When the abyssal fiends and abyssal demonic servants entered its maw, they were ground to fragments by the meat grinder. The mechanical black dragon absorbed their souls and turned them into its power. Binovel.com. The mechanical black dragon was the product Yang Feng created using a high-grade soul stone coupled with the Cangzhi Plane's alchemy and Shizu technology. Could devour souls to evolve. As to which stage it could evolve to, not even the Shizu optical computer could calculate that at present. Souls of intelligent life forms contained infinite mysteries, and weapons made from souls possessed exceedingly frightening evolution potential. For formidable beings of the countless planes, soul stones were a universal currency. Yang Feng's body blurred and reverted into his human form, and he flew onto the back of the mechanical black dragon. Yang Feng's right eye had been gouged out, and his body was riddled with wounds. The wounds inflicted by the 5 abyssal great fiends were deep and showed bone. His head had a section ripped open, exposing his skull. He looked gruesome. After taking out vials of potions and downing them, the wounds riddling Yang Feng's body started healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Esramia watched as Yang Feng's injuries healed quickly, and her heart was filled with shock. So amazing. This rate of recovery is comparable to that of dragons. What a monster! Glicedar watched Yang Feng's wounds heal rapidly with a look of joy in her eyes. To have such formidable rate of recovery without using healing divine spells. Worthy to be my master. Yang Feng's rate of recovery was so fast that it surpassed that of many human demigods. This was one of the benefits of the ancient black dragon bloodline. The rate of recovery of peak extraordinary life forms like dragons, giants, and abyssal fiends was far above that of humans. The rate of recovery of bloodline warlocks with such bloodlines was exceedingly fearsome, which was one of the advantages of bloodline warlocks. As soon as Yang Feng recovered a bit, he took out a 6-barrel railgun and started bombarding the advanced abyssal fiends that remained in the sky. Brilliant railgun beams streaked across the sky and bombarded the advanced abyssal fiends. Losing the suppression of abyssal great fiends, the countless abyssal demonic servants fell into chaos and frantically killed each other. The intermediate and junior abyssal fiends dispersed and fled in confusion. Without someone commanding and suppressing them, they weren't willing to waste their lives in vain. Heaving a sigh of relief, Yang Feng quietly recovered atop the mechanical black dragon. The mechanical black dragon recklessly hunted the advanced abyssal fiends flying in the sky. With its demigod rank strength, no advanced abyssal fiend could withstand its blows. The advanced abyssal fiend unleashed various offensive spells, yet they were easily blocked by the protective cover of the mechanical black dragon. In less than 5 minutes of fierce fighting, the advanced abyssal fiends dispersed and fled in disorder. After all the abyssal fiends have fled, what remained was the countless abyssal demonic servants on the ground frantically killing and devouring one another. This scene was extremely savage. The infinite abyss spanned across the 36 primary material planes. It was formed by absorbing the evil force of said planes. Countless freaks were born in the infinite abyss every year. By killing and devouring each other, the final victors among those freaks could evolve into junior abyssal fiends. Every junior abyssal fiend possessed level 1 warlock rank battle prowess. Solely in terms of their physique, junior abyssal fiends were 5 times as outstanding as ordinary human level 1 warlocks. Visit fruyobnul.com for the best novel reading experience. Only great fiend rank abyssal fiends and above had the power to control the chaotic in nature abyssal demonic servants who lacked any intellect. Clive looked at the scene of countless abyssal demonic servants killing one another from afar, his heart filled with shock. These abyssal demonic creatures are indeed a bunch of awful monsters. On the Xuanhuan Plane, it was recorded in the texts of many churches that after death, heathens would fall into the abyss and become prey for demonic creatures. Clive shuddered inside at the thought that he might become prey for these demonic creatures when he died. Yang Feng jumped onto the city wall from the back of the mechanical black dragon. Clive saluted Yang Feng and said, "Greetings, Sir Duke." Atop the wall, the warriors knelt on one knee and saluted Yang Feng. "Greetings, Sir Duke." The warriors who saw the scene of Yang Feng suppressing the abyssal great fiends worshipped and revered him like a god. Yang Feng looked around and uttered with a faint smile, "You did well." The warriors were filled with excitement and zest. Yang Feng's praise was a great honor to them. Yang Feng spoke, "No need to care about those monsters, just let them kill each other." Clive responded respectfully, "Yes, Sir Duke." Yang Feng smiled and uttered, "Clive, Babu, I'm going to take a rest. I leave the rest to you." Babu grinned and said, "Yes, leave everything to me, sir." Yang Feng nodded and took Esramia and Glicedar towards the city master's mansion of the Miracle City. Lena followed closely behind. "The Miracle City is developing well. You've done a good job, Lena." Along the way, Yang Feng looked at the tall buildings rising steeply from the ground and praised sincerely. These years, Yang Feng left Lena in charge of the Miracle City. Lena had contributed a lot to the development of the Miracle City. Chapter 360, Refining the Abyssal Mark. Chapter 360, Refining the Abyssal Mark. Translator, Xuanhuan. Lena blushed, and her eyes lit up. "Thank you for your praise, sir. It's what I should do." Glicedar looked at the Miracle City and praised sincerely. "It's a beautiful city. It's amazing that you could build a city in such a forsaken place as the Red Earth Wasteland, Master." Esramia looked around and praised, "That's right. It's amazing that you could build a city in the Red Earth Wasteland." In Esramia's eyes, the Miracle City wasn't very beautiful. What she admired was the fact that this city was built in the Red Earth Wasteland. Lena stole a glance at Esramia and Glicedar, and her eyes flashed with envy and a feeling of inferiority. She sighed inwardly. "What beautiful people! Only such women can be worthy of him." Lena was a rare beauty among humans, but compared to the mesmerizing great elven monarch Esramia, as well as the exceedingly enchanting former pope of the dark elven church, Glicedar, she still was lacking by quite a lot. Standing beside these two dazzling and alluring women, she looked like a faint star next to bright moons. "Glicedar, what is this spell?" When he returned to the city master's mansion, Yang Feng took Glicedar and Esramia to his private quarters and asked, pointing to the black imprint on his forehead. There were countless spells in the abyss, many of which weren't even recorded by the demonic fighting sect. And even if the demonic fighting sect had a record of it, the spells the abyssal fiend Earl grasped by far exceeded the scope of spells that Yang Feng could examine. Visit frioubnovel.co for the BST novel reading experience. Glycedar's beautiful eyes shimmered with worry. "I'm not too sure. An existence at the level of Abyssal Fiend Earl isn't something that we can understand. But according to the records of the Dark Elves, it resembles an abyssal mark. Once branded by an abyss mark, even from tens of thousands of kilometers away, the master of the mark will easily grasp your whereabouts. It's a level 5 abyssal spell or above, and it's hard to dispel." Yang Feng was now branded by the mark of the Abyssal Fiend Earl. The Abyssal Fiend Earl was an abyssal fiend lord capable of contending against gods of the Feisua Plane. Once it came to the Feisua Plane from the abyss, even with its strength suppressed to the demigod rank, it would be difficult to contend against it even with everyone joining hands. An Abyssal Fiend Earl was a powerful being of the abyss who stepped over countless corpses to finally reach the summit. On the Feisua Plane, many gods were born as gods, leading stable and peaceful lives. The abyss was totally different, however. Even with a huge background, if you were weak, you would be swallowed by another powerful being. The golden-horned abyssal fiend Earl Montagna, the master of the 9th floor of the abyss, was a fearsome existence comparable to a weak divine power rank god. A fearsome existence like that could sweep the Feisua Plane's secular world even with just demigod rank strength, and even some feeble divine power rank gods may not be its match. Esramia contemplated for a while and said, "If you can invite the Pope of the Xalia Divine System's Radiant Church to help you, you should be able to purify this abyssal mark." Yang Feng smiled wryly and said, "The Pope of the Radiant Church? That's impossible." There were 3 strong divine power rank gods in the Xalia Divine System, and they were the Radiant God Prados, the God of War Barrios, and the God of Flames Tames. These 3 strong divine power rank gods were also known as the 3 primary gods of the Xalia Divine System. Among them, the Radiant God Prados had a higher status than the other 2 primary gods, and was called God Monarch. In the Morinth Empire, the Radiant Church was the #1 church, and the Pope of the Radiant Church was recognized as the Great Pope, leading the popes of the other churches. In the Morince Empire, the Pope of the Radiant Church was the most powerful person. He was the man closest to gods on Cangzhi Plane. On the Cangzhi Plane, there were numerous legends of outrageous geniuses who challenged the Pope of the Radiant Church. No matter how strong they were, even if they were demigod-rank experts who were claimed to have killed gods, after they stepped onto the all-gods sacred mountain, they disappeared from this world, never to be heard from again. There was even a legend of a newly promoted god who stepped onto the all-gods sacred mountain to kill the Pope of the Radiant Church, yet who never returned. Although the Pope of the Radiant Church acted rarely, but he was publicly acknowledged as one of the strongest experts in the secular world. In the Morince Empire, his status was 100 times nobler than that of the emperor. With just a word from him, the emperor of the Morince Empire would abdicate. Although Yang Feng was a duke of the Morince Empire, but if he wanted to see the Pope of the Radiant Church, it would still be very difficult, let alone asking the Pope of the Radiant Church to help him. Wait a minute. I still have the taboo text. Yang Feng's heart suddenly stirred, and he immersed himself in the taboo text. The taboo text was a supreme, all-encompassing secret method with horrifying power that Taboo Lord created. Although Yang Feng only got 6 volumes of the text, but the mysteries concealed therein were endless. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose. There it is! The Breaking Curse Imprints chapter describes how to get rid of the abyssal mark. Overjoyed, Yang Feng immediately chose to enter secluded cultivation to refine the abyssal mark. The longer the abyssal mark branded you, the deeper it would erode your soul. Once you were branded by the abyssal mark for decades, the abyssal mark would merge with your soul. By then, it would take decades or even 100-odd years to dispel it without hurting your soul. The 9th floor of the infinite abyss. Purple clouds covered the sky. The earth was filled with abyssal demonic chi. Everywhere were demonic plants, and all kinds of freaks hid in dark corners waiting for prey to come. All kinds of freaks killing each other could be seen everywhere, and the bones of all kinds of freaks were scattered about. Traces of evil force pervaded the bones. In the middle of the 9th floor of the infinite abyss, there was a huge castle covering tens of thousands of hectares. Within a particular manor of the castle, there was a powerful barrier cutting off the abyssal demonic chi. For abyssal demonic creatures, abyssal demonic chi was a great supplement, but for other intelligent life forms, it was a poison. Even god-rank powerhouses didn't dare to breathe abyssal demonic chi. Otherwise, even they would slowly erode and eventually degenerate into abyssal lords, and be bound by the abyss. Inside the manor, in a garden, a 3-meter-tall, good-looking golden horn covered all over in strange golden runes surrounded by succubi, human women, elven women, kindred women enjoyed itself without restraint. The powerful barrier set up in this manner served to enable the survival of human women, elven women, kindred women, and women of other races who didn't originate from the abyss. The beautiful women scrambled to serve the golden horn in order to receive its favor. What? The abyssal mark I set up was broken. The face of the golden-horned abyssal fiend Earl Montagna suddenly sank, and its vast and terrifying demonic might burst out of its body in an instant. The complexions of the beautiful women around the golden-horned abyssal fiend Earl Montagna suddenly changed dramatically, and they crumpled to the ground and convulsed like quails. Several timid human women were so frightened that they relieved themselves on the spot. Useless good-for-nothings. The eyes of the golden-horned abyssal fiend Earl Montagna shimmered fiercely. It extended its hand, and the several human women flew into his hand and shrunk until they were the size of dumplings one by one. Freewebnovel.com. Revealing its sharp teeth, Montagna opened its fierce maw, through the few human women inside, and bit down unhurriedly. Miserable voices came from Montagna's mouth, and it had an intoxicated look on its face. With horrified looks in their eyes, the human women were popped into Montagna's mouth one at a time. Their blood-curdling screams filled the hearts of the other women with fear. Abyssal fiends were cunning and cruel. They were the embodiment of evil force and had no normal human feelings to speak of. Therefore, once the human Warlock Dynasties of the Cangzhi Plane dominated the abyss, they would sweep the abyss, kill all abyssal fiend lords they could find, and refine them into all kinds of formidable secret treasures. However, the abyss was extremely vast. Whenever an unparalleled and invincible warlock emperor arose on the Cangzhi Plane, abyssal fiend lords were always able to find a place to hide and avoid the purge of the human warlocks. Even the unparalleled warlock emperors weren't willing to stay for too long in the forsaken place that was the abyss. Montanya's eyes shone fiercely, and it roared, "Damnable bastard! Unfortunately, the planar tide has yet to be completely unleashed. The suppression of the Feisua plane on abyssal fiends is too great. Otherwise, I would go out and eat that damned human ant." We've reached the end of today's episode. Thank you for traversing the boundless landscapes of fantasy with us. If today's story has sparked joy within you, please remember to hit the like button, share our journey with others, and subscribe to Lord of the Stories for an ever-expanding collection of mystical escapades. Until we meet again to turn the page to a new adventure, hold the tales dear in your heart and let the embers of magic warmly glow in your spirit. Farewell, intrepid explorers of the narrative unknown.